I get ya. Hi, how are ya? The only reason the stream starts before 1 is so that the ads are allowed to run. That way, when the time happens, we don't have to worry about the ads interrupting. But then sometimes no. Oh, I see. Maybe next time. Too quiet. I see. Let me go ahead and make sure the timer is up and good to go. I hope you've all been well. And welcome in. Why don't we go ahead and get started with the... Oh, those emotes, I don't think they're ever going to get old. Let's start. Let's see. I don't think I saw any names on YouTube. Let me just double check here. Sometimes it doesn't like doing YouTube names right off the bat, but I don't see a name. So let's do roll call on Twitch then, and a refund on my $0. I was never meant to be a horror attraction. If you were not spooked, that does not mean you get your money back guaranteed. Let's see here. We have, if I scroll up a little bit, we have Alex, we have Benafi, we have we have Cats on keyboard, we have Check, Agape, Smile and Not, and I believe that's everyone. And thank you as well to, hold on, let me just double check the name here. Where's it at? I don't see it. Let me just move it to this one then. So Twitch, oh, there we are. Thank you for the Chickentify as well. Cats on keyboard. Welcome into stream. And here I thought there was about to be a water or two, but color me surprised. And I did read that as well, and I hope everyone's having a great day. And if you're not, ask for a refund. Oh, that's what you meant by refund.
Check 14 just redeemed hydrate.
What a twist. It was you who did it, Check. I would have never expected. I would have never thought to. Check. Oh boy. I'm leaving. I'm a good one. So I'm gonna touch screen. I just have to click on that. Now that that's scary. Let me get some water. What a time to unmute. And stream over. Head home, everyone. Oh no, it's just getting started. Aren't you excited for 4 more hours of this? Hi. Welcome in. And did the hydrate cooldown go up? It shouldn't have. No, I don't believe so. It is on a cooldown. The only thing that went up was the can't say words. And that's because I had failed so many times. And right now, I think a good, what's the word? Good cooldown is that it can't start until after we do the introduction. So either after we do the pixel art of the day or after we do the elevator pitch. I think that's a good time to enable it because I can't think of speaking and then not speaking and then keep resetting it. I think one time I struggled for like 30 minutes straight. She's weak. No, I could just do one thing at a time. I could do things. It's just one thing. If you try to get me to do 2 things, you run into issues. Things might explode. And did the hydrate? I drew that as well. Lovely. And chat, she can't think and speak at the same time. Well, no. That would be called communicating. That's one thing. If you pair it together, she can think. I think. Therefore, I am. Oh boy, let me get some coffee, as I do have some today. Let's see here. Tasty. And it's not too cold. It's cold coffee. Despite it being cold weather, I decided to opt for cold coffee. I've been, usually at least a few months ago, it was warm coffee, but recently I've been enjoying cold coffee. It's got a special taste to it. And hi, is it conglomerate? I think that's how you say it. Welcome in, and please correct me if I'm wrong. And hi, I'm relatively new in game dev, and I decided to create a simple 2D gun game, kind of Soul Knight-ish, as my first project. Do you think that I should make separate scenes for my bullets and weapons? I would not know too much, just because I'm still learning what needs a scene, what needs something else. If I had to make a suggestion, I'd probably say if you're using Godot, I would recommend using resources to control everything. It's like in an RPG game where you have a lot of different weapons and swords. So if I look at it from that point, you have the default sword, and the default sword has certain values. And one sword might do 200 damage, another sword might do 100 damage. So I'd recommend doing that instead. I can show you a little bit here. Hold on, give me 1 second before we get started. And hi, Moonstar, welcome into stream. Welcome in. If I, super duper quickly, bring you into the programming screen here. And Eris doesn't need guns. She just uses her bare hands. Oh no, what's going on? I removed my own neck. Hold on. What broke? What did I do? Found it. Okay. So to answer the question about swords, I'm making a cafe game where I have different customers. So I made a customer profile, and different customers have different values and different stats, like speed or patience. So I made, if I can find it, a customer profile. Finally. I made a customer profile. If I click on this guy, what you'll be able to see is that there's walking speed, patience speed stats, and that combined, if I go into a Necromancer here, if I can spell Necromancer, if I click on this guy here, you'll be able to see they have different colors, different descriptions, names, fears, and hold on, let me just shimmy slide over here. You can see the different stats. So you would do something like this for your weapons, or your bullets, or your guns. And let me slide back here. And Eris broke my neck without even using her hands. I have not ever once, not ever. And if I go to my different wizards, like a Medimancer, which is a different wizard, M-E-D-I, and I click on this one here, you see they're all different values, but they get treated the same. You can't really see it anymore, but hopefully you can see that behind me. With that said, let's go into the planning screen now, shall we? And Deca, did I say something related to 10? And let's see, did I miss anything? I don't think so. Just the nose picking is what I missed, which is good. Oh boy, with all of that said, today should be a lot of fun. I did get some progress done since Friday, so we are moving along a little bit, and I'm hoping by next week we'll have a lot of progress done, and then we can see things are going well. And what happened? Check. Oh, I see the I get the pun. It took me a second. Oh boy, with that said, we're up with the usual, do the pitch. I'll talk about what I did since Friday, and then we'll get into the UI, alright? With that said, and that's Andy, thanks, of course, thank you for asking. I hope you'll be able to use resources in the futures. Yeah, resources are handy once you learn how to use them. They're a little bit tricky in the beginning, but afterwards, they're a lot of fun. With that said, though, you all stay right where you are, and I was kind of hoping I could make projectiles a sprite property on my weapon resource base. You can change the, what is it called? You can change the sprite depending on the resource. You can certainly do that. I've seen people use different textures for different swords. Yep, that's 100%. I'd recommend resources if I had to name one thing. With that said and done, though, why don't you all get just nice and comfy, stay where you are, no need to go anywhere, though. Really, can you is the question. Like we have a choice. You had a choice. Past tense. What's your hair? It's a little bit up and up. It depends. And we're gonna kidnap Darkboy. No! That would imply someone took you and there's no someone here. All it really is just you, the elevators, and me. And these elevators, you've already pressed the button. I'd say they'll arrive in maybe about a minute or so. And since there's no windows or stairs or doorways or any exits or exits or quick hide in the plants. That would imply the plants aren't made out of concrete. And so, since you have no tools also at your disposal, and we've been also over this where you can't break out of the walls, for the walls too are made out of a material that is unbreakable. Existences. So, since you clearly have some time on your hands, why don't I go ahead and just take this opportune moment to talk about something very, very important that you want to hear all about. Hi, camera. So, since you have some time on your hands, clearly, and hi, Rudy, welcome to the stream, welcome in, and we are doomed. We can't even run. Well, you can run, but there's nowhere to run. So, you know, do you really want to tire yourself out when you could just listen to this wonderful, wonderful elevator pitch? And this elevator pitch is a section I like to do at the beginning of stream, where if you haven't ran into my game before, or haven't been here in quite a while, it gets you up to date, and if it also gives me a chance to get better at explaining things, and a good amount of time. And I'm sure by now you're very much asking, all right, what's this game about? As you're not yelling for help. You're just sitting there, nice and calm, and you're asking, Eris, what game are you talking about? What number? Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game. That's the game I'm making, and that's the game you're here to listen to forever. Not forever. Temporarily. And you can run but not hide. And there's a definition of we've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. You see, here at the office, we like making jokes. As evident by all those names out there saying that they're kidnapped, when clearly they aren't. It's just a joke, everything here. With that said, once the timer reaches 45 seconds, I'll attempt to pitch my game to you. She's getting more business each time. So she's gonna hold this. No, I would never. Nope, nada. I just know the name of the game, the rules of the game, the idea that, oh, hold on. Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, rhythm typing cafe game where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer sent by her necromancy family to a prestigious magical wizard academy. But she doesn't want to become a necromancer. Now, she wants to become a baker, a chef, so she decides to open up a hidden cafe in a part of a school where she serves her fellow wizard customers, her fellow wizard students. The idea behind the game is that not only is it a cafe sim, it's also a rhythm typing game, and it comes into play by the fact that in order to serve customers, you have to type to the beat, you have to summon your food via spellcasting. That's the way magic works around here. And magic also works in the sense of each wizard is ascribed a different flavor. And as you go along in the game, you'll unlock more wizards, unlock more flavors, and at the end of it, you should be able to tell everyone that you don't have to be a necromancer to be successful. You can bake, you can cook, you can show everyone that you can be the bee. I'm running out of words. You know what? 9 out of 10. That one's one that I ran out of things to talk about. That was the issue. I ran out of things to talk about. But I did get everything I wanted to say. And welcome. Did I say that? You know, once the timer reaches a certain amount of points, I just blank out for a second. And I did read that as well. Lovely. And how fast can you speak? Well, the thing is, it's been noted before that speed is not everything, surprisingly. Sometimes the best way to approach someone is slowly, very cautiously, and not go running at them very fast at 100 miles per hour. So you can, instead of going, welcome to Necrotype Cafe, rhythm typing cafe game, you can go, welcome into Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game where the latter might be a little bit of I don't know how approachable that one is. With that said, though, if for whatever reason you weren't convinced, it's so is that so? No, don't do it. And also, hilarious voice from yesterday says otherwise. That was acne, I tell you. With that said, speak is not everything, right? Exactly, yeah. Oh, you know what I forgot to do as well, before I forget. First, let me get off my business suit here. Let me get on my wonderful business associate here, Bobby, for programming things with jingies. Let me bring you into Obsidian here. Click on a transition, and you should be brought to the prototype page. And what if I do exclamation Necrotype, there we go. You should be linked to the prototype, which you can check out. Now, granted, it may be broken. That is why a prototype exists. It's a proof of concept. Once the prototype is done, we move on to making the demo. And once the demo is done, then we move on to making the full game. The hope is that the demo will be released on itch, and the full game will be released on Steam. But we're a bit away from the demo. So right now, we're just making the bare minimum and Bobby for eye candy. Exactly! Isn't he adorable? It makes you just forget about things that, you know, maybe are best left in the past. Let me go ahead and make this enabled. Let me hide you, show you, hide you, show you, good to go. And then let me make sure I also enable the music here. Let's see, double check. This guy should be enabled. Nope, it's not that one. It's this one. There we are. Lovely. Okay, audio should be good. Video should be good. Suit undone. We're good to go. With that said, let's go ahead and try out some calibration. Oh, you know, before I forget as well, let me just do this. And also click on, let's see. That there, and that there, and let me just also put on here, warning, cannot do, oh wait, hold on. There's only 200 characters I can use. Okay, please provide a link to the example of the voice. Yeah, okay, well, we're just gonna remove that. And note, comma, N-O-T-E, no silent, S-I-L-E-N-T, silent voices, M-I-M-E, comma, E-C-T. Okay, there we are. That way there's no mistakes. And hi, Fontanian Waters. Welcome into stream. Welcome back in. I like the colors. It's a pretty set of colors. It's like a blue and a purple, and I like blue and purple. Oh boy. With that said, let's click on calibration here, and let's try to hit space when these reach here. Boo! Destroying my silent voice plans. It was a given, but you know that sometimes if it's not written in the rules, people think, well, it's not in the rule, but here, see, and then you realize, okay, you know what? Fine, I'll put it in there. And hi, okay. Oh, hi, welcome in. Wait, space. She never lets me have any fun. Space. Wait, space. Or wait, space. Wait, space. Wait, space. Wait, space. Wait. Space. There we are. Calibration done. And if that was not true, Padafi, I would have upped the price on the emote redeems. And yeah, see, I've done things. I've been quite generous, even, you could say. Oh boy. If we go to tutorial here, let's give the game a go. What I can do is I can move around with the arrow keys here, and we can move little Gabby. And from there, customer will spawn. So let's go ahead and serve the customer with E. There you go. Go order some food, and then I'll give the food to you. Once they finish reading their book and waving the little arm around to show that, hey, I am ready to order. Let's take their order. And if I hold down space, what it'll say is their order. And a functioning calibration today. Oh boy. Sometimes it depends on the number that you get from the calibration. I've recorded the numbers down somewhere so I can look at them. I don't remember where I put them at, but I think the latest version, so the version in the engine that I'm currently in, is functional, but we'll see. We certainly will see. And welcome into stream, Beatus. Welcome in. Welcome back. With that said, what you'll see here is a little timer for the customer's patience. You'll also see two different colors, like I talked about before in the elevator pitch. It's the idea that each wizard is assigned not only a color, but also a flavor. In this case, Gabby is a necromancer, so her flavor is bitter. And as you go along in the game, you'll unlock more flavors. For example, pyromancers or fire wizards will be in the game, and they'll have the flavor of spicy. So you'll be able to mix two different flavors together to get a flavor combo, and then you'll have to put that flavor together with a dish. In this case, it is a sweet bitter cake. So let's go ahead and make it. And is the Necromancer a wooden doll? Yep, it is. Check, it is. It's supposed to be the idea of how some wizards make constructs. So I don't know what you would call that wizard, but it's like a constructomancer that makes the golems and all of those creatures, the little summoning dudes. And they, what's it called? They outsource the golems to the other wizard departments so that they can be used as experiments or test dummies, things of that nature. But that said, let's go this way. And once we're behind here, we have two flavors and a product. So let's go ahead and grab this sweet flavor from the bookshelf here. And then let's also grab a bitter flavor from the bookshelf here. And also a cake. And now it's time to see how well I am at my own game. If I hold down Q, we'll eventually start the spell casting. Like before with the calibration, once the letter or the symbol reaches the white circle, you press it. If this meter fills up words, then the spell is complete. You did good. However, if this meter fills up, you did bad. You don't want that one filling up. It fills up by missing a lot. And Golemancer? Woo! I could see it being Golemancer. Yeah, like a Golemancer. You make golems, like iron golems, snow golems, things of that nature. Let's see. Close here. Let's give it a go. Okay. A-N-D space W-H-A. Okay. T. Okay. Space I-S space G. D space A N D space T H E space M O M. Okay, E space N E V E R space P N T R S N A T. Oh boy, the C H. There we go. I got a 70%. That was better than last time. Something to note is that these spells, the poetry up here will be changed. This is all placeholders, which is why you see a lot of spaces, because I've been clipping off some of them to make them shorter. And hi, Brandon Sprites. Welcome back into stream. Welcome back in. I like watching the process of how games are made. Me too. I enjoy it. I enjoy seeing the game slowly become something. And I just thought of an item which summons one of those when you're struggling in the normal game, giving you a bit of a breathing room. Ooh, that could be fun to summon a golem. The thing is, I do at one point want to have a skeleton butler. Be it you have to buy him in the shop or do something else, a skeleton butler will happen. I'm not sure when, but I would like a skeleton butler who would take their orders, sit them down, make sure they're waiting, and if a skeleton butler, for example, is next to a customer, the customer's more patient or something like that, I think that could be enjoyable. But also having a little construct as a little worker too, I think that could be a fun idea. And Skelly Butler, yeah. And hi, Slime Software. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And I can't imagine myself not messing up. The thing is, right now, we're not sure what the difficulty is. I want a game that's medium difficulty, so not also level hard, but also not easy enough that you can look down at your keyboard to type. You gotta have a bit of keyboard skills, but not too much. And dig them up yourself. Exactly. Well, hold on. The thing is, in this world, skeletons can either be rented out, they can be made, but there are very good ways to do it, and you don't have to break any laws. This customer here is wiping their mouth, so they're ready to leave. And once they leave, the game is over. What you'll be able to see is that we have a ghost serves, and ghosts exist in the game. Ghosts are your not opponent, they're an antagonist when you have to serve them like you do the customers, but with a different dish. But that's not too important for today, as we won't be touching ghosts. What we'll be working on is this page. Well, if I click on this, oh no, not that, like, hold on. Aha, you here, click on you here. There we go. Okay, we're working on this book here. Not only this book, but the menus as a whole. So you can see the options menu and the book itself. That's what we'll hopefully be updating so that it looks a little bit nicer and we just don't have this placeholder. It's still gonna be placeholder, but a better looking placeholder. Let me go ahead and hide this guy here. I should be able to show you then here. And if I go ahead and enable now the word band there, and then we go ahead and turn up the music here. There we are. And is that girl, hold up. Is that girl in the gray a skeleton? Nope, that's the character here. Hold on, I can show you. This is supposed to be a wooden golem. That's the gray person here. They're made of wood, so no skeleton, nope. Let's see, move that there, and we can lower this down here. So, for the progress done and what we've been doing, why don't I go ahead and give you a look? If we go into programming here, the book has been in the making. I'm hoping by the end of the week, I'll be able to have finished 50% of the new book. I don't know how possible that is, but an attempt will surely be made. And I mean, people can donate their post-death bodies to medical schools. Oh, fair. Can you imagine necromancers do that to help other necromancers along? Or maybe different skeletons, depending on the wizard that was alive, they do different, or they have different attributes or something like that. I could see that being a fun thing. So let's see here. Let's go into book here. If I do book, I should be able to type in new book here, or maybe if I just type in new book, that would help out a little bit more. Here we are, the book scene. And if I go ahead and click on play scene here, this will be the new book. So if I click on run current scene, what you should be able to see is that I also have to click on you here, and then click on you here. There we go. Now with this loaded up, oh, never mind, it's not loaded up. Let me just do this here, oh, if it lets me, that, and then that. There we are, lovely. And hi, Carrie, welcome back in the stream. Welcome in. I do remember that name. And hello, Eris, welcome in. Well, welcome to you as well. And if the flowers are real, you saw nothing, check. You saw nothing, close your eyes. What you'll notice is, if you were here on Friday, something new, we were working on the order placements and order icons, like how you saw before with the two mixed colors, so there was a pink and purple and then a cake icon. I tried around last night, figuring out some icon ideas. I like the new flavor icons, so for example, the two pink ones, so I don't think it would look well if the entire screen had those three symbols together. We can test it. we're gonna have to change the product so the cookie needs to look a little bit different, but I do enjoy the way the stamps look. And I can even show you, and this is another icon I definitely think we have to change. I can show you though, if we click on here, and then I click on here, and then I click on here, and then we go into this guy, I can grab our customer, hold on, this little guy here, and if I set him to be bittersweet, so sweet bitter, we save it, and then we run the book again, you'll see the icon currently that is for the Necromancer's bitter flavor, but I definitely want to change that. And Eric's doing progress outside of stream, yeah, and the game would actually come out in my lifespan, yeah, see? And hi, Ajigal, welcome back into stream, welcome back in. And what's up, how we doing? Is the arting? Is the user interface interfacing? Is the user experience experiencing? Things are moving slowly but surely. You can see here for the Necromancer, right now this is a bone, but it looks more like a weight, and I definitely want to modify that. But what I think we'll do first is change the look of the product icon, as I like the two stamps. I think they're great. The bottom one though, the cookie doesn't look quite nice. So we'll modify that super duper quickly. I think that'll be an easy thing to get out of the way. But what I wanted to talk about is another thing I did last night, and I have no idea what those words mean. And I know, right? How long until she starts accepting code PRs? What's that? And just one step at a time. Yeah, slowly but surely. One other thing we've been working on, and I can show you this as well, is if I close this guy, we bring you into how can I do this? I can do, if we say, how can we do this? Okay, well, I'll bring you into here, our table panel, and in our table panel, let's set this guy up. So I need to look at, what are we looking at? Table icon. Yes, you. Let's change the table icon to have a different look. And code PRs, Git, I see. When you submit code to someone on GitHub projects, that allows them to merge it. I see. Yeah. Oh man, I'm still learning about Git. That is certainly true. We can go into this code here, into our table panel that has its own little code. And what I wanted to do was do an export var, and what I've been doing is I added a new, icons for the different tables. We talked about this before. You know what? I can go ahead and show you as well. If we go into the game here, you saw nothing, and headphones died. No worries at all, but Alfie, no worries at all. I can show you, if we go into level here, look at that. Now the tables have flowers, like Check had mentioned earlier. They help us that with the flowers on the table, you'll be able to know what part in the book assigns to which table. So let's go ahead and add the icons. So not only did I draw the little vases for each of these flowers, I also drew little icons to go beside them. And all 4 of these flowers are very deadly and poisonous. I thought that would be a great motif considering she's a necromancer. And to list the flowers, hold on, let's see. We have, the pink ones are called Hellebore. The blue ones are called, okay, maybe I just do this and that way you can see the flowers, as some of these names are interesting to say the least. The blue one is Delphinium, maybe. And then the white ones are snowberries. And then the yellow ones here are foxgloves. And I fashioned all 4 of those since they're different colors. I thought that could be a fun idea. Let me go ahead and hide this guy here and then subtract you here as well. And what I wanted to do very quickly is I wanted to add the different icons beside each table so that we know for certain which flowers are these. So let's see. I will go ahead and go back into export var here, and we are on our table panel, I believe. That's this guy here. We're gonna do, let's see, class_name, and we're going to call this table, panel, panel. And so what classes are those? They're not classes, they're just icons. So they're just, what is it called? They're decoration. You get the, they've already been put, but they're here to show which is which. It doesn't quite matter. A necromancer can sit at one of these tables and a many-mancer can sit at the next one. As long as they don't eat the flowers, they should be a-okay. Table panel, there we are. And then I'll go ahead and click on you here, and then we'll go ahead and click on you here, and we'll do an export var, and we'll call it a type. There we are. Now, how do we do these types? I think the best way to do it would just be to do the color instead of doing the flower name, because the flower names that might get a little bit confusing. So we'll do type here, and then we'll also do an enum. So let's see, enum, type, and then I just do, I think, is it this for enum? I think, yeah, okay. So we have pink, we have, let's see, blue, we have white, and then we have yellow, Y-E-L-L-O-W, yellow, comma, there. And then we'll set the type default to type equals, or rather it would be type and then type So type equals type, and then type dot, and oh, forgot a space there. Type dot, let's see if this works. Type dot, and we'll just set the default to pink. Now, why is it, oh, I know why. At export. It needs to be, isn't it at export space var? There we are, lovely. And I did read that as well, lovely, lovely. So now we have this set as the pink one. And one other thing we're gonna need to do is to add the icons for our little guys here. So I'm just gonna grab all of these here. Oh, hold on, not those. Grab all of these icons here. We'll drag and drop them into here, and you can see them there too. We have the one for the pink, we have one for blue, we have one for yellow, and we also have one for the white one. And they'll hopefully all appear on screen if we just link everything together. So we have the table for that one, the foxglove, the snowberry. We don't have one for this, so I'll go ahead and drag and drop that. And then all we need is to have a var. This is going to be type to sprite, S-P-R-I-T-E. We'll set this to a dictionary. It's going to be a dictionary of type, T-I-P-E, and then it's going to be a compressed, I believe, it's a compressed texture 2D. It gives MC Color Dyes vibes. What do you mean by color dyes? As in she dyed these herself? It could be a fun idea to allow the player to change the colors of some of these or do other things, but that would be out of scope. But I do like the idea. I've never been a fan of games that allow decoration, since the decoration never felt like it fit quite well, but I wouldn't be opposed to it, as I do like it. Sometimes, some games sparingly do it in the way I enjoy. And Minecraft, oh, I see. Yeah, I can see it being Minecraft colored dyes. I thought you meant MC as in main character. We'll set that there, and then equal it there, and then go ahead and do this guy here. And then we'll set it to type.pink, so type.pink, and then we'll do you, and then we'll do you. And this is going to be our hello boy. Let's see, table, I'll just do this. This is way easier. There you go. And hi, I'ma do it. Welcome back into stream. Welcome in. And you ever use Copilot for boilerplate code or cleanup? It's really helped me. To be fair, I am a software engineer, so I read and understand all of it. Never heard of Copilot. I have no idea what that is. Let's see. Duplicate those guys there, and then we do 1, 2, and then we do, let's see, 3, and then we do 4. So this guy here, Snowberry, and then we do pink. And blue is going to be not a snowberry. It's going to be this one. Our white one I know for certain is snowberry. And then our foxglove is a yellow. There we are. Save all of those there. And then on startup, so now we do, let's see, function, and then we do function ready. And what we say is we set now our sprite depending on what type was chosen. So we need to not only do at export var, we also need to grab this table icon. I don't think we already have it. I don't think so. So we drag and drop now our table icon here, grab this little guy, and now we say on our function ready, and let me go down a little bit more. Now we say table icon dot sprite, or is it texture? Texture equals, and then we go type to sprite. So type to sprite, and then we grab our type. There we are. And that should hopefully allow us to add some color a little bit here and there. And the default shall be the pink one. And if we go ahead and save the game, we go back into our book. Hopefully now, on runtime, the book will show us the little flower right there. And oh, you know what we forgot as well? We forgot to hide the image here so that it's not shown. And today I learned that I can't code and listen to Air's code because I end up writing what Air's is saying instead of what I want to. Oh boy, that does sound about right. It takes a certain amount of focus for me to be able to sit in a call and program while someone else is also doing the same thing and speaking aloud and typing the certain letters. I find myself typing those words too. Let's see. If I click on you here, click on you here. Oh yes, we need to go to this rectangle here and we need to lower the alpha. That way that guy gets that there. Lovely. Okay, now let's go into the book and see if the flower pops up. If I click on run current scene for our book, we should see the flower as the little icon, and we do. The only issue with these is that the icon doesn't, I think we need some sort of outline to show what certain things are. Well, I enjoy the idea, yeah, we need some sort of background. And this video makes me, the video she makes definitely helps me understand GDScript. I'm always so glad to hear. Yes, Jared, and welcome to the stream as well. Welcome in. That's nice to hear. That's so sweet. I enjoy doing Godot because it's the thing of, once you understand the rules, then you can do a few things. But the issue is, once you understand a few rules, you can do a few things. So it's a thing of, use your power wisely. I think we're going to need to have a little bit of a nicer outline or something of the sorts for this guy, as I like him, he's okay, but something's off here. It doesn't look as nice as it could. So let's go ahead and, oh, I forgot to open up the taskbar too, but it's fine. Let's go ahead and do a little bit of redesign on the UI and modify it a little bit. I think that might be a good use of time, or at least making some sort of panel or some sort of outline. I think that's good. So we'll go ahead, we'll go into draw here. And, oh, actually, I just realized there's no draw because there's no, hold on, there we go. Sprite's not open. I need to open up Sprite first. That would be super important. And I'm gonna use GDScript to take over the world. At some point, I think it's possible if you put your heart and soul into it. I definitely think it's possible. Now or next year, not too sure, but I think eventually you could do it if you believe hard enough. Let me grab this guy here, our flower sprites. Let me show in File Manager. That way I can grab them and open them up in Sprite. So we have this here, and then let me now bring you into Sprite. And something of note too is that the flower sprites, I had to move up by 2 pixels to account for the, what is it called? To account for the, let me find it on the game, to account for the Z index. So whether the player or the customers can stand in front of it or behind it. I fixed this by moving it up 2 pixels, and that makes the game think, ah, yes, clearly your base starts here and not here. So that worked out in my favor. It was a easy enough fix. It's just moving everything up a little bit. So here's the flowers in a little bit more detail. We have that one there. We have this one here. We got this little guy here, and we got this one here. They're all in the same base, but just a little different in colors. Let me go ahead and enable our taskbar here. And then let me go into here, click on that, and then go to here. So what we need to do is design UI. DESIG, design ORDER, order UI. There we are. That shall be the goal. Design order UI. I'll set you there. And we need to do something a little different, as the idea I had, it looks nice in some areas. And my throat, hold on. Do that there, and then we're all good to go now. And looking good and tasty. The flowers, I made sure all of these flowers were highly poisonous because the whole point is that they're deadly, but they're pretty. You're not supposed to eat them, check. That's the #1 rule. Oh boy. I like the stamp of the book. I think that works out well. I'm not too sure about this icon here, but I think it's fine. The icon to show the icon of the flower. I think what we need is some sort of borders. And we also need to fix this. I thought it looked nice initially when I was drawing it, but then I realized too soon that, nope, not too pretty. So we'll go ahead and we'll do File, New here, and then we'll paste our image here so that I can grab the colors. And I'm thinking this will make it easier to know what it'll look like afterwards, as I just eyeballed it for the most part, and I'm realizing maybe not the best idea to do. We'll grab our flavor sprites. We'll open them up in File Manager here, so flavor sprite stamps, and these guys here, and then we also have our dish sprites, so show in File Manager here, and then we'll go ahead and double click on you, and that's this guy. And yummy rock cookies. Oh boy, let's see if we can make them feel a little bit tastier. I'm realizing this guy here is 16 by 16, but the flavor stamps are not 16 by 16. Maybe that's why they look better. They're 32 by 32, but the cookie's not 32 by 32. So I think let's just start off by doing a sprite. Let's make the sprite a little bit bigger. So I think this would be 200. Yeah, 32 by 32. After that, we'll save. We'll go ahead and slide. Oh, you can't see it, can you? Hold on. I close this preview. And then if I go into Edit, Preferences, and I click on View here, Apply, click Apply, and then click OK. And now I do View, and I go to Preview here, Preview. Yes, you can see it now. Lovely. Let's go ahead and modify this to maybe bring it up to par with what's going on for our cookies. So, or not our cookies, but our flavors. I'll just go ahead and double click on this guy, make a new layer, paste this guy. Oh, hold on. Double click on you, copy you, and let's just fix this up a little bit. And hi, Rodrigo. Welcome into the stream. Welcome back in. We'll do that there. We'll then go ahead and erase this little heart since we don't need the little heart. And we'll also need to know the color of the background. I think that'll make a big difference. So I'll go ahead and do a new layer here, call it the background. And let's just quickly modify this so we can program with eyes. Eyes, quite nice. So let's see. We grab that there, grab that there. I thought this color would look good, but as I'm looking at it more, nope, not too nice. Maybe if we go for a darker color, then I thought this color would work, but it doesn't look quite good. Maybe if we go for this color instead, and if we were just to, oh, hold on, grab our cookie here, that's not too good either. So let's start off by making this like a dark, maybe a darker purple, something that's not too saturated, make it feel like it is some sort of ink. So I'll grab the Necromancer purple, maybe make it a little bit grayer. Then we'll go back to our stamp here. And let's see if we can find a nice stamp color to use. There's this color here we can use, which is not too bad. We can maybe make it a little bit fainter. And I'm using the black and white to check the grayscale values as well. And I don't want to put too much focus on this, but I do want it to look nice so that I can look at it and not weep every time I see it. We can do that there. I think that purple's good. We'll do that purple. I quite like that purple. And then after that purple, we'll just go to 50% and then put this in to make it look like it's blending in, but I don't think that's quite blending in. So let's see, 50% here. Yeah, it's definitely not blending in. Let's duplicate this guy, hide this guy, grab this guy here, grab all of these, delete them, then go to this layer here, grab them all, then go to this layer here, grab that 50% and fill them all in, and that should look a little bit better. And then we can go ahead and just hide these guys and then delete them. And now we have our outline, so stamp, S-T-A-M-P, stamp outline, O-U-T, O-U-T-L-I-N-E. There we are. Though, I don't know if I want the stamp outline to be circular like the other ones. Maybe we can make it more of a square instead. Or, yeah, let's do a square, possibly. So let's see if we can quickly do that. That would be adding a little bit of an edge here, maybe making it a little bit rounder, so something like that there, I think might work out a little bit better. So something about there, and then we can erase these edges here. Maybe a little bit of the edges in here. And, okay, I'm back. What's the goblin doing? Hoomst, I ask you. Hoomst! But welcome back in, Banafi. Welcome back in. Right now, we're modifying the outline so it doesn't look as wonky as it did before. As I think in some areas it works, some areas not so much. So we're making a little bit of a different change to hopefully add a little bit of pizzazz. Now that we have these areas, I'll go ahead and just duplicate this just to make sure we have a backup if need be. I'll go ahead then, and I can erase this area. And hi, Captain McFriendly. Welcome in. Double E-E, always getting edgy. Welcome in. I hope you've had a lovely one. We'll go ahead and erase this area here. Erase a little bit of this area here. We'll erase some of this area here, and maybe a little bit of this area here. Actually, let's erase it up here. There we go. It gives it, hopefully, a more faded look. We can also go here and here for a bit, and up and down and up. Good. The cookie low-key looks like a stain on the page. That's what I wanted to go for. Like coffee stains, I think, could be fun to do, but it doesn't look, something looks off, and I don't want that. I want it to feel nice, and I definitely think it's just the colors that feel a little bit off. Let's go ahead then and go for about 50%, and then I can just go in here, erase, and put this down, and we'll just add a little bit of anti-aliasing along the edges to hopefully smooth things out so it doesn't feel as angry when everything is other way. So I can erase you, put you down, erase you, put you down, erase you, put you down. We can then erase you, put you down here. We can erase a bit of you here, there. And I'm smoothing them out in hopes that it looks more organized, or not organized, looks more organic. And it doesn't look important right now. Oh, that's good then. That's good. Yeah. And hi, Hollow. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. I realize that. Yeah, it looks off. Everything looks nice, but then you go to the cookie, and the cookie doesn't look like it could be delicious. And while we don't want it to be delicious looking because you don't want to eat the paper, we do want a little bit of pizzazz. So we're gonna do something like this, I think. And then we have this little cookie here, and that cookie, yeah, we have a cookie, we have a cocoa, and we have a cake, but that doesn't feel quite. Something's off about it. So we'll grab our stamp outline here, and then we'll redo them, as I think they need redoing. And how goes the UI? Pretty good. You can see this is the UI for the book, but one of these things is not like the other. So we're updating this UI to look a little bit more like these two, as they're supposed to be icons that allow the player to know what they need to get, and should totally do procedural stamps. What's a procedural stamp, Banafi, if you don't mind me asking? We'll go ahead and also delete these guys here, so don't need cake, don't need cocoa, don't need cookie. There we go. And hello, purpley purple. Hi, lazy love. I have no idea of this purpley purple you speak of, but I shall say hello nonetheless, for you have appeared, and I see her name. Welcome in. We'll go ahead and save this guy here, and we don't. Can you elaborate? Check, did I said looks like it doesn't look like it's important right now. Yeah, that's the issue. That's what we're trying to fix. Maybe I mispronounced it or said it incorrectly in my speech. We'll go here to cookie. And our cookie guy here, let's update him just a smidge. Let's see, cookie icon. What's a nice, ooh, you know what? Let's do that. I quite like that cookie icon. It looks adorable. And then we'll go ahead and just grab this guy here, maybe about here. We can then cut out a little bit of a chunk of it, so something about here. And we're doing this very quickly because the hope is that this is temporary. We just want something nice to look at. That's the reason why we do a little bit of pizzazz, but not too much. Not too much that we get attached to the idea and think, okay, maybe I don't want to change it, as A lot of these things are subject to change, but we want something nice to look at in the meantime. Maybe we can do this here for a mouth bite, but I think this is fine. Something like this here. We can add a little bit of a curve there and a little bit of a curve here. Maybe a little bit of a curve there, though that doesn't look like a cookie anymore, so you know what? We take it back. And wow, nice, thank you. Fancy and creative. Thank you. We'll go ahead then and add 3 circles here, so a dot here. We'll add a little bit of a tiny, I think, dot here, so we can do something like this, and this. And maybe we don't do that, and we just stick to 3 dots here. I think that looks a little bit better. Maybe even a super big dot here, so something like that. And then maybe we can remove you there, and there. So something like that I think is fine. And that's quite a streak. I'm glad you enjoy it. And that's kind of gross, but whatever. Hold on now. What do you mean by that, Jack? I'll go ahead and erase this guy then. Let's see. Erase you here and you here. Oh, hold on. This here. And these guys can get erased for. We're just looking for the outline of this guy. So erase you there, erase you there. Erase a little bit more here and here. And a little bit of something here and there. So we'll go ahead and remove you. And I'm wondering if there's a way we can have a basic stamp when the stamps aren't present. I think that would be our best bet to go. Some basic background if it doesn't appear. And isn't that a bitten cookie? It is a bitten cookie. Is that why it looks gross? It's because it looks like a bitten cookie. Hold on, we can change this. We can improve it. We can also remove these corners so that it looks a little bit more curved. I'm looking at some, what is it? These bitten cookies, and they look adorable, but you're right. Maybe we don't go for the bitten cookie. Can't that be gross if someone ate it? It's an icon. It's supposed to be a little stamp she puts in her book to show what customers want to eat. And she blew up another planet. No, I assure you, this is just a cookie stamp. It's not been eaten yet. And it's still good to go. You don't have to replace it. We'll erase that too, and then erase that then, and here, and maybe add a little bit of this here, and something like that. And no, bitten's fine. Oh no. Oh boy. The way you say it makes me wonder, is it truly? We'll do that guy there, and then we'll add a little bit here, and then maybe we can do that there to make it look a little bit more of a bitten bit. And then maybe we can move this guy over here, add that there, and then remove this here and there to maybe make it look a little bit more bitten. And then we can add in a few more dots, maybe dot. Though that does not look like a cookie. Mentally eaten in spirit. Indeed, I don't think it looks like a cookie. Unfortunately, something's off about it, and I don't know what. So maybe we don't. And bitten bit, sitting fire. Oh boy, I don't know why it doesn't look like a cookie, unfortunately. Maybe if we just do this, maybe it can look more like a cookie if we just erase the dots here. No, something looks off about it. Something does not look good. What if we just do this stamp here? Hold on, this stamp here, and then we go ahead and just do this here, and then we erase, do a little bit bigger again, and do bigger here, something like that there, and then we do a few lines here, so maybe something like, let's see, maybe the lines would go about here and here, add a little bit of a dot there, something like that, and then we do a few cookie bits, so cookie here, and a cookie here. There, cookie. Looks like a cookie now? We'll go ahead and erase that here, so maybe we can do this, but I don't know if it'll make it look more like a cookie or less like a cookie. If we do this here, that there, and then we erase all of these guys so it feels possibly, perhaps, perchance, more like a cookie. We can select that guy, undo, and select that guy like that, and ugh, and use the word cookie with S chunks and out of IE, huh? It looks like the moon now. There's no winning through losing, is there? Oh boy. We'll go ahead and erase this, and I'd rather a moon than something even worse. We'll go ahead and grab the stamp outline that we have here. I'll grab this color, hopefully, or actually, I don't think that's the color. We'll just do about halfway here. Grab our cookie, and now we can go in and start to round this out a little bit so that it's not too harsh. We can add these bits around the edges to make it look more rounded. So a bit here, we can erase this guy here, move that to about here, put that there, erase this guy, put that there, erase that guy, put that there. Add these few guys here and there, and I think the inner circle should be filled. Sure thing, Fountainian Waters. We can certainly give that a go. We'll add that there, move that there, and you're saying these inner bits. Let's add maybe the corners here for the extra areas to look a little bit rounded, and then we'll fill in the insides. So maybe that there, and then fill in this guy here, and here. I could see that working, yeah. When you look at this and you think, do you think cookie? I definitely see, now that moon has been mentioned, I can't unsee moon. We'll grab this here, and then we'll copy you, paste you here. Maybe if it were multiple dots on the cookie, so maybe if we do a lot of different dots here, maybe if we add a dot here, maybe another dot here. Cookie. That there, maybe add that there. Now it looks like a spider. Oh, that's not good. You know what? We'll keep it for now. Again, don't want to be too big on the details since this is temporary. We just need something that looks decent to look at. So I'll just move this guy here. I'll move that guy there. And cookie study. Funny enough, we have done a cookie study. That's how we made our cookie sprites in Cookier. All the cookies. We'll go ahead and hide our cookie now. Let's do the cocoa. The cocoa is just hot cocoa. And we just need a cup. So let's see. If I go ahead and make a small cup here and we do this here, let's start off by adding a little bit of a platter for our cup. So maybe we can erase this guy here. Add a little bit more of a platter. Just a simple little guy here. Platter bit, maybe even a little bit more for the platter area, something there, and there. Add a little bit more here and here. And then we need our cup, so we can do something like this about there-ish. Add a little bit of a cup detail here. We can then maybe even make it taller a smidge, round this guy out so it looks like a little mug. Then maybe what we can do, and I'm not sure how you would draw a little skull here. Maybe this would be a little skull, and then this guy up here, and add a little bit more up there. And then a skull would be 4 lines. So something like, I think, that would make it look like a skull, though. I think it would have to be flipped the opposite way. So for now, you know what? Let's just do a... I can see the nose. I mean, I can see the face there with the little N. Oh, you know what? That does look nice. I can see that. Okay, let's do that then. We'll make it look like a little happy face, and then a little happy face that's got a little bit of drip down, and then maybe we can add that there, and then maybe a little bit here and here, and then add that guy there. Yeah, hot cocoa. Don't you want a sip of that? And then we'll go ahead and make you a little bit bigger here, a little bit bigger there for the stem part. Though we might have to modify you just a smidge, as this doesn't quite feel centered. So maybe if we move you, oh, hold on. Select you, move you up a little bit more, about to there-ish. Maybe there can work for our hot cocoa. Select you, move you up a little bit more there. There we go. And we can also add possibly a little bit back here to show that this is part of the dish. So maybe a little line there. Or nah, you know what? Let's keep it simple. Something there. And I look away for 10 seconds and now the cookie is the face of agony. Maybe steam? Oh, yeah, steam. Steam's a great idea. Let's see. Maybe we can add a little bit of steam here. A little bit of steam here, and the issue is we're running out of space, but it's possible to do a little bit of steam here. There we go, a little bit of steam. And then let's go and back and just add our anti-aliasing bits. So put one here, maybe a little bit here. We can add one here. Maybe we can erase that guy, put that guy there. Put that guy there, add a little bit there. We can then erase you here, put you there, erase you there, put you there. Erase a bit of there. Maybe a little bit of 2 lines here. Erase you, put you there, and maybe erase you here. Erase you here, erase you there. And nice, thank you. I do enjoy these, so these are fun, these little doodles. I just want to make sure that I don't go too overboard, because I can, and have many times. We'll add that in there, and then we'll add this in here, and add this in here. And already the ad break. See, I told you, it doesn't even feel like an hour yet. Okay, we'll keep going with these, since these aren't the main part of the stream. So we'll be back on the ad break. Trying to get as much as we can. So let's see. Erase that guy, put that guy there, erase that guy, put that guy there, and then we'll erase that guy, put that guy there, and erase that guy and put that guy there. Okay, that's the hot cocoa done. Let's now do the cake. But before that, because I didn't think, what's the word I'm looking for? Nope, I forget it. I wanted to get water. That's what I was going to say. Water is all nice and tasty and good to go. With that said, let me get a little bit of coffee now. Tasty too. We are good on coffee, we are good on water, and do I dare go for the additional lemonade? I don't think that would taste quite good. No, Banafi, this is not the time for you to have a snack break. Oh boy. But that said, let's go ahead and do some stretches. I thought we would skip these, but they feel nicer. You should be following the coffee up with water instead. Really? I haven't heard that one before. Is it because of how bitter the coffee is? Or what's the science behind that one? We'll start off by making our neck go to the right. Make sure to do these slowly. Don't want to break anything. If you do, I should not be held liable. Speak to a lawyer and a doctor. We'll go here a little bit. And then we'll go to the left a little bit. And then we'll go back a little bit. And then we'll go forward a little bit. And cleanses the palate and prevents coffee staining teeth. I have never heard of that before. Hold on. Okay. A sip of coffee. Okay. And then a sip of water. Nope, bad idea. Very bad idea. It tastes awful, but snack breaks are great. Can't even have a snack in this household. They must be approved. I mean, at this point, you're just what is it called? Smuggling. You're smuggling them in. I can't, it's not like I can check you at the door. Let's go to the turn here. You can hold this for about a minute, but we don't have time for a minute. And then we can go down a little bit here. And she's got too used to following water with coffee. Poor Goblin helps. I do water then coffee, not coffee then water. It's something about it. It cleanses my palate for the coffee taste. Let's go to the left a little bit. Hold it for a smidge or two. And then go down. Though, then again, my coffee today is more on the bitter side because I used instant coffee. Maybe that's why it doesn't taste good. Maybe if the coffee were more neutral, it wouldn't taste as bad if I followed it up with water. And I hate how many fluids I require. Why do you say that? I'm gonna do it. I think fluids are lovely and tasty. And water is even lovelier. And is grilled cheese loud? Yeah. I agree with that one. Grilled cheese is nice and tasty. Nope, I'm not even gonna say it. I think it is a great idea. We'll just go with that. With that said, let me go ahead and grab my pen as our breaks are just about up. So we'll finish this off with cake, and then I think what we'll do is maybe we have to have a separator or do something so that these orders don't feel weird. And welcome back from the ad break. Welcome back in. And hi, Chapel. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And did you just put the boiling water into the instant coffee? I did. I do know that if you do the water at room temperature first, it's less, what's the word I'm looking for? If you do it with room temperature water, it won't burn the coffee, giving it a bitter taste. But today's the day where I wanted some bitter tasting coffee. I wanted a little bit of I wanted bittersweet, you could say. Not bitter, but bittersweet. I wanted to go for more of a bittery taste, but I do know you can tone it down. And the bitter taste comes from the coffee being burnt when you pour the boiling, but I can do normal and then, yeah, and are you for me? No. Oh boy, let's see. We need to do our little cake here. So for our cake, let's see, if I just type into here, cake icon, what do we get? Cake icon here. Let's see. There's a little bit of a, what is it called? We could do, well, there's cupcakes and then there's cakes. Yeah, and we're not looking for cupcakes. This is a full cake, and a cupcake could be an entirely different dish. So we'll just do a cake slice. So let's see. Grab that here, save that there. This one shouldn't be too bad. I think we just need to go for a bit of a slice here and then add a cherry on top. Go for that guy there, get that guy there, then go, and adding room temperature first doesn't burn the instant coffee. Yeah, it's wild how just a small difference like changing the temperature makes it taste different entirely. I remember finding out that tip when the whipped coffee was all the craze and everyone was thinking, oh man, look at this cool thing. And it was a thing that wasn't new, but it was new to a lot of people, and it was tasty figuring out you could whip some coffee together, and some people started adding honey. Oh, that was crazy, I tell you. Let's see. You there. We can make it go diagonal a little bit about down here. Maybe make it spread out a little bit wider here, or do something more there. I think that looks a little bit better. And if it's one thing I definitely want to make sure is added into my game, it's going to be cheesecake. At least once. And honey makes everything better. True. You know what? I can't disagree with that one. I do agree. Let's see. We can now add a little cherry. And what I'll do is I'll do this color here first to show where the cherry will go. And then we'll go and add, we either add a different circle here, or we do this guy here, we do that, and then we remove that there, and that can work. We can add that there, and then add this here, maybe remove that there, though I like the little round bit, and then we just add a little bit of a cherry. So something like that can go there, and there. Little cherry. And it was crazy. I once saw honey fix a broken marriage. And what is it? Honey, I'm home, and then not having any honey to come home to. I could see that being a terrible, terrible thing. We'll go ahead and erase you there, put you here. Oh, hold on, put you here, put you here. We'll also add you maybe here and here. We'll erase you, put you there. We'll erase you, put you here. Maybe erase you, put you here. Maybe erase you, put you there. Maybe put a little bit here, maybe here. And I'm doing these a little bit randomly, but I'm also looking up there to see if it rounds out anything. We could probably put one there and there. We could also probably add in one here, maybe. Add one in there, add a few in here. and then maybe also one there, and we can call it a day on the cake icon. Lovely. And okay, if honey glaze are tasty, I don't even like anchovies. I take it back, honey doesn't make everything better. But yeah, exactly. Anchovies make everything worse. I agree 100%. What I want to do is that I want to have an icon show if nothing is here, if nothing's present on the screen. So first, let's start off by just exporting these guys, make sure that they look nice in game, and then we'll add a separator. Let's do those two things. So I'll go ahead, I'll click export as. Oh, no, hold on. I have a plugin for this, and I don't think I've linked it yet, but it's a plugin called Gatsby. And hold on, I have to hide this so you can see. This plugin allows you to export layers and their different names. And I enjoy it if I'm making a lot of different assets like this where they're on top of each other. So I can just export in layers and they take care of the names and everything as well. And I think that's just so neat. So see, file format, all of those guys, good to go. Export everything there. We exported 7 files. And then I just go into my file folder here, delete the files that we don't need. Let's see, this is going to be our dish stamps. And if I go ahead and click on you here, we sort by type here. We have dish stamp for Cocoa Cookie, and then we have these guys here, which we don't need, so I can just delete you, and can also delete the background here. And then I can bring you back into A-Sprite, and let's take a look at the sprites in the game now. But is it the anchovies making the honey worse, or is the honey making the anchovies better? Oh no! An unstoppable object means an immovable force. That's what that question feels like. Let's go into here and hi, Banana Nanarima. Welcome back in. And look at all that cake. Nice and tasty, I tell you. What you can see is, hopefully, if I click on a sprite, or not a sprite, if I click on Godot, it should update the icon. Click, and we don't get the updated icon. Hold on, let me just make sure. Something's off. Is this? Oh, you know what I just realized? It's because these guys aren't merged together. We have to merge them. They're not merged. So what I have to do is I have to duplicate the stamp outline, and then I have to merge the cake with the other outline. So hold on, give me 1 second here. I know what I did. And then I have to grab that one, and then I have to do this guy and move them to here, make sure you're visible here. And then I have to duplicate this one more time and grab the cookie one here, merge you down there. And now we should be good to go. If I go ahead and now do file and we export with scripts in the Gatsby, export in terms of layers, export you. And now I go back to the files. I go and open you here. I then delete once again these stamps that we don't need. So dish stamps all of you guys there. Now back into here, and now we got a little stamp. Look at it. That's just a little guy. I like it. I think it works out for now. And are you? Oh boy. And the worse makes the better worse. The worse makes it worser. I want to try adding some sort of outline to show, hey, this stamp is currently in use, or it's currently being placed. Some sort of something that shows the different separations, as these 3 icons would be one table. And you know what we can do actually to understand it a little bit more? If I go ahead and close this, we go back into our script. If we go into our table panel, we go into this guy, and I just grab this here, and I delete this guy, so we do double of them. So I duplicate you here. If I run the book now, which should give you a reason why I think adding a little bit of separation would be a great idea. If I click on run this program here, look how they're bunched together. This is supposed to be 2 different customer orders, but it's not quite clear, I'd say, that they're 2 separate orders. So I think adding some sort of border would be a good idea, as well as adding maybe like a border underneath the flower to show the different areas. I think would also be a good one. Now, I know there's different ways to do it. For example, there's this thing called like a 9-patch something that allows you to change the border size, but that's a lot. And I don't think that's quite needed. It might be needed though. I'm not opposed to it, and we'll see how that goes. So with that said, let me go ahead. We'll go back in here. Let's see if we can figure out a good background. I need to go to sleep. Bye. Thanks for stopping by, Fountain Waters. Thank you for stopping by. Let me click on draw here, and let's see. I can go ahead and now delete this guy here, since we don't need those 2. Now, for our background, that's what I'm thinking needs to change. So we have our cake here, but if the background's this color, and this color is appearing here, I want to have some other color that pops up if either the cookie's not on there or it is on there. So some sort of, let's see if it does let me draw on here. Oh, it does. Look at that. Oh, that's so neat. Okay, I want to have some sort of border here, I'm thinking, and then a border here. And then maybe even have this entire thing in a border, and then a little bit of space. And then this entire thing in another border. And then there's a spot here that shows, hey, things go here. And another thing that shows, so just borders everywhere. And then this guy also have a border, so they all have a different spot. I think that is what I'd like to go for. The question is though, with the current UI system that we have, is that possible, or do we have to do something else? And what I'm wondering as well is there a way we could just do it so we don't have to worry about separating all of them? If, for example, we know that these things are going to be certain sizes, instead of just doing... Oh, I don't know if I like that though. Oh boy. What I'm thinking is, instead of making separate borders, what if we just made one big image with all the spots already there? And then depending on what's filled in, we just add or remove. So we just make a menu already filled in and modify it from there. The issue is, I'm not sure if that menu would work well. But that is an idea. And it feels like a duct tapey idea, but it is an idea nonetheless. And to figure out what we would need to do for that idea, let's see if we can grab the sizing of everything. So if I go into, let's see here. I click on you, back into programming here. We would need to know the size of this panel and then go from there. So if we go into our customer table panel here, whatever size this guy is what the image would be. The only issue is, should we make a new image? It might not look nice. What we can say is, if we change this guy to be, and but no, let's see, if we make this into a 2D, or a sprite, so hold on, it should not be that, it should be sprite 2D, or is there, okay, hold on. Textured, sprite 2D is blue. We don't want blue, we want green. Is there a sprite color for green, or is there something that would be for green if I change the type? What do we have for green nodes? As we do need a green one. There's a container, but container's not the one we're looking for. Are we looking for some sort of maybe image container? There's a panel container. That could be one. I think it might be the one we're looking for. There's a color rectangle and canvas. Canvas does the entire screen. I don't think canvas is the one we're looking for, because a canvas layer will do everything everywhere, and we only want a certain area to be it. It might be the panel that I'm thinking of. If I click on this guy here, it will give us a panel, but then we can go to theme override styles, and then we can change the style box. I think that's what we can do for this guy here. So there's style box flat, for example, and then we can do style box texture, and then we can change the texture, and I think that'll work, and it'll be our background guy. So now what we would need to do is first grab the size of this. So it's 435 by 175. So in Sprite, I make a file, I go new, I make a, what was the numbers? 435, I think, 435, hold on, 435 by 175. 435, 175. Oh, hold on, 175. And what I'm thinking is, with this guy here, we just color in the different areas. And this seems like that's what I'm saying, Manafi. It feels very duct tapey. And, duct tapey. I don't know how I feel about it, but is the solution I can think of without changing everything to account for having borders and non-borders. That's my issue, is that aside from this, we'd have to go back and add borders around these guys, so something to go underneath it. And that I didn't even think that would need to be added. So I don't know about that one. Next up, what we would do is we could add an area here, fill this in, and then if we go in and we erase the corner, so I just do this guy here, we go to reset symmetry to center. I can then zoom into here so you can see the areas. We'll go ahead and we can just erase these bits around the edges here. And yeah, this feels very duct tapey, and I would like to have a better solution. But the good news is, hopefully, because the game is so small, it won't be too much of a bad thing. If it had larger scope, then this might be a terrible... No, this is a bad idea. I know that going into this, this is definitely not the most optimal solution, and it probably is. It may just a high likelihood that this will be very bad in the long run. But for the things we need, if we only need one of those things, I don't think it'll be too bad. If this is the only place we use it at, good. But if are those even necessary? The background, or can you elaborate what you mean, Jack, a little bit? Let's see, we'll do this guy here, we do this guy up here, and then we do this guy here. And I just wanted to add an outline for this area. So something like this, hold on, something like this here. There we go. And we can maybe round it out. So maybe we can do this guy here. Maybe erase that there, erase some of these guys here, and then have this guy go halfway, and have you go that way, and then have you go here and here. And hopefully make it look like a little rounded area, because if I save this guy and we call it the table order background table, table, BG, table underscore BG underscore order, hold on, ORDER underscore PANL panel. We go ahead and just save that guy. And then if we were to export this, so export as, hold on, export as, if it lets me, export as, we export this guy, and then I bring you back into programming here. Then the hope is that I would just be able to go to our style box texture, grab this texture, drag it into it, and now we would have a texture around our area. The only thing is, if this texture looks nice with our other things. So if I were to save this guy, we go into here, we go into play, you can see the texture. We'll have to maybe modify it a bit here or there depending on the book, but if this doesn't seem too bad considering everything else, especially if we were to go back into our left order page here and we were to duplicate this panel guy, so do something like, hold on, like this, and we delete you here, so we would delete that guy there. We make that first panel the pink color, this one could be the blue color, save it. If we run the book, it would look a little something like this. If it loads, oh, hold on. Oh, I see color rectangle. Yes, you need to be a panel container now, don't you? Panel container. There you go. Save it, close it here. Okay, now try again, book. Now that you should be hopefully fixed. Yes, okay. And if I click on you here for Godot, and I click on you here and you here, you should now be able to see it. It will look a little something like this. Granted, I think we'd either have to remove the border color and we'll have to modify this a little bit, but I do think it adds more separation and we would just have to tweak the colors a little bit here and there. But all in all, this doesn't look too bad as it did before. And I could even grab a before and after. We can modify the colors a little bit more. So let's see, I'll grab this guy here, bring us back into you here. And if I enable PRF, that definitely looks a lot better than this. Adding the different areas, we would just need to modify the colors a little bit more and do a few more things. But all in all, definitely not too bad. It feels nicer than this area. We would have to add a separated area somewhere in between here. All in all, not too shabby. What we can do is first remove that outline border as I don't like it. I end up not liking it. We can remove that there, save that there. And the only thing that would concern me is that we can't modify or we don't know where the sprites go, which is the bad thing. And we would also need to have a certain color for the background. And those two above the cookies are flavor icons. Yep. They're supposed to represent sweet, and this is supposed to represent bitter. And so you get the combination of sweet, bitter cookie. What's the hope, though? If it doesn't look like it explains itself, that's not good, and we would need to modify it. I definitely want to redo the bitter one, but I do like the sweet one. The idea is that Gabby, when she takes orders, she stamps it down into her book, and that's why these little stamps are here to represent the stamping idea. So let's see. Yeah, let's remove the border. We already did that. And then I want to also add an area to the different parts. The only issue is just figuring out where those parts are. And also we would need to figure out a good background color that would go well with this. We could just do the highlight colors here. That would work out. So we would need to have this background color. And then it's just a matter of figuring out where this background color goes. So if I go back into here, where does the background color go? Here. This is one square, but it's definitely not that square. So this is where the bad duct tapey part comes into play as, well, if I did this correctly and we use the right methods, and I thought they described the wizards themselves for some reason, they are the wizards. Each wizard is represented by a color. So the idea is that if you see the representation of the Necromancer, so this color here and this icon, then you know, yes, bitter, because it's a Necromancer color. If you see this and this little heart, that's sweet because it's Medimancer. It's supposed to, the reason why we use the symbols and the colors is to hopefully get the player into the mindset of what represents what, which should hopefully in the long run make things easier to understand at a glance. So for example, in the game, you know for certain that if a Necromancer comes into the world, comes into the cafe, they're going to 100% want something bitter. Now, whether it's bitter or bittersweet, you don't know. But at the very least, you know that they want something bitter. So it can help you plan a little bit more. This is 1, 2, 3. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's remove one more of these guys here. Slide you on over. And then we'll just do a check again and just make sure and then go from there. Let's see, I think we can also erase, and it makes sense. I'm glad it does. That's always nice to hear. As sometimes I'm not too sure if it does or does not. So that's nice to know that it does. We'll grab this color as well. Maybe we'll go a little bit halfway here and try to see about rounding things out. So save that guy. We'll then file and export again. Let's see how this looks in the game. And if it does look not too bad, then we can, oh, it does not look too bad. Oh, hold on. We're getting somewhere here. Granted, I know for certain that this is probably going to have to be tweaked a lot, but look at this. Doesn't that look a lot nicer than what we just had a second ago? Let me make this a little bit bigger so you can see the comparison as well. If I make that a little bit bigger, yeah, removing the borders, making it a little bit rounder, definitely. And place the flavor on the desk beforehand. You can't place the flavor on the desk, but you can place it on the background cafe desk. So you could set it up back here on this desk, if that's what you're talking about, but you wouldn't be able to set it on right beside the customer already. That could be a funny or silly upgrade. I definitely know I want to add prep stations or a shelf where you can have already made orders up here. So you can have a few bitters while you're waiting on downtime. I do enjoy games that allow you to have stuff to do while you're waiting for customers. It's why we have this little table here that allows you to place down items should you need them. With that said, let's go back into this book here. I'll go ahead and end the game because we don't need it. Let's see if we can figure out how to separate the area. Now, the question is, or rather, depending on the background, we could also change the color, so it's not too bad of a thing. We would just need to have the separation. So let's start off by figuring out where the areas go, what breaks there are, and then we can go from there. So I'll go back into here. We'll do with this guy here. We'll do a new layer, and let's try to eyeball this as best we can. No, you know what I just realized as well? We don't have to eyeball it because the game gives us the sizes exactly. Never mind then. Lovely. Okay, so for example, I know for certain that this size customer order container, if I also bring you into here, I can show you. We know the exact sizes. We don't have to close our eyes and guess around. I know that this guaranteed, this size here is a guaranteed 163 by 155. And we just have to move them around. So it's 163, 155. There's like a 2 pixel difference. So this is possible to do. The thing is, I'm noticing this, I can't tell if that's 1 pixel or how many pixels that is. That looks like a singular pixel, so it's gonna be a little bit different. And these guys are definitely too scaled up, and that was the thing, the worry about pixels. And oh, I see you. Don't think I don't see you. I see that. We also need to remove that apparently. Hold on, let me just very quickly do that. So let's think of, yeah, I'm not looking for this game to be polished, but I would like it to be my best effort. Not my over-the-top, overachiever effort, but I want to make something. So I'm not too worried about it being pristine and clean, since this is also the beginning of me making games, and I definitely would like to come back to this game in the future, should I have time for it. And if I do file export as, and all of this here, let's make sure you are now fixed. Lovely. Okay, and now let's grab our customer container area here. Let's check our layout. It's about 163 by 155. So let's go back into draw here, 163. And I did read this well, lovely. And 163, 155. Oh, I see. How can you even plan? Oh, got ya. Yeah. There's a little, what is it? A little table here, but, oh, you can't see it. Hold on, I'm bringing you everywhere so much. I explained this earlier, but just in case, yeah, this table here allows you to put dishes or flavors. I'd like to make an entire shelf of these little guys here, so you're able to put things down while you're waiting. Let's go back into draw here, and the sizing on this book is going to be, let's see, yeah. I don't mean to bring you left and right and up and down. Oh boy. Well, now we're back here where we need to be, and we're going to make sure that the panel area here for this guy is 163 by 155. So I'll do a file, I'll do a new, we'll do 163, or 155. I think that's what it was, right? 163, 155. We'll then change the color to a wacky color here. Oh, hold on. A wacky color here, copy you, move you over to here, remove all of these guys here, save it, the new layer, paste this guy down, and what do we get? That's not too bad. That's not too bad of an area here. I'll move it up, I think, to make it more even. Let's just double check if I do here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And this is, let's see, a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Lovely. Okay. And after that, I believe there's about a 4 area separation. So if I just go here, I slide this over, and then we go, let's see, if I do this guy here, I believe it's about 4 of a difference. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see. Well, actually, if it's 4, probably 5, 6, 7, 8. That'll probably be the spacing. We'll go ahead and save this. If this does work the way I do think it will, then, well, I know this is gonna be painful should I need to update it. But for now, it works. So we're going with it. If it works, it works. So we'll go back to our program again, and let's see if this guy works the way I think it will. So export you here, go back into you here, and would you look at that? It does. We are getting the exact area that we need. So we would just, hold on. We would just need to make this sky here a bit bigger, but for the most part, it is working. So we just need to make this smaller a smidge, add a little bit of a border again, and it's working. Now we just need to know this exact area of this guy here, which again, shouldn't be too hard since we can go into our area here. Or hold on, which area do we have to go into? This one here. We see that there. And this guy here is a total of 73 wide by 155 tall. So let's go back into here. 73, 155. 73, 155. New 73, 155. 155. There we go. 73, 155. Fill that in. Copy you here. Go back into, well, remove you here. Don't need you. Nope. And we go back into here. Paste you down. We can slide you down a little bit more. Make sure you're aligned about just right. You need to go down by 1. And if I quickly check this, I'm gonna guess it's about 8 pixels again, since these two were separated by 8. Yeah, you look about to be 8 again. So we'll slide this over and then count. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I believe would be the area here. I won't flip you back and forth this time. I'll just do a quick check on my own. So we'll see save, export as, do an export here for you here. And the fun part about having this background as well is we'll be able to change the look of the backgrounds depending on the table too. So it wouldn't have to always be the certain color depending on what it is. Since we know now that the areas do work and we can see it, and I can also show you this way, that way transitions don't have to happen, I can show you it like this. It does work. We can see that all of the areas. So now what I would want to do is increase the edges just a little bit here. Probably going to have to do it by 2 pixels if I'm guessing. Each of these is doubled. So 2 pixels in the top, 2 pixels, well, actually 2 pixels everywhere, really. A little bit here, a little bit there. The good news is that if we do our areas, so if I go back to here and here, you can see the stamps don't cover the edges, which is good. So maybe we don't have to do the areas around. We would just have to select the bits here, and I think that would be good. We would just select the areas in between. So with that said, and what that means is we can close this guy, don't save this guy here. We're going to need to split this guy apart and then go from the separated sections. So that's going to be this guy across, and this is 163. Oh no, that's an uneven number. That's never good, but that's fine. We'll then add another layer here, and let's see if we can find the separation. So I'm gonna just guess it's about here, and then hold on, grab you here, do some of that there, and then do this here, and then move you there. Oh, hold on, and then that there. Then I'll go ahead and save it, export it, do a quick check, and slowly but surely, and no, going forward too, we're only ever gonna do this here, and then going forward, I now know that the outlines, and I would need to account for them to have outline areas. So this is fixing this problem because it is a first time. But after this, I know now going forward to account for the outlines, and we won't have to hopefully do this menu idea. So let's see, go back into here, go to file, export again, export as, and we get, let's see, that there, that gets removed a little bit. We need it to be removed about 2 more. So increase this guy here, and we'll do about, let's see, 2 there. And then we go over here, hold down control, make sure you're saved, file, export, and we're just slowly getting there, which is nice. And probably actually 1 more. So do erase here, and then erase here, and do one of these guys, save it here. And whatever we do for one, we can also do for the other, so that's good to go. File, export as, you there, export. Check back here. Yeah, that's about right, I'd say. Maybe a little bit more on some areas, but all in all, maybe 1 or 2 more here and here. So erase this guy here and there, save it. Oh, I forgot to export as well. So say file, export as, you there. Go back to here. Yeah, I can see this working out, something like this. And then we would need to have the, well, actually, I think you're probably 2 more pixels. Hold on, not going for pixel perfect here. And hi, Blood Cruise Nick, welcome back into stream. Welcome back in. Remember, folks, to take a break, save, stretch, hydrate, and consume all the food if you haven't in a while. I agree with all of those things, and welcome in. Consuming, hydrating, breaking, stretching, I like all of those. Welcome back in. What great advice. Let's see, we can go ahead and export this again, export, and just double checking the sizing here. Yep, okay, that is exactly what we want. Now we would just need the separator and the other guy. So let's start off by figuring out the separator. I'm gonna take a strike at it being here and here, because these two I think are the same sizes. This is a total of, hold on, This is a total of, if it lets me, 79 by 75. This is a total of 82. I see. Something's off a little bit here. Yeah, now this might be a little bit tricky because this square and that square are not the right size. This is 79 by 75. This is 82. So it's 79. That means you would have to go 79, 82, 81, 80, 79. I think that would be 79. So we'll grab that there. And this should be 79 by 75. 79 by 75. Save. Go ahead and file export. Export as. Export you there. And then if I go back into you here. Yep. That is about the edging it should be able to do. Though I'm noticing as I'm clicking on here, a little bit of an issue is, if I bring you back into our programming tab, the issue is that these guys aren't centered. And if I could get them centered, that would be great. So let's see. Flip, layout, keep aspect size. Yeah, is there a way to do, that says keep aspect centered. Keep centered, keep aspect centered. I don't think there is a way to center this. Maybe if we go here and do alignment center, and then do alignment center on here, so alignment center there, but I don't think that'll change it, unfortunately. If we go back to our book here, yeah, that does not change it, which is unfortunate, but that's okay. That's all right. We'll go back into draw here, and then we'll go and figure out the last box, which is going to be the box at the bottom here. So I'm just going to, as a guess, drag this guy down here, and then slide him over to about the middle. I'd say is about maybe there-ish. If I had to guess, let's see. We have, if I do you here, oh, hold on. If I grab you here, and we do from you to you here, we have a total of 37. I'm checking the number down here. It's a little bit tricky to see. Maybe if I make this guy shorter, so if I just grab my A sprite and move you up a smidge about here, you should be able to see it a little bit better. This one is 37 by 1, and then I'll just go over here and do the same. So this should hopefully be 37 by 1. Yes. So if my calculations are in the right ballpark, if I do a file export, export as, export there, we go back into here. Yes, they are surrounding as I'd like. And the last but not least is going to be our table area. So the table bit there. If I do this, you should be able to see it. There's a box around this one, box around this one. The only issue is that they're not centered, but you know what? That's okay. Oh boy, that'll be fine. We could add, hold on. I guess we could do a bit of a modification. For example, add a little bit of spacing on these sides. That's possible. If anything too, we could add okay, you know what? We can fix this. We can fix this being a little bit too big and we can add an edge. Let's see if I can do this the way I think it should be done. Let's go back to programming here. And if we were to just make this customer order container and we change it to being, or rather we add in a color rectangle for our controller or our container, we add that as a child here, this guy. If we set this guy to be as big as possible, and then we'll just do this guy here for that area, I'll then grab the color that we have, or I guess it's a clear color if we up the transparency, or nope, it's just this color. Got ya. That's a-okay and fine. We'll make this color here just so we can see, maybe this kind of peachy color. And with that said, I'm going to change this guy to be a margin container. First though, I'll save it. Go ahead and save what progress we have so that if need be, this changes the UI, we do have a backup. So I'll go ahead and do here, adding UI art. There we are. We'll do commit and we'll do push and sync, do all of those things. And now that we have a backup guaranteed, I'm going to change this guy into a margin container. So if I do change type here, then do margin container here, margin container. And then I were to, let's see, double check. This also has to be set to a margin container. So margin container, there, save it. We can make sure this guy here is as big as it will possibly get. Full rectangle, that is not what we want, unfortunately. It's like this already. Let's just double check to see if it's still functional. Okay, it's not breaking. Lastly, I wanted to go to our theme overrides and I wanted to set these to be about 10 each. But if I do that, interesting. If I save you there, then go back to here. Yeah, see, it throws it off entirely because now of its margin container. Though, truth be told, I do like how that looks a lot better than it being at the very, very top. We would just have to slide things over a smidge, which isn't too bad. So, you know what? I'm not too opposed to that if we just slide things over a little bit, because it now gives us more space to work with. So, we'll keep it. The issue, well, actually, never mind. We need to add spaces on the extra areas, don't we? So I take it back. Let's not, hit the microphone there a little bit. Let's not do that. we need to add spacing between these edges here. And that, I don't think will be too bad. We just have to go to this HBox container, for example, and add in a control node here. And this will be our R spacer, so R SPACER. And you can see right away, by adding that little spacer, it adds to the other area. So we just grab an R spacer here, and then we would grab an L spacer. So we would need to go about, I think here, would it be? Let's see. This is the H box, so it would be about here. There we are, L spacer. So L SPACER. And now they have edges, and we could add a little bit more too, which is a good idea. It's nice to know. We can add a spacer here at the bottom too. So I can just go down here, and below our order rectangle or order container, now we have a B spacer. So let's see, B SPACER, B spacer, and we could just add a T spacer. So copy you again, paste you here. We'll do T SPACER, and I believe this T spacer should be taking up as much space as it can be as well. I think these are all good to go. Expand. Oh, I see. Got ya. Hold on. It's not doing it as I thought, so let's modify these a little bit more. We'll remove that there, remove that there. Make sure our spacer is actually expanding as much as it can. And then also this left spacer also expanding as much as it can. So let's see, you there, expand as much as you can there. And then we'll make sure that your sizing is less. So we go to theme here, oh no, container sizing here. We'll do like a 0.1, I think. Yeah, 0.1 on there. And then let's go to the R spacer, do that as well. So it'll be 0.1, so 0.1, that there, that gives us spacing on those sides. And now we just need the bottom spacer now to be about 0.1. So we'll do that there as well, container sizing. 0.1, there we go. That looks nice, maybe a little bit less, so like 0.05 could work out a little bit better. And now we would need the top spacer, and we'll do about 0.05 as well. And hi, the Voltic Ace, welcome back into stream, welcome in. Hello, Eris, I hope you've been well. I have indeedy. UI has been a bit of a pain. However, it always feels like at some point after, once you understand it's fun in the sense of designing, painful in the sense of adding invisible areas so that the other parts can't go into their parts. So you get some, you take some, but welcome in, and I'm happy to have you here. There we go, look at that. That's a lot better spacing than what this is here. I do like this a lot. We can't see it, hold on. Yeah, so this is what it was before, where the edges were touching the square, and now look at it what it is afterwards. There's a bit of spacing going on everywhere. So if I save this guy now, and we go back to our panel here, I like that a lot better than what we had. And if I go ahead as well and just hide this color rectangle, what you should be able to see is our areas now being a little bit neater. We can now move these guys up, down, and around a little bit though. I definitely think we can lower some of these. For example, we can lower this guy down so he doesn't move as much and maybe make these guys go up a little bit more. I'd like them to be in the center of this container. That's what I'd like. So let's see if we can add maybe a middle spacer, make this middle spacer bigger so it pushes everything up and down. So if we go back into this customer container here and we go into, let's see, we have that spacer, we have you. Let's add in possibly here an M spacer. So an M spacer for our middle spacer, SPACER, M spacer. And if we just add that, just as a test, you can see how everything got pushed. Let's make it a little bit bigger so that these things will hopefully go in the center, and then we can slide these guys over. So we can slowly over time get them in the right areas we need them to be. So if I go back to layout here, we go to container sizing. Let's try making this like a 0.8. See how the, okay, never mind. A 1. How about, okay, not a 1. 0.5. How about that? Okay, 0.25. How about that? Maybe 0.4. No, hold on. That needs to be less. Never mind. 0.1. There we go. Maybe something like that instead. We go back to here. We check. They could be a little bit bigger. So maybe 0.15. Could see. Save it. Go back here. We get, yeah, they look about centered. They could go up a little bit more, but again, I'm not too worried about it being pixel perfect. We could probably get away with 0.2, let's see, 0.2 will probably be our best bet. So if we go back into here, yeah, I'd say that's our best bet. These guys now need to be slid over, and that's not too painful to do. We would just have to slide them over using our HBox container, I believe. And if we just go to theme override here and go to separation, never mind. We have to make the center guy bigger. So we go back into here, our spacer. If we update the spacer to be larger, so if we go back to here and make it wider, I see. Okay, so we don't want it to shrink in size. Maybe 0.3 is a good enough number that it's in the center. I'd say that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay, we'll stick with this then. And now that we know where our edges of our container are at, we can modify this clean this up. And also now we just need to have an area for this. So depending on what the flower is, we can have different overlays, which I think could be a fun idea. So we'll save this. I'll go ahead and grab the screenshot so I can show you the before and after. So initially what it looked like was, and I could actually bring you now into, I was about to say pure, I can bring you back into Sprite, and I can give you a bit of a better look at why we did it, as I want to have a little bit of detailing. What you can see is these areas were touching the edge of the white square, and now they're not. They have a bit of spacing in between all of their rectangles. And I'm doing that because I want to add like a bit of a frame or a place where you can put your stamps at. So I like this idea. Now we would just need to add a circle here. And I think lastly, we would also have to add some sort of spacer here or some sort of line to show that there is a difference between the two, which shouldn't be too bad. Though now that I'm looking at this, might have to modify it a little bit by either making this guy smaller, that way we can have more spacing here, or do something else, but we'll see. With that said, I'll go ahead and save this here, and then we'll go back into here. And what I'd like to do, yeah, is if we could slide this guy over by like 2, make this guy smaller, that way we can have more spacing here. We can add some sort of line or some sort of vine or some sort of something else. That way it doesn't feel too bad. And what we know right away is that everything here is doubled when it goes into the Godot. So if we want something to look like 1 pixel, we would have to make it 2 wide. And if we look here, this is not 2 wide. This is like 3 wide. Well, I mean, I guess maybe if we did something like that. So let's see. Let's tweak this a little bit. And we're not going for something pretty, but we're looking for something that does look nice to look at. So you can go with here first. We can do page background. So page background can go here. Next up, for example, what we can do and say is this color here, I believe, is the page background, or are you? You're not. Good, lovely. So that's our page background. This then is our outline of our page. So we can say a section, S-C-C-T-I-O-N, section, O-U-T-L-I-N-E, section outline. And then this here would be our order area. So order area. There we are, order area. And then if we fill these guys in, that would create an order area. And if we hide that guy, that's what I want it to look like. An area where you would put down the object at. That's why I'm creating all the spacing areas. However, I would want to make it maybe a little bit nicer to look at instead. So we'll see about possibly grabbing this color and then just modifying a little bit around these edges. So let's see here. I would go about maybe 50% or not even 50%. I would just modify these areas there. And then we could grab the 50% color. So let's see. I can hide you. And hello, most energetic YouTuber. Welcome in. Is it Sluia? Possibly. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but welcome in. And thank you. What a compliment to say. We'll also go ahead and erase this guy here. And maybe if we use the 2 idea of it being bigger pixels, that might make it feel nicer to look at if we know it's 2 by 2. So I'm gonna zoom in here, and whatever we do here, I'll just modify and clean up for the other guy. So let's see. I'll erase this guy here, erase this guy here, erase this guy here. And then we'll go ahead and erase this guy here, erase this guy here, and erase this guy here. And then we can, yep, that's good. And if that is the case, right, we know that this guy gets erased. Well, if we go back to our page background here, this guy gets erased, this guy gets erased, and this guy gets erased. So we'll look a little bit more something like that. So with that said, let me make sure that this guy is symmetrical like that. And then we can erase this here, and all of these guys, our little corner boils here. And after that, now we can make sure to do our part way. So if I now go to our 50% here and we were to grab it, I'm just gonna use this here. And now we can erase that, grab that. So we'll put you here, erase you here, and erase you here. This one feels a little bit off, so let's just erase you there and save it. And you really love this show? I do indeed. It's a lot of fun, and I've always wanted to make games, so the fact that I now get to just work and make games all at the same time, what more could you want? It's a lot of fun in the sense of, yeah, I have things I want to do, and people want to watch the things that I do, and it's always so sweet, and I tell you. Oh boy, let's see. So we have this edge here. I like that idea. This is still staying within our grid. We'll go ahead and we'll grab our, and actually hold on. Before that too, let me make sure we also do our section area so that we know what area to look at. So I'll grab this color here, make it a little bit darker here. And hi, you're awesome. Thank you, how sweet. Let's see. I'll go ahead and, oh, hold on. Remove these guys now here. Let's make you, and I'm happy for you, Ears. Thank you as well. You're all so sweet, I tell you. Let's see. I'll make this a little bit smaller, and we get to be helpful and interrupt. Yeah. Oh, and isn't that the fun of it? Being productive sometimes, but also getting to be a little bit silly. And we're just incapable of escaping. Calm down now, Banafi. Hold on now. There is always escape, except for when you're stuck in the elevator. That's the only time when escape doesn't, escape doesn't work out quite well. But I can certainly say, how do you know? I just haven't escaped before, and my attempts were futile. So I realized I should just make sure that anyone else who comes to this elevator realm with me know that there's no escape, and it's okay because you get out after you pay your due in time. Like jail. But the good kind, in the sense of it's obligatory relaxation. Isn't that sweet? Let's see. Hide that there, and hide you there and there. And I wanted to get rid of you here. This is our order border. O-R-D-E-R. Oh, that's order border. O-R-D, order, B-O-B, border. Order border. There we are. Our order border. And this is our actual order border. So let's see. Order border. And then this is our section outline. This is our page background. Let's see. Section border. S-E-C-T-I-O-N B-O-A-R-D-E-R. Section border there. And then let's go ahead and make this our slot area. Stamp. S-T-A-M-P. Stamp. A-R-E-A-S. Stamp areas. And Aurora Borealis. Let's see. And I just realized as well, this is wrong. This is supposed to be the order border. O-R-D-E-R, B-O-R. Order, B-O-R-D-E-R. Order border. And then you are supposed to be our stamp areas. Then we can go ahead and slide this guy up a bit more and then enable you. And now we can do things. And I'm thinking as well, we'll go ahead and grab this guy. Make you also half and half and just go along this area here and also make sure you look a little fun. So we can do this here, go here, go here. And hopefully we can make these look like they're slowly blending in with the space. So we can go ahead and erase you there, there, and there. And then we can go ahead and erase you here, here, and here. Add you there, there, and there. And then one more time, just erase you here. Oh, hold on, here, here, and here. Place you there, there, and there. Save you to be that. And now we can grab our stamp areas, copy you. And this is where I think, what's the word I'm looking of? This is where I think having this as its own sprite would be a much better idea, but because of the way I made my UI, it would be a lot of work as I'd have to go back and redesign everything to have an area for borders in the background. So that's why I'm doing it this way. But no, going forward, I'm going to make sure I do it the way it's usually done, like common way. But since I didn't go about this the common way, I had to think of a hacky way to do it. And I don't enjoy it, but I'm glad I was able to come up with something. Aurora Borealis localized in the stream. Oh, I think I said welcome to you earlier than the member, but welcome in again. I'll save this guy here. Now, if I go ahead and hide our order border, and we hide our section border, what you should be able to see is a little something like this. And now, just showing you what the hope was, if I grab our stamp areas, we go ahead and just slide this over. So we grab our order border, hold on, copy you here, and we slide you over, so copy, paste. Slide you on over so that you're in the areas we should see. And it would be a good idea. Unfortunately, that requires work. It does. And I don't know about you, but I'm ready to move on after 2 to 3 months of working on UI. I enjoy it, but I want to work on fun, silly animations for cookies. And how long have you been making games? I've been making games for about 2 years. The first year I made a game where I made a game in 24 hours. So anytime I worked on it, I started a timer. And this is the second game I've ever made. So I'm still very much a beginner. And this game I've been working on since the August before last year. So a year and some changes has been what this game has been. And what's next anyways? Next on the menu of things to work on after the UI, or do you mean the next game? And pain, yeah. All of it, I tell you. If we go ahead and save this guy now, we go ahead and hide all of these. If I then click File, Export, Export again, click on you there, Export. We go then back into our guy. We should be able to see a pretty nice, nifty looking UI now. It looks a lot better than it did before, I'd say at the very least. This is what we started off with. And now, hopefully, it can have a little bit of a nicer look if we go back to our book here. We then go ahead and click on our play book page. And yeah, after UI, I see, after UI, we get to work more on UI. And as in, we have to do the tutorial. So after UI, we do the tutorial update, since the tutorial will show off what you can do with the book. And then after that, well, why don't I show you? Since I do have it on the board here. I can bring you into our planning screen here, as I did write this out. I don't know when this will be completed time-wise, but let's see. Let's go through these together. We have this plan, we have this plan, we have this plan. Here we are. No, I'm trying to stay. This plan, this plan, this plan. Here we are. Here's the roadmap. So after we do the UI, then it will be the tutorial, then it will be solving the bugs, and if we should have it, then power up system. After that, more bugs, and then we can remove all the prototype art and also remove all the musical art, which will bring us into the demo. And once the demo's done, then we get to add a lot of extra things like the additional wizards and the additional flavors. And it looks cute. Thank you. And will the tutorial include ghosts? Yes, it will. Yes, indeed. Right now, the ghosts don't have a tutorial, so that's also something else that will be added to the tutorial. Ghosts you can try out if you know what you're doing. But since that would mean modifying the tutorial, I left it out of the tutorial so that we can have the tutorial updated. Let me bring you back into programming here. And with that said, one of the UI frying out of the UI frying pan and into the UI fire. It looks cute. Thank you. I'm glad. Oh no, you mean in terms of pain? I say no. Wow, that one makes a lot of sense. Oh boy, I'm thinking something like this. So maybe we modify the colors a little bit more. Maybe make this a darker color. I do like this. This is looking a lot nicer than it did before. Though I think we could modify it a little bit more. I don't want to go too pretty, too clean. But I think we could do a darker color for the background a little bit. I'll bring you into draw here. We can zoom out. So we started off with this, and I'll slide this up just so we can remember where we came from. So this was the beginning. At the beginning of the stream, you can ignore these square bits here. And now we're about something like here. And I definitely think that's nicer to look at. Though I think we need to have a separation for either the table areas or something else. I'm not too sure if this is if it explains enough what the customers are looking at, what they see. But that said, let's see. I want to make this color darker, so the darker page color. So if we just go to here, does this look nicer if it's this color instead for this background bit here? And I just fill that in. We do something like that there. I save, I export super duper quickly to do a super duper quick check. Let's see here. Slide you over, click on export there, and then we click on you there. And let's see. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I think I like the lighter one better. Maybe if we do a darker color or something, but yeah, I don't know about that one. I think the lighter one, tricky. That's tricky. Which one do you think you prefer? The lighter one or the darker one? We'll be adding a background to the icons as well, but if this is the color of background of the table icons, I mean, I think I like the lighter one better. The lighter one doesn't feel as harsh on the eyes. And it looks serviceable. Yeah, we're going for serviceable. Something functional. Doesn't have to look yellow. We don't want bad. What was bad was something like this cookie. That right there was an obvious bad. And the darker one? Interesting. Maybe it's the colors that are off. You know what? What if we choose the book color? So this background color. Maybe that's key. Let's give that one a go too. So if I go to here, I grab the book color. What if it's a super duper dark color? Okay, that's a little bit super duper dark. But let's just see. Let's feel it out. I also need to make sure this color here is this color here. Oh, hold on. Space, enter. Do that there. Save it about here. And if we do file, export as, if it's a super duper dark color, how does that one feel? Okay, nope, definitely not that one. And I like the darker one for contrast. Interesting. Yeah, I thought maybe, oh, actually, you know what? I take it back. This isn't the darker one I want. I want this darker. This color here is the darker one I want. So undo that, fill in that. This, I do like this brown. This is one of my favorite ones. So if we do that there, do about halfway, fill that in there, save it, and then we file export. If it's this color, what about this one? It feels not too dark enough, but yeah, I like this one. We'll go with this one. This is the one we'll go with. It's a compromise as it's super dark, but I still think, I think I like this one the best. I think I like this one the best. If I zoom up a little bit so you can see the 3 different ones. This one's the lightest, this one's darker, and I do like how this one feels like a really dark color. I do like that. Maybe the issue is we'd have to make the, what is it called? The areas darker too to reflect on it maybe a little bit. And maybe because the flower is dark and the heart is bright, the contrast makes it look nice. And yeah, that works. Yeah, I agree. We could see, or you know what I can do? Actually, is I have this guy copied, so I can just do file, I can do a new, and then we can check the contrast. So if I paste this in here and then I go for the black and white, what you can see is the contrast. So this is the dark area around, and then we have the out of all of these, the bone's the darkest color. The flower here too, but we can ignore the flower. These guys will have their own background. I'm just focusing on this area for now. So the thing of, if I copy you, does this allow me to choose its own colors if I do file and then new here? Will that do what I hope it'll do? It does! And then if we go for grayscale here too, yeah, this one feels, it makes everything blend in more when it's super duper light. And nose, and maybe I do that as well. Lovely, lovely. Yeah, this would be the light in black and white, so this one here, and then this would be the dark one in black and white. And I definitely like how the contrast feels, and it makes me wonder, if we were to make these guys, so these panel areas darker, would that feel nicer? I do like, yeah, I think that's the issue, is that because the page is this color already, we'd have to make it a different color, like this color instead. So that's to say, what if we made these tan colors the colors of the back page? So something like this here, and then we were to do the halfway color, so something about there-ish maybe, and then, oh, hold on, that bottom corner didn't get added as an area, hold on. Let's do that there, and then we'll also add you as a little corner guy, and then we'll add you as a little corner guy, and then we'll add you as a little corner guy, and add you as a little corner guy. And you know what I just realized as well? I hadn't planned on this, but wouldn't it be a cool special effect if these guys glowed a little bit and they had a little bit of animation like a shimmy shine? That would look neat. The thing is, I didn't make these into advanced sprites because they were just still images, but can you imagine the idea, since these are stamps, these are special stamps that maybe after customer orders, they vanish and that's why you don't have to redo the stamps, but Gabby would stamp it down, it has a little bit of shiny effect as you go over like a seal, and then once the customers leave, the seal goes away and it's back to being a basic looking paper. I like that idea. However, that would require, no, it wouldn't require too much paint. I have done the shimmy shine effect before, but it is yeah, I'd have to think about it, but I think that could be a fun idea. It would make it look nicer, and it would also draw attention to the idea that these guys here have a little bit of special something going on. That said, I'm going to save this guy to a file and export, and then export as, and scope! Yes, indeed, check! The thing is though, this is just for the looks, just for the aesthetic, in the sense of it looks pretty, but it doesn't serve anything. So that would be something I would just tweak on my own, most certainly. And I'm looking at this now, and I'm realizing, yeah, I think the brighter colors worked a lot better than the darker colors. You can see that putting that into the book, definitely, it's either that, or we would have to change the colors of these guys here. The thing is, I want to do my best to make the colors similar to what is the color on the, what is it called? Colors in the bottles. That way you wouldn't get confused. So I would have to change, I would either have to change the color to look a little bit different to fit and have to go, no worries at all, check, thanks for stopping by. And good luck with not stumbling all those stamps, and have a good one, people. Thank you for stopping by, check, I hope you have a lovely one. But that said, for example here, this color, if I made this the background, we'd be able to see it doesn't look quite nice because of the contrast. And if we go to our flavor stamps here, you'd also be able to see if I add a background here. Also, too, not the nicest. The contrast, not too good. And hi, Nitro. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. So, if I wanted to modify this, I would go to grayscale. I would then grab our pink here, and I would make it a little bit darker. So I might do File, Edit, and then go to Adjustments here, change the brightness and contrast. Maybe up the contrast a little bit, lower the contrast. Maybe up the brightness a little bit to make it about this color here. I think would be a nicer one. I would click OK, and then we could see that would be the pink instead. That would look a little bit nicer. And how are you? I'm doing great. It's always a fun day when I get to do some programming and a little bit of art here and there for my game. So I'm doing lovely. I hope you can say the same as well. And if we go ahead and hide this guy, show this guy again, we go back to our file here. I'll click on this guy. We enable our grayscale. And I do like doing this. It feels fun when I don't know what's going to happen when I change the brightness and contrast. And your English is so good, really. Oh, sweet. I feel like half the time I'm slurring my words together, and other half times my mispronunciation goes out the window and I just do start blah 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 blah. But thank you. And programming and a little bit of art of the way around this stream. Well, the thing is, we're working on UI. We're doing the things we need to do. We could do a darker seal here and then do this guy here. That would look, I think, a little bit nicer than the one we have. We can go ahead and save this guy. We'll go ahead then and do the dish stamps too. So here again, we would just want to change the stamp color. If I go to our cake here, we then go to grayscale, and I see that, Bobby, I see that. We'll see the saving and exporting and all of those guys to the, what is it called? Once the ad breaks do start. So I just want to change the contrast so that all of these do look nicer, and then we'll export them, take a look at them again. So let's see, export, brightness and contrast. Up the contrast maybe, lower the contrast, up the contrast, lower the brightness so we get a little bit of a clearer stamp. So the stamp color should look like this instead of what we see already up there. So if my color theory, and if I've been learning how to do these things correctly, once we upload this back to the book, everything should look a lot nicer across the board because the colors have been updated to add contrast. Instead of it being very faint, hopefully now, because you can see cake, you can see it. But if I hide it and show the cocoa, for example, very hard to see. So we just swap all of these guys around and they should be a lot nicer to look at. So I'll grab this guy here, I'll grab this guy, and we'll go ahead and grab all these files, and then after the ad break, I should be done by then, so we'll do that now. It'll run, and I'll set up all the files, and then I'll show it off afterwards. That way you don't have to sit around here and watch me messing around with more files, and how billions years old. That's all I can give ya. Let's see, do that there, and we'll do you here, so we'll fill you in here, oh, hold on, fill you in there, I see. Fill you in here, and oh, I think we're good there. There and there should be good to go. So that's that there, that's this here, yep, that's that there. And then now we're lastly needing the cookie. So I can go ahead and fill this in here. So fill that in, and then fill this in, and then fill that in, and then fill this in and this in. There we are. That's our cookie. And that should be all 3 of them. With that said, now I just have to remove all of these layers here, and then do the same thing with the other one. So I'll go ahead and save this. I'll then do file export as. We'll save all of them, and then I'll remove the backgrounds. So I should just be able to go into our files here, stamp files, let's see. Files here, yes indeedy. I should then be able to look, and this specifically is our table, or no, this is our dish stamp. So dish stamp for cake, cocoa, cookie. Let's see, yeah, all our dish stamps, that's cake, that's cocoa, that's cookie. But then we have, oh, hold on, move by type. There we are, lovely. Okay, so our dish stamps here. I see, but something's off. I'm not seeing the names of the stamps. Hold your horses. If I just double check, yes, this is our dish stamps, and then it should be these. Oh, I know why. I didn't do the entire export. Got ya. Okay, hold on, because if I did export here and I did export as, it's just going to be the dish stamp PNG. Is that what I did? Did I do it incorrectly? I think so. Hold on, dish stamps. Yep, that's what I did. Or delete that, remove that. We don't need that. If it lets me delete it. Okay, good. And now if I do file export as, yeah, okay. So I do instead the, what is it, the plugin I use, which is the Gatsby one. And then I do you here, export layers, export all of you guys. And now I delete the grayscale layer, the stamp outline, the background, all of those guys that we don't need. I wish there was a way to modify it, but the good news is this already saves me a lot of work when it comes to exporting. So I can't complain too much, truly. I'll go ahead and delete the background here. And then I'll go ahead and delete this guy here, this guy here. So now we just have the 3 dish stamp outlines. With that said, we save this guy. And now we just need to also add, and I remove, actually, no, we'll keep this in here just to show the differences. Let's grab this flavor stamp now, and we need to export these guys. So again, I use my Gatsby, and we don't need this background, which we shouldn't need. So file, export, let's see, scripts, and then Gatsby, and then export layers. We should be able to then do that. Export the 4 layers, and now I just need to delete layer 1 from the downloads. Let's see, layer 1, this is going to be layer 1, and also the grayscale layer. Don't need you 2, and that should be good to go. Okay, so when the ad breaks are up, which should be about 10-ish seconds, we'll be able to see the full reveal and see if the contrast and changing those things allowed us to get a nicer look at everything. So while that's going, and while we have about 8 seconds left, let me get a little bit of coffee here. Coffee's always so tasty. And welcome back from the ad break. Welcome back in. With that said, why don't we go ahead and do the big reveal? I have not seen it yet, so you'll get the same view as me. I'll go ahead and bring you into Godot so you can also see it update if I click on that guy there. So when I click into Godot, it should change entirely. And hi Eska, welcome into stream, welcome in. Hey, how are we doing, chat? I hope the chat's doing lovely. So let's see. Once I click Godot, it should update everything. Click, and we get, look at that. That definitely updates it a little bit. I think the stamp now looks nicer, though the, what is it called? Oh, hold on, something's off here. Our Necromancer sprite is not the same as that sprite. Something's off with the naming there, which is okay, and that's all right. All that means is just we have to go, and that's why these 2 felt off compared to that one. They're still the older ones, so to fix that, super duper easy. Let's just go to our table panel, I believe. Then we go to customer order container, this guy here, and then our code here. We just have to change the left flavor icon, right flavor icon. Yep. And then our flavor stamp, Necromancer, Necromancer, all of those guys. Yep. We just have to copy and you. So I copy your path. I could just do this too, I think. Just grab you there. Hold on. Double click that. grab you there, drag and drop you here. So that's that there. And then we have you here. And for that one there, I believe is going to be the next one. So this one here, this little lighter pink one is going to be that one there. And it's interesting how this one decided to grab the UID. This one decided to grab the PNG, isn't it? How odd. Okay, well, that's fine. Let's just do that for the Coco and Cookie. We'll make sure that they're good to go too. So our Coco and Cookie, where are Coco and Cookie at? Coco, Cookie, where'd you go? Let's see. Oh, I see it. And I should just be able to drag and drop you two. But for some reason, yeah, isn't that interesting? Maybe if we only drag one, oh, if you only drag one, it gives you the UID. If you drag multiple, it gives you the one with the, what is it called? The address, which is interesting. So cake, cocoa, immediate cookie. So I'll grab this one here, drag and drop it into where it needs to be. The sprites also have to be modified, I think, a little bit more since the what is it called? The bits extra, they're a little bit modified, but that's good to go. We'll go ahead then and remove that there. We should just be able to erase these guys here, and then also erase this guy here. And then we just grab our Necromancer stamp here, set you to Necromancer, Medimancer, copy you here, set you to Medimancer, save, should be good to go. Now I believe, what's the angry bit here? Get ID path, unable to get the ID path? Interesting. If I just copy the UID for this guy here, and these are our older sprites, so let me go ahead and delete you too. Remove you, don't need you anymore. Copy the UID. This is for Medimancer. So if I copy you here, paste you here, and do, hold on. No, undo, subtract, paste in that. Are you happy with that? And I'll also copy the UID for this guy here. And then I'll go ahead and subtract you here. So let's see, you there, and then paste you into here. Now, if I close the game and restart it with the books, let's see. We have our new book here. If I click on play, let's see if it fixed it. And the answer is, it does. Look at that. Alrighty, what do you think of that now? I'll go ahead and put the images beside each other as, yeah, definitely changing the contrast helped a lot with making it look nicer. I'll slide this guy over, make a new guy here, hold your horses, click on that guy here, click on this guy here. The only issue is now that, though, the stamps don't look like the exact one-to-one numbers, but that's not too bad of a thing. If I paste this down, as long as we just keep the colors of the flavors specific, so if a wizard already uses the color of, oh, for example, blue, then we don't have another wizard use blue. Though, if it's a light blue versus a really, really dark blue, I think that won't make too much of a difference, since you can tell the difference between light and dark blue. But if it's like a maroon, or isn't it pink or maroon, but salmon pink versus baby pink, it might be harder to tell the difference. But I definitely think out of all of these, this is the original one that had the darker background. So there's two options here. We either have option A, well, actually A, B, C. These are the three. And out of all of them, let me slide this over so that it can be seen a little bit more. Out of all of them, I do think I like, it's tricky. This background here looks nicer with the light on light, but this one here makes it feel more like it's in one area. The issue is I think everything else is now so bright that this dark area is harder to see. So it's interesting to note. I think the clearest one has to be this one. Though this one's nicer in the sense of you can see the dark area, so I don't know. This is tricky. Let me get a little bit of lemonade while I'm thinking. Let's see here. Open up this guy a little bit too. Super duper tasty. So let's see. With that said, yeah. I think for now, it'd be best to go back to what we had and just stick with this dark one, though we could always just keep this around just in case, as I think it's okay and tough. Yeah, it definitely is tough. I agree. Yeah. I like this one because of how bright it is compared to the rest of the book. This one's not too bad. This one's not too bad either. I think keeping it brown's a good idea. Between these two, the darker color definitely helps. This one doesn't feel as purple as it could be compared to this purple. I think this pink stamp works compared to the rest of them. So maybe it's just changing those two colors that I don't enjoy and add it as an accessibility option, darker and lighter. So that would be counted as scope, though not too bad of a scope, truth be told. Having two different palettes, that could also be something fun to add as an unlockable different colors, so I do like the accessibility option idea of darker and lighter. Have people who like being flashbang keep to being flashbang, while other people can have and scope, it already exists, shaking my head. The lighter and dark, we would have to add an options on and off, so it would have to be like a bool toggle. That's the thing though. Let me bring you back into draw here. Let's try changing the bone a little bit more. So changing the bone to be brighter and also changing the cookie to be brighter. So I think if we change those two, it'll look a little bit better than if we didn't. So I'll just quickly go here. We'll add the, hold on, grayscale. I really do like the heart here, fine. It's the darker colors, I think, that makes it look a little off. So if we just go and we modify these colors, and let me actually slide this down here so I can see, and we change the brightness, and we up the brightness, up, actually, hold on, maybe up the contrast maybe, or maybe down the contrast, let's see, maybe something like that, and we might have to also, yeah, see, I think it might be the saturation. Try lowering the saturation a little bit. If we go to edit, we go to adjustments here, we lower down the saturation a little bit. Value here would be your brightness, and that would be making it pink, and we don't want pink. Yeah, we're going for something more on the purple side, so like a purpley color. Lower down the saturation, that definitely gives us a purple, but the value of it, yeah. Okay, I definitely want to go for something purple, but the issue is just it looks a little off. If we go back here to our grayscale and we enable it, let's see. I think the on the left version is the brighter pink is hard to see. Interesting you say that, Eska. I would say, or I thought the brighter pink was easiest to see. And to be honest, like you see there's a bright pink stamp, but it's kind of blurry on the lines, while the right version, there's none of that. So you would say the right version is the clearest to see? Interesting. Maybe it's because I'm looking at it too much. I definitely think this is the easiest to see out of all of them. I do like how dark this side is, though, is the issue. Is that this darker tone feels nicer. Maybe we stick with this tone then for now, and going forward we can see about modifying the other ones, because I do agree this one is the clearest red because of all the different contrasts. This one's a little bit hard to see because there's a lot of dark colors going on. So if you, if you connect dark with dark, you're not going to be able to see it as well as if it were light versus dark. My only issue is just the orders area here is the same, and so it doesn't feel like it's a selection box. So maybe, if we went, well, even if we went with a darker color that's here, okay, I'm thinking we'll undo, go back to this one here, but make this area here darker. Not as dark as this, but a little bit darker. So this one stays a little bit darker. Keep the black or keep the brown background. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. So I'll go into here. We'll go into here. I'll enable this guy here. And oh, hold on. I'll undo the grayscale there. We'll undo all the color changes, as these guys here should already be what they should be. I should then just be able to export this, oh, hold on, not export there, do the ASCII of exports, or GASFI, I mean. Export layers, export that should set it back to what it was for these guys here. Double checking, and it should, yep, it does, lovely. Okay, so we're back to that basis there. Lastly is just going to be these bases that are a little bit wonky looking. So let's see, if I undo all of you guys here, we change the cookie colors back, and then stamp and background outline, are we good there? Cookie gets changed, stamp gets changed, okay. So to modify these guys, it would be this here, that there, that there, that there. Okay, so this brings us back to the original colors that we had. I think the thing that's going to make it look nice is just, don't use this color as the background, use something like that color as the background. Does this look nice as the background color is the question. So if this were this, oh, hold on. If this were this color instead, does that look as bad? I don't think so. I don't think it looks the worst. So let's give that a try. I'll go ahead and I'll close these guys down. Don't save you here, don't save you there. And we'll fill all of these guys in so that they're a little bit brighter. Do a file, export, export as for these guys here. And then we'll also do an export on these guys. So file, hold on, it needs to be scripts, GASFI, export layers, export you here. Then once they're all exported, I have to do, let's see, grab this guy here. I just have to delete the file. So if I go back into here, make sure you're not always on top if it lets me. Let's see, always on top, disabled, lovely. And then I now just grab our table background order panels, all of you guys here, so flavor stamps. We have the flavor stamp outlines here. We have the background there. That should get rid of all of them. We should have 3 dish stamps, 2 flavor stamps. Yep, that looks good. So now if I bring you back into Godot, so back into here, let's see. If I click it into it, we should be able to see the update. So I'll go ahead and hide this guy so that you can see that. And now if we click it, we get that. I think that's a good medium. I quite like that. I think out of all of them, this takes the best of both worlds and it being brighter. I might say that the pink's a little bit too dark now, but I definitely do think this is an overall improvement compared to what we initially had. Let me make this guy bigger so you can see it as well. So I combined the left one and the right one to hopefully give it a nicer feel. If I slide this guy over so you can see a little bit. And did Discord poll? Well, the thing is, we've got to decide now. We could do a Discord poll tutorial later, most certainly, to see about these. Don't forget, this is more of the prototype, but I want to make sure this is something nice to look at in the long run. I think this will work. This is good to go for now temporarily. I like how bright the pink is compared to the background. This one here, not as much. Maybe it's a little bit darker. Maybe we would have to up the brightness just a smidge here. But aside from that, I think it looks well. So if we just up the brightness now, don't do too much, just up it a little bit, then we'll be good. One more change. I think one more and we'll have it. Oh boy, and hydration sure can do.
Barno, he just redeemed hydrate.
Hydration is good to go. Thank you for that redeem, Banafi. I think all we have to do is if we just grab this background that we're using, so this color here, fill in this color in with that one, and if we just go to our cookie or cocoa, this is the cookie, we go here, grab our grayscale here, we make this guy either lighter or darker, so let's see, if I edit this guy here, do some adjustments and do the brightness, maybe if we can either up the brightness, lower the brightness, it really depends. We could even make it a little bit darker maybe and do something like that. Now that's super duper visible. And if I just grab these colors, so that color and this color, we hide and show, and we grab this one here, so it's this color and then this color, and then we do that as this color here too, and that color here too, and that color here too. Save that there, and then hide and show. Do it for this color here, and then here, and then here, and then we also do it for here, and we do it for here, like that. Save it, just to double check and see if that is the difference here. If we do it like that, and I just export this one, does that change it in the way I think it will? Scripts, back to you here, export layers, back to you here, back to you here, then go ahead and you know what, for now, we won't even delete the extra files, make it even easier to check. And if I click on Godot here, what do we get? We get, that's definitely a lot easier to see. It's a shame it's not as bright anymore, so we'd either have to make it super duper bright or super duper dark. You know what we could do? We could always make it white instead of this gray color. That would definitely draw a lot more attention to it. This definitely, you can see it clearer than this one. Oh yeah, clearer than this one. This one makes it a lot clearer. So maybe we can make it a bright white color instead. And then these guys here, I think overall, just making it brighter. So let's see. If I hide you here, if we go for more of a white cream color, so something like that instead, and then we go for the mixture of that color, so something about here and here, and fill that in to be about this color here, and then we grab this color here, hide you, show you, fill in then this color here, and let's see, then this color here, save, and then hide you, show you, this color here for our regular one, and then our mixture color, save that guy, and we do file, scripts, Gatsby, export layers, we export that guy there, then I click into Godot again. I am glad this process isn't too painful to do. The good news is that, yeah, slowly it fixes itself. So now we'll take a look at this. This versus this. Maybe it now is a little bit too bright. I definitely think this one's easier to see. If we went with a darker white, that might be a little bit better. All in all, though, I definitely think brighter icons compared to the background would be a nicer touch than making everything dark, because by making it brighter, it makes it easier to notice. So with that said, if we enable our grayscale here, I think we need to lower down and darker white, yeah, like a mixture between the two that we already have, making this more of a gray tone, so like more of a gray. Oh, hold on, that's way too dark. Something about there maybe instead, like a, you know what, that's quite a pretty color, like a silvery color, silvery blue, silvery green. You can even go like with a blue purplish color. Maybe we could go for something a little bit warmer. Maybe something like this, slide it over just a little bit there. Oh, never mind, don't do that. Something about there instead. This is the cocoa one, so that's a bit brighter. Something there, and if we enable our grayscale, just to double check here. So it's either this versus this. It's definitely darker, and it blends in a lot more. So let's give that a go and see. If we just grab this color and use this one instead, and then we hide this one here, show this one here, and change it to be these colors instead. Hide you here. Oh, hold on. Cake that goes there. Put you into cake here. Save that there. Do another ASCII export, and we get, or Gatsby export. They sound so similar. Click on that there, that there. Yeah, okay. I think this silvery color is our best bet out of all of them. I like this one a lot. The darker one was a little bit too dark, so if we slide this guy over, I think this one can get away with not being too bright, but still being clear enough to see the difference. I definitely think so. If I zoom out a little bit, this one's the easiest to see, followed by this one and then this one. This is hard. This is super hard. Hey, I thought programming going to be difficult, but graphical design is also quite tricky. You know what? For now, I'm not going to worry about it. We'll see about doing a poll. I'll set these back to the colors that they were, and we'll roll with the punches and keep going. I think that's what we'll do, because I think otherwise we're going to get stuck in color theory and go, brr, yeah. I could spend a very long time even going over color theory, so we won't touch it. As we'll be here all day. So undo all of you guys here. We'll make sure that you're the colors that you were before, and then we'll just leave you as you are. You know, we'll accept you as you are. Just save you there. Save you. Go ahead and do file export as. We'll save it as not export as. We need to do the Gatsby, don't we? Export layers. Do all of that there. Save all of those guys here. Bring you back into here. Good. We'll keep it as that for now. We'll figure it out later. All right. So now that we have these guys good to go, we need to figure out an area to do the, what is it called? The table icons. Change the color on that a little bit. So either we could have the area here, for example, set this section and make it, I think that's what we'll do. We can just for now, temporarily, just grab this section border here, copy. Then we do our order border, or no, our stamp area here, paste it into there. Then we can hide these guys here, grab you, paste you, then go ahead and remove our areas, and that's a simple tweak. So I can just do this one, erase you, and erase you. We can grab this mixture color that we have here, and then we can grab you and put you actually here, here, and here. That would be more of the modifications. Let's see. Erase you, erase you, erase you, put you here, here, and here. And then we can go up here and do erase you, erase you, erase you. Oh, hold on. Erase you, and then put you here, here, and here. And then go ahead up here as well and do erase, 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 and then place, place, and place, and save that guy here. Okay, and if we do something like this, hopefully, file export as, it gives us something nice to look at for the meantime. We'll go back into programming here, and then if I click into here, you'll see it gives us a section. I think for now, this is good. We can keep this UI. It should hopefully be enough explanation to understand what's going on. The only concern I could see is if you were to, you would need some sort of separation to show that there's a different section. So, do we do that? Do we try to add like a little tiny line across the middle? Oh, you can't see. Hold on. A little tiny line across the center of here. Like a little line here. I don't think so. I think we'll be okay there. So, with all of that said, I think for now, we can call this look done. We just now need to find a way to fill in the area with the information. But all in all, I am quite satisfied with this. So we'll go ahead and save it here. So close and then save. And now we just need a way to link everything up. What you can see are these little circles here. These are actually the customer sprites in their purest form, and have the one on the right be upside down. So there's a diagonal divider upside down. Ooh, I don't think it's possible to go upside down, just because these are all copies of each other. So we would have to have an alternate one, or maybe just flip them. So, okay, hold on. Let's see. If I were to do is flipped and maybe change, is there a way to change the ordering around? If I do, let's see, Godot for change ordering ordering of NODES nodes INCODE. In code, there's gotta be a way. You just grab the position of the code and move it. So let's see, method takes two arguments: the child node to move and the new index. The node is called earlier. Yeah, can we swap the node position? Godot for swap NODEPOSITION. Swap node position. Is that possible if we do temporary variable IC? Okay. It's possible, and I am not against it, so we can give it a try. What I'll do first is I will save this guy here. We'll call it post panel art, and then we'll go ahead and save you here. I don't think it would be too painful to do. It's just going to be tricky. So I'll hide this guy here, and we would just need to figure out a way to do it in the code and to have a bool to say if to swap or not. And could you just flip the node in the pages scenes? Yeah. We're gonna have to move them though. That's the thing. We're gonna have to move them in the code. Since all of these are the same exact, these two are identical, we'll need to have some sort of bool to tell the game to flip these once the game starts up. That's the thing. Either we tell it to do it in code, or we'd have to remove this and make a duplicate and redo it so that it's its own individual. But I'm thinking if we just set it up so that if the bool is enabled to flip it, I think that'll, and mark as unique, well, that's the thing. We could, where are we at? Mark is unique, but then we would have to do that for the other areas. Granted, we'd only have to do it in 4 areas, But that just feels weird. I don't use Mark as unique. Maybe I should do it more, but doing it it feels funny. Granted, again, the way I did the panels also was funny, but that wasn't intentional. Marking as unique would be intentional. Let's see. With that said, I'll click on you here. I'll click on you here. And then we'll go to this guy here. And you would only need to do it for 2 areas. One upside down, then clone an upside down one. These things are separate is the thing. Are you saying to make this, well, that just feels weird. I think I understand what you mean though. I would have to mark this one as unique. So I would do, but if I mark it as unique, when I make changes to this node, it would not affect this node, right? So if I'm understanding the mark as unique correctly, it would make it its own thing, and then everything else wouldn't apply to it because it's unique. And let me get some lemonade. Let's see here. There we go, nice and tasty. Yeah, from my understanding, unless you can correct me if I'm wrong, as I don't know much about mark as unique. It still inherits from the parent, it just changes you make to it don't affect the other children. That I don't quite understand. I'd have to look more into mark as unique, as while it does sound like a good option, I would want to make sure mark as UNIQEUGODOD4. Yeah, that's something I can certainly look into. Thank you for the suggestion, Banafi. Should it be the case that marking as unique would be a simpler way to do it, I can go back and update it. I'll save this here so I can do my own looking into it, as it does sound right, but it sounds awkward. I've seen it done before, but it's just awkward. Yeah, awkward. We'll go back into here, and we'll go back into here, and I was thinking that we would just have to grab this guy here, not grab this guy. If I hide this guy here, you would take this guy and swap him with this guy. Is the idea, though, if mark as unique works, then we wouldn't have to worry about that, and we could just do it automatically, and we would just be able to do this guy here, and then this guy here. Does that even fit the... Oh, no, we can't do that. I take it back, because we'd have to modify the panels on here. Okay, I see. Yeah, okay. And if it were diagonal, then it would go from here, I think, to here? Yeah, that'll be something I need to look into, as it doesn't sound too off. Oh, hold on, that goes there, that goes there. I think we're good, nothing broke. Okay, we're good. Yeah, I will certainly look into that. With that said, since you'd have to modify the background too, and we just finished the background, we'll keep it as it is for now. Let's see about pairing everything up so that it checks the customers that it's assigned to. I did start on that function already. If we go back into here, what this does is it grabs a customer's order when the customer's present, and if it's gone, it doesn't do anything, or it doesn't show the customer's order. Right now, we have a temporary customer here to show the order ideas. And oh boy, the nose pick. Let's see. So with that said, let's see. And let's see, that designing, let me make it into programming. So let's see. Code, I'm saying that too many times. Coding, C-O-D-I-N-G. Coding order UI. There we are. All right. Well, I'm taking that word out of my vocabulary for the foreseeable future. Save you here. Then what we'll do is check this code. Right now, how I have it set up is I have a set order. It grabs the customer's desired flavor combination as well as their product. Then it checks the stamps, sets the nope, if you didn't hear it, you didn't hear. And the thing is too, it's not a singular word, it's a phrase. Very different. Super different in fact. Oh boy. Well, that said though, I don't want you picking one of those words of the phrase. So I refuse. Oh boy. And I didn't know the game you play. Let's see. We have a clear for changing the sprite's visibility to false. Oh, those emotes are just so silly. We have a bool here for changing the visibility. So anytime we assign it a customer, I'm thinking we just do set order. However, the question is now, how do we get that order from point A to point B? In the game, at least, the way I have it set up in my book, if I go and show you a book here, book scene. This is the current book. And this current book has a thing called a top, well, this area here, it's called a customer progress tab. It takes a customer and it takes a seat. If I click on you here, what you should be able to see is customer stat tab here and connect customer. Oh, what if we just you know, borrow from the old from the old nodes that we have. If we just grab this code, shouldn't we just be able to copy paste and then do it that way? I think that works, right? We don't need the timer, we don't need the patience bar, we don't need the stat icon, we don't need the process, we just need to connect and disconnect. Yeah, let's do that. I say we do that. So I'm just gonna, you know, just gonna do a good old yoink, and yeah, that'll work out. We'll go there, then we'll go to our customer order container. Go back to here. This guy here grabs a customer in a seat. We'll just go ahead and place all of you here. And then we'll just go and let's see, update patience bar. Nope, don't need you. Connect customer panel. And you have order icon hide. And gas, cheating. What do you mean cheating? It's my own code. And hi, Abby. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Gas, cheating. No, it's not cheating. If I'm just using my old work. It's called refactoring. Oh boy. If seed equals customer to assign customer tab here, we have a controls tab setting all these guys when you disconnect. So on our connect, we'll just do set order. So if C equal you, customer equals customer to assign, then we go ahead and set the order and we set it to our, oh, hold on. If you there, then we go ahead and do, hold on, set order, and we just do customer set order and then the customer to assign. Customer to assign, that will go there. And then for our disconnect, if you equal you there, then we go ahead, set the customer, then we go ahead and clear and also set the customer to null. So let's see, we set the sprite visibility to false, and then we set our customer equal to null. Customer equal to null, and then we grab that. And reusing stuff is just working smart. Exactly. We also don't need clear here if we're going to use it just in our code. So I'll go ahead and just move that there. We'll set you to clear. So if customer there, clear. And now, when error says it's cheating, hold on now. Why do I have to be the exception, huh? Let's see. Save that there. Save that there too. So disconnect customer panel. If customer equals customer to disconnect, then we go ahead and clear it. If C equals customer, so now we would just have to set the seats. That I don't think will be too painful. We'll see. And just some nice code recycling. It's good for the environment. Yeah. We're green here. Let's see. Save that there. And next up, if we go back to our customer progress tab, let's see what we have to do. There is our ready. So disconnect customer panel and also update customer status bar. Nope. We would just need to do, let's see, disconnect bar icon. That would be update patience bar, update status icon. Don't need any of that. You know what I just realized? We would have to wait for the customer to show their order. Oh, hold on. Okay. I take it back. We might run into a little bit of an issue when we're green. I thought you were purple. Bobby's we're going green in the sense of the phrase, not the actual color. In that case, we all would just be going Bobby, and that would be a scary sight. I don't know if I would approve of that one. Let's see. I think what we can do is set a color or set an icon for occupied, and then call it a day there. So if a customer is seated, we need to show that the customer has taken that place up. That way, or do we really need to do that? That's the question, I guess, to say. Because right now, if I click on play, I can show you what we have currently in the game as, yeah, it's tricky. If we go into the game here, we go into here, you'll see that if I hold down space, it shows no customers have taken a space. And that's a bubblification. You never want to bubbleplicate. There's only can be one, and really, maybe 0.5. He's all there though. Oh boy. You can see the customer panels are empty because no customer exists. But if I go ahead and spawn a customer right here, and if I go ahead and have the customer seated, you'll know which seat the customer takes because we can see now that the panel is occupied. What we've done already is we removed the waiting panel to show their different stats. So I guess, this is tricky. You can see that I have a little waiting panel there, little dots. Maybe we just grab that guy, put him in, do the little do so it shows that he's waiting and he's doing all the other things. I think that can work. I think that's a good idea. And if I swap tab for 5 seconds, it just becomes incoherent mumbling, just like watching a subbed anime and linking away and eat. That's fair enough. I have seen that and I've had done that before. Oh boy. I think that can work. We'll just grab this guy here, set him to be the loading animation when it's not, or do we? Do we maybe just say a check marker, X marker? How do we do that? How do we show that do we have to show it? If a customer's seat isn't taken, then do we just keep it empty and just wait for the customer to sit down? I don't know. I don't think we have to do it, but it would be nice to show, hey, a customer has taken the seat. The seat is now occupied. It would go to show what goes where, but we could just keep it empty and we wouldn't have to do all of that. So I'm just wondering, do we go for the idea? And if I go into my left order page here, if it is the case that this guy is hidden, oh, I see. Okay, well, we don't want to do that. That's not a good idea. We'll take that back. If this guy is hidden, I say, as I change the order self-modulate and turn you down to there, like so. Oh, hold on, wrong guy. You are that there. Why did that not work? Hold on, grab you here. I see. Got ya. Okay, and then this is our icons, I believe. Those are all of our icons there. And then we have these guys here. Ah, yes. This is what it looks like. Hold on. This is what it looks like when there would be no customer sitting down at the table. So we will remove this guy here. Oh, never mind. This guy here. Never mind. You're that. So really, it would be more so, let's see, visibility, lower that down, lower this down to here. So that would be empty. Never mind. Why is that not lowering down the visibility? Self-modulate, remove. Huh. Oh, no. It would be modulate instead. Hold on. Modulate. Aha, there we are. So the state of the game would look like this, where one customer has their orders occupied, the other one would be blinked. Right now, how I have it in my game is that the customer's order and their stats and all of that appears. Maybe that's too complicated. Maybe we really do rely on the animations, and we could make them super duper obvious too. Maybe if what is it called? If a customer's super duper impatient, maybe they stand up on their hind legs, stand up on their legs, slam down on the table and start waving their arm furiously if they have low patience compared to someone who's maybe closing their eyes. Maybe we wouldn't be able to show them tapping their feet, but we would be able to show them maybe getting a little bit annoyed. Things like that could be something to do. I think for now, it will be okay not to have the status update. See how that feels? If it should need be, we can always just go back and collect the old code and reuse it. And they're high. That's what I realized. Wrong, poor choice of words there. Oh boy, they're no dog, I assure you. Let's see, do that there. Go ahead and save you here. Let's go to our book here. And all we would need to do is assign this to a seat, or assign it to a customer. When the customer leaves, we disconnect it. When a customer joins, it is connected. That's the thing. We would just need to make sure when the seat's assigned, and we've done it before. We've already done it with this customer order container. We just have to modify it a smidge. So let's do, or not order container. It would be our, let's see, new panel here, customer order container. No. It would be this guy. And then you're here. Yes, customer status tab. Click on you here. We have one for disconnecting customer panel. We have one for set seat, which we use in other areas. So we'll see. Disconnect customer panel and update. That's all we have here. So we already have that copied over. We have customer order container, that guy there. We have connect and we have disconnect. That's good to go because this guy here has connect and disconnect. Yes, disconnect. There is no connect. Interesting. Right, let's see where set seat happens. If I click on you, find you here. We have customer progress tab, set seat, that there. That's this here. And then we have this guy here. Oh, hold on. This guy here, status.tab.set seat. I see. Got ya. Okay, so the way it works currently is our customer has a function called set status tab. And then we select the status tab, we set the seat, and then we set the target. Interesting. This is old code we're diving into. So it's no, I don't know about this one here. Okay, so let's see. We have status tab, set seat. That will be this guy here. And then we have status tab, connect customer panel. That's this guy here. And we just set the seat, we update the bar, do all of those things. So we just have a set seat and update panel. That should be fine to go. If we go back into our, let's see, our customer, not order container, our table panel. Nope, that's going to be this guy here. Yeah, order container. We go to you. We need set seat, and we would need also, if we go back to here, set seat and connect customer panel. So go back into here, you here. We have set seat and connect customer panel. Those are good to go. We would now need the disconnect, which is the signal we got earlier. And then we would also need to do, I think we're good there. We go back to our customer progress tab. And we can remove the customer right page, I think, for now too. We're just focusing on these guys. Don't need customer profile. Don't need dish. Don't need dish left page. A lot of these guys can get removed so that we don't get too confused. We can remove you here too. And our flavor page selection manager, don't need you. Don't even remember what you are, truth be told. Order icon, don't know you. Table panel, home screen, don't need you. Utility, nah, never heard of you. Canvas, nah, never heard of you either. Okay, it should be a little bit clear. We have a customer, we have our customer order container, we have our customer page. Don't need you in there either. You can go. And let's see, customer progress tab, and then flavor combo info panel. Don't need you as well. Okay. Why does it feel like they keep opening as soon as I close them? Our table panel here, we don't need you as well. We have our customer order container and our customer progress tab. I think we're good to go. These should be all, oh, expand sprite checker. Nope, don't need you. Okay, it's been cleaned up. We should be good to go. We have the old thing, which is our customer order container. Oh, customer order container is our old thing, our new thing. Customer progress tab is our old thing. We're swapping those two out. And we know that these two should be activated by the customer. And the customer has their functions and everything activated. If we go here to find, it's being activated in the manager. So what we do here is we first assign the customer to the tab, and then we set the status tab. And if we go to assign customer to tab, is this the guy we're seeing? I'm wondering. If we go here, we follow this guy along the loop, we know that this is being done, and it goes to assign customer to tab. And this guy here happens in our book. So on our book, assign customer to tab, the function that happens is this guy here. And if not seat has customer.target, then we go ahead and say cannot assign customer invalid seat. I see. Well then, we must modify this book and put it in our other book. So don't mind me again as I just grab you there and put you in our new book here. And we would need to do seat.tab to set. Yeah, you're gonna go instead of in the book, you're gonna go on our customer page, so our left customer page. So back into here, we need to grab this guy here, left order page, go to here. Left order page is what's going to assign everything. Yeah, okay. So we'll go ahead and your table panel here. Yep, and then your table panel here. Yep. We'll go ahead and grab you here then, and we'll go ahead and set you to, let's see, make a new guy here, left order page, make a guy there, make a guy here. So we have function assign customer to tab. We take a customer and then seat to tab. Now what's seat to tab here? I'm guessing it's going to be an array of seat to tabs. So if we go back into here, we'll need to link the seat to tab, such as to say, if we go to our customer, let's see, where are we seat to tab at? Seat to tab, where are we at? Ah, here we are, seat to tab. Seat to tab is here. Seat to tab is a dictionary of target to customer status tab. And that does make sense. We will have to modify this a smidge here in the sense of target to, no, we won't. Look, they're good to go. Never mind. This is 1-to-1. I thought it was a pairing, but we should be good to go. We'll go ahead and save this guy here. And then we just need to make sure we have a little guy here called seat to tab. And this takes a target, and then it should take a customer order container. Is that correct? Yes, customer order container. Make sure this guy is called a customer order container. And we just now grab you here, and it's going to be a customer order container. Seat to tab, dictionary target, customer to order container. So what it's going to do is it's assigning a customer, and it's seeing if that customer, and having if the customer has the new customer.target, and if the target does not have a target, that does make sense, a new customer name. Okay, yeah, I do see that working. And if it should be the case that it is good to go, it's safe to go, then we do our seat to tab, we grab our target, and then we do connect customer panel. Now that guy there is this guy here where we set the order. And instead, that now links up to this guy, so that should be good to go. So we should be a-okay there to go. Lovely. And we just do the new customer. Good. Okay. With that said, let's go back to our book here. And we have seat to tab. Now I'm wondering, on our ready function, what are we doing here? For our book, we have open book, close book, assign customer to tab, and then task activated. And hi, Sea of Tranquility. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Let's see here. Assign customer to tab. Did we already copy that over? Let's see here. Our customer order tab here. Our customer, we're looking for our right page. So our left page, left page. That's this guy here. We'll want to go ahead and do function here. So function, and then we'll do underscore ready. And then we'll go ahead and paste this guy into here. So that guy goes when the function is emitted. And then lastly, we just need to figure out where we do unassign, and that should work out well, I think. We have assign, and then it does the connect panel, and then we just need a disconnect. And we also need to figure out where the set seat is happening at too. As the customer sets the seat down, but I'm wondering where. So our customer here, we do all of these guys here, and then we take a status.tab. Yeah, this is on our customer. And we do status.tab here. I see, yes. And where do we use the status tab at? Do we set it here in our, let's see, on ready var, status.tab set, oh, I see. Customer connect customer panel.self. This is done on our customer. I see. Got ya. And then we do connect customer panel self here. Yep. And then we seat with the target here. Cannot set customer tab. Customer has no target. Got ya. Okay, I think I'm understanding this slowly but surely. The good news is I do have some code here and there spread about, but definitely this is a great reason to have more comments, and I definitely will be doing that. This is fun to do and look through, but at some point things do start to get a little crazy. So let's see. What we do here is we update the status, do all of those things, we move the customer, and then we do customer.set status tab. Yes, indeed. Got ya. And for our customer here, we just make sure you're here, set status tab. We check to see if the target's null. Okay, so let's go ahead and just plug and play, see where we're at, see what we get to, and how this goes. And to do that, let's go ahead and save. And this is pre-book implement. So let's see. Oh, I guess we haven't done anything. Never mind. Oh, you know what? No, never mind. This is the wrong guy. Close you. Reopen to you. I should be in here. Yes, okay. So add you here. Pre-book implement. Pre-book implement. Lovely. Okay. So what we're doing is we're now adding the book to the game so that we can test it. I'll go ahead and click on our guy here. Click on our guy here. And we'll do, the goal is adding book to game. There we are. And I'll click on OK here. Then I'll move you over to about here. Maybe make you a little bit smaller about here. And to add the book to the game, I don't think it'll be too painful. We will, again, just be able to use old code and go from there. In the sense of our book here has an echo of sorts that says, hey, when do I keep the book open? When do I keep the book closed? We even have a little page flip audio. We don't have to add that right away. All we do is just grab our functions here as well and grab it to the new book. And then we just plug and play it, and the game will ask, do you want to use the old book or do you want to use the new book? And we'll go from there. So this is our new book here. This is our ready. We can go for our utility. That's open, good to go. Open book, close book. That's open and close, which it should be. So assign menu keys, unassigned menu keys. We're gonna have to also do this guy here. And we also need an allow book to open and close. So we'll make sure that that guy there is also good to go. And hold on, undo here. We'll move you here. Open to you here, open to you here. We need to grab these functions here. So I'll go ahead and remove that there. And now we need to modify these a little bit. So go back to our book here. Go back to the code here for our allow book to close. We'll just go do this here and we'll do, yeah, it's gonna be a lot of moving about, but shouldn't be too bad, I say, and then it's painful, but we'll see. We need to add a new bool for our allow book to open and close. Let's see, allow to open and close this here. So we'll go ahead and grab you here, and customer status dictionary and customer status tab. I think that might have to be modified too, but we'll see. You there. I just want to get it in the game first before we can figure out what we need to redo. So that's why I want to make sure we can do this first. We have a test level data. We can keep that there. And if the level data is empty, maybe then we can say that something like that. So let's see, you there. And then let's see. We do you there. We need to now make sure our assigned menu keys is good to go for open, but actually we're just going to call a function called function and do underscore open. And we're going to set this to void, so you can go void. And then we're also going to do a function for close. So I'm going to grab you for open. And then we're also going to go grab close, so open and then close, as that's what it is typically. So open and then close. And then what we also need to do is have one for assign and unassigned. So let's see here. Where did we go? Oh, yeah, this here is also going to have to be modified, since this itself is also a bit too in-depth at the moment, which is fine. That's just fine. But the more we modify it, the more we'll need more space. So I can go back to down here. We have our open and close, or we should at least. If I save this guy, do you see? Yep, good. Close and open. Here we are. And in our close and open, what we can see is we do assign menus for open. So you there. Assign menu keys for open. And then on close, we do unassigned. So we can go ahead and grab you there. And then we can go back to these guys here at the very top, make sure they're set to open and close. Here at ready, we can set you to underscore open, OOPEN, open, and then we can set you to underscore close. like that there. And with that said, let's go back to our regular book and see what we do on open and close. On open, we do a lot of page flip things and we do commands for the tutorial as well. But we don't need to do any of that. We're just going to check to see if it's allowed to open. If so, if not, there's also a little audio cue that plays. We don't need that either for now. So we'll just go back to our open here. And what we'll say is, if we're allowed to open, then we'll go ahead and show it. But if not, then we'll close it. And then on our close here, let's just grab it from the book here as well. Let's see, our regular book, that's this guy here. And then we'll say, if close, hide. And if allowed to open, don't need any of that either. So we can just say close, hide, and unassigned menu keys. That should be good to go, I think, in theory. And with that said, what we can then say is, in our cafe, go back to here, drag it on out. I want to add a way to show or enable or disable the new book and old book. That way, we can have testing for both and compare and contrast, as long as we don't modify the coding. So what I'll do is, in our cafe here, we're going to level data, and let's see. I will go to our level data here, level data, and we'll do level data here. Let's add in an area here for disable debug build, enable debug build cheats. We have ghost spotting unlocks, all of you guys here, basics. We'll go ahead and do an @export var, @export var show enable 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 new underscore book. And then we'll do a bool and we'll set it equal to false automatically, like that there. And that way, depending on the bool of the level data, we can change the book. And if we go down here to check our book, what do we have going on? So in our cafe here, we have, let's see. Cafe, I'm looking for the book. So we have you there, node creator, all of you guys there, manager there. Where's our book at? B-O-O-K. Our book is in our game objects, is it? Nope, that's bookshelves. Manager is a game state manager. Ooh, where's our book at then? Hold on. What are we calling our book then? We have a kitchen cover, our location markers, our game objects. Are you there? Nope. Tabletop, that's those guys there, and that's tabletop. Actually, well, you guys are the sprites for our flowers, so you're fine to stay there. We have our book, our customer manager, we have our item manager, we have that guy there, our clock, a tutorial, a debug screen. I wonder where I put the book at. I'm not seeing the book. Okay, there's a fix for this. If I just type in book on here, I should be able to find where the book scene's used. So if I go to, let's see, book here, and I right click, I can see view owners. And I know the view owners is cafe. So it's definitely in the cafe somewhere here, but it's not showing up as book. Book is the issue. We have games. Oh, never mind. I found it. The book is a screen. I take it back. It's been found. Okay, hold on. Close you there. There we are. The book's here in our screens. And if I click on the book here, we can see, are you a screen? You are not. You're just a canvas layer, which means our new book has to be a canvas layer, and it already is. Lovely, lovely. Let's go back in the cafe then. Is the book set to anything? It does not seem to be the case, which means the good news is we can just delete the book or add the book. So what I'll do is, if, let's see here. Slide this up a little bit again, and then we'll say enter here, and then we'll do this here. Oh, locations is there, so we'll just do book settings here. Book, and then we'll pack that here, and we'll say book, and then we'll do this guy, then we'll grab our book. As a hope is this new book will be named to regular book, but for now the old book is this old book, and the new book will be the new book. So I'll grab this guy here, and then we'll grab the new book here, and then we'll also grab, oh, hold on, let's see if it lets me. Grab you here, move you to there, lovely there. And then we just need to show what child we want it to be. So I'll go ahead and grab this guy here, access his unique name, drag and drop this guy here as well, and grab you to their screens. So on our function here, and I'll grab these guys just so we can double check here. On ready, we're going to want to do, and go to here, and do set book. And we'll do a function, we'll set it down to the bottom of here, and do a function for set book. So function set underscore book, we'll set it equal to void here. So let's see that, void, and then we say if, and then we say level data dot, and then we say enable book, enable new book, else, and then we'll do that there. So with all of that said and done, we'll just create a child and do things of that nature. So I think what should be good to do is this is going to be a var, and we're going to call this, oh, hold on. Actually, yeah, this should be fine. I don't like making variables that don't have it defined, but that would save on typing. So I don't know. I don't think it matters too much, especially since we're testing things out. So I'm okay to not make this define. I can just say book to underscore use. The issue is the game doesn't know what this is. So it's a bit tricky in the sense of you usually don't want to do that just in case, or rather it saves, what's it called, speed. Because it doesn't know what this is, the game has to slow down to know what to do. Since this is more of a simpler fix, I don't think it matters too much. Though we can always just do it, you know what, let's do it the proper way. May not be the cleanest, may not be the easiest, but let's just do it the proper way. What I would do is I would say we'd have a var first, and we're going to call this var, and this is going to be okay, redo the thing. Never mind. We'll say this and this. So if the level data is enabled as new, then we're going to go var new underscore book. And I wonder as well, did we redo the scene names up here? This is book, new book. We're going to call this book scene, S-C-E-N-E, scene, and this is going to be our new book underscore S-C-E-N-E. New book scene. Save that guy there. Okay, with that said, go back down here. So we do var new book. It's going to be a new book. So new, do we not call you a new book yet? Hold on. New book, you should be a type of new book. So go back up here and we have at class or at export, or how did we do it? I forget. Class name? Class name, there we are, class underscore name. You're gonna be new book. There we are. Save that guy there. And now we go back to our cafe level here. Go back into you here. And we say new book equals new book. And new book is going to equal. And then we can say new book scene dot instantiate. And then we say that there. And if it is to be new book dot instantiate, then we can go ahead and do screens. So screens dot, and then we can say child, something like that. Child, remove child. I forget which one it is. I think it's dot add child, and then we do new book. There we are. That gets a child. Otherwise, so if new book enabled, else, so we do tab here, else, and then you would do this again. And that's why I was saying it doesn't be the difference. So we would say new book here would be creative book. Actually, let's do creative book. C-R-E-A-T-E-D. And what if I don't want a child? Oh, let's see, the thing is, the good news is that depending on the coding, things can be changed to be in your favor. Let's see, remove you that there, and then we'll do you here. This is going to be a book scene, so book scene can go there. And now our new book is not declared in current scope. That is fine. You are created underscore book. You're going to be that there. And I did read that. Lovely. We do that there. Create a book, create a book, create a book here. And then we can say new book here. This is going to be our regular book. So book. And then we say our book here is our book scene. So book scene like that there. And if I did this correctly, then if I load up the game, we should be able, this should be fine. So then I do create a book.hide. So create a book.hide here. And then we also do create a book.hide here, because they both need to be hidden, for they are the screens. And I can just delete this guy, fingers crossed, and nothing should have changed in the code. The code did change, but in the game itself, nothing should have changed. So it should just be a toggle on and off. If I click on this levels here, we click into you here. What are you angry at? Assign seats to tab to base null on a null instance. All left. Oh, yes, I completely forgot about that. Yes, you are correct, book. You are correct. We have a left pages and a right pages, don't we? Hold on. You're there, book pages, flip. Nope, actually, I have no idea what we're talking about. About book. I take it back. Our customer target manager. I see. We need a book. Okay, hold on. Registered targets. We need to go with our customer target manager. Got you, Gaia. Hold on. I know what you need. I got what you need. Let's see. We'll do that there. And then we'll do next on this guy here. Let's see. This is our customer target manager, I believe. Let's just double check on here. It's, yeah, customer target manager. We'll go back to the top. We need to do, let's see. You there. Customer target manager. And this customer target manager takes just in a regular book. And that should be fine. We'll see about doing assign seats to tabs, all left pages, all right pages. Yeah, this too is gonna need a bit of tweaking, but for now, we'll just see where we do register targets at. Find this guy here. We do it in our target manager here. Target manager is done on initialize managers. find that guy here. It should be done, I believe, in the cafe, if I'm not mistaken. We have initialize target managers. We go back into here, initialize managers. Yep. And then what we do is we grab our set book here, remove you here, and ads are about to income, which is fine, which is a-okay. We do this here, initialize managers. And then what we should be able to do is, if I do enter here, I want to set the book should it need be the case of. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to do our target manager here. So target manager here, let's do an @export var, @export var. It's going to be our cafe, and we'll set this to cafe. And then here for our target manager, let's see, our target managers. So that's going to be, our managers should be, yep, ghost manager. We have our ghost idle manager. That's going to be the cafe. I'll just drag and drop this cafe so it knows what the cafe is. We also have our, let's see, our ghost idle manager and customer target manager. Just drag and drop these two guys into here. And then what I'll go ahead and say is, if we go back into our cafe here, we'll say, if I can do this correctly, if, and do we have a book? I don't believe you have a book. That's okay. We have set book here. We'll have you reference a book too. So let's see. Book scene, book. We'll then go ahead and do var and say book for now. This is the tricky part. We're just doing this for temporariness, so I'm okay with doing that. We'll set our var to book, and then we'll set book equals to created book. We'll just do that for the moment. This feels funny, but I just want to see if we can get this working. So book equals created book, that equals that. And then what we can say is back up here on our initialize managers, we can say to do, let's see, initialize managers. Do you know about the customer manager or you don't? Customer manager dot book should be something like that equals book. Hold on, equals book, right? That should work, I believe. Customer manager. We need customer target manager. Got ya. Hold on. Go back up here, grab you here, access this unique name. You need to know about this, so go ahead and do that there. And then we can just do that there, good to go there. And I wonder why this cafe has the export managers. That is interesting. I guess we should keep with the theme, shouldn't we, by making a target manager. So CUSCLMER, customer, TARGET, target _ MANGER, customer target manager. It's going to be a customer, let's see, customer target manager. There you are. Okay, customer target manager. Then let's go ahead and make sure you're that guy there. And now what we can go ahead and do is go down to here. And if we go back to our ready function, this guy about here, let's see, ready, yes, good to go. And let's just grab our guy here. So let's see the location. You are here. So you are here, dot book. Let's make sure that you are correct. So if we do dot book, yes, book equals book. Okay, now that should be good to go. Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, that's a-okay. We'll still do the ad break, but I'm hoping with these changes, it should work out fine. So if I click on play here, we go ahead and run the levels. Hopefully, fingers crossed, yep, we're good to go. And we hold on space, our book is working again. If we go ahead and spawn in a customer here, we get customer. And if the customer is seated, we have the book working. So the book now, both books should now be in the game, which is gonna be interesting. So we have this guy here, it works, it's functional. If we grab the customer, oh, you know what I just realized? I have a cheat where if I click on this icon, it allows me to spawn in the dish. That's gonna be a little bit tricky now. It won't be too bad because I can set up a thing, but I'm gonna have to remove that cheat or do something else. Well, that's gonna be unfortunate. The customer is served, they eat. Necromancers take a while to eat, so that we really just wait here for a good old second while we're waiting for the customers to do their thing. And once they're done eating, we can go ahead and let them leave. And good to go. Yes, okay, so we can now say merge the books, or not yet. I don't think we can do that yet. We have to see if it plays in the game. With that said, we'll go ahead, have the ad break run, and I'm surprised it's already been 3 hours. Time always goes by so fast, it feels like. Let me get a little bit more water here, and we'll see where things go. Tasty, yes. Once we make sure the book's up and running, we just have to make sure it's connected. Once it's connected, let's see, what do we have to do then? Once it's connected, let's just do a recap, as we've been going on, and I definitely think 50% of the book can be done by the end of the week. I am determined to make it happen. Whether it will be or not, I am not too sure, but an attempt will surely be made. we have these things we need to do. We have the order stamp UI that we're working on right now. We need to have the Gabby order animations, all of these guys here. This is for the order specifically. We remove the timers, that should be easy to do. Add the candles, that'll be something to modify a little bit. Remove customer UI, again, something to modify a little bit. Or no, we're doing that right now. We have patience animations, something that will have to be done a little bit tricky. We have the customer stat animations clear, that's also something we're doing. So let me just write this down on things we need to do in this current moment. What we need to do, and hold on, let me clear my nose. Give me one old second here, and we can see. There we are. I'm good to go. With that said, get a little sanitizer here, and then we can think. So we need to link the books up, make sure they're working. So link the books. So let's see. Link books, or rather, link book, link, L-I-N-K, link, and then we have C-U, oh, that's not a C at all, C-U-S-T-O-M-E-R-S, link customers to T-O-B-O-O-K, to book. Customers need to be linked to the book. Once we're good to go on the customer orders being linked to the book, then we need to add the ghost presence to the book. So we do add add G-H-O-S-T, add ghost T-O to B, and actually, why am I writing this out again? We have the power of technology on our side. There we go, add ghost to the book. That's what's next up. Once we're done with those two, I don't know if that'll be the entire hour, but we'll focus on these two, see where we're at. Once these are paired up though, technically speaking, that will be a fourth of the book done. So maybe, yeah, if we can get 25% done, then I would just need to either do one of the wiki pages or do the options page. So it's possible, it's definitely possible. Plausible, we'll see. But I definitely, it's getting there, slowly but surely. But that said, let me get a little bit more coffee here, since I still have a little bit left. Coffee has been devoured, nice and tasty. I still have a little bit more left too, but welcome back from the ad break. Welcome back in. But that said, oh, I did read that. Lovely. What we do, or I was just trying to figure out where we went from here. Once we link the customers to the book, then we have to figure out a way to show when ghosts appear in the cafe. Now, the question is, do we allow a large number of ghosts to appear in the cafe? Is there going to be a max amount of ghosts we will allow in the cafe? Right now, I believe the max number is either 3 or 4. If I bring you back into here, I can show you. And the game has a place where it allows you to choose the maximum amount of ghosts that can spawn. Right now, a total of 1, 2, 3, 4 ghosts can spawn. Excuse me. I think this is a good, what's it called? Good medium, as I chose these specific areas for the fact that it's the spaces that the ghost can cover. The idea is here, if I grab a ghost, you'll see this guy has a radius. And the idea is that the reason why you want to banish the ghost in the game is because they have this aura. And if a customer is in the ghost's aura, that means that the customer gets affected, and some bad things, well, not bad things, but the customers will get more impatient because they get a little chill in the air, they just feel uncomfortable. So you want to banish the ghosts so that you don't have to worry about them. And fancy flowers, yeah, you like them, Rodrigo. I spent last night an hour or so making them, and I do enjoy them. The flowers are here, it helps with making it easier to know which table the customers are sitting at. That's why they're there, but I'm glad you noticed. And I have these 4 bits, and it's also just, oh, I was about to say, it felt like I couldn't move the ghost past this wall. I can apparently now. If I put a ghost here, you'll notice that the ghost will be able to affect this customer and this customer, this customer and this customer. If I add another ghost here, then these 2 customers will only be affected. If I add another ghost here, then most of the ghosts will be affected. All of them here, these 2 and these 2 customers. And if I add a ghost here, then only these 2 ghosts, or these 2 customers will be affected. So I wanted to make sure that if at max capacity, all the customers are going to get spooked. But there are some ghosts, there's some areas the ghosts won't be able to go, or there's some areas where, for example, if I remove this guy, these 2 customers won't get affected by the ghost. And if I remove this guy, then all 4 are still affected by the ghost. So I guess for this guy here, I'd have to move it up a smidge, like maybe up to here. I don't know if this would still count as the customer's radius though, comparing the, given the customer's area, but that would be the gist of it on why. And if we know for certain we're only going to have a maximum of 4 ghosts in the cafe at a time, which makes sense. I think 4 is a good number. There's 8 customers, 4 ghosts, which means a total of 12 entities in the cafe at once. Then we can figure out some sort of ghost meter at the top of the book to show, hey, there are 4 ghosts in the game at the moment. You might want to get rid of them. So I want the customer page, if we go back to our book here, hold on, close this guy here, and we save it. Where is our, here, yes. So we're gonna do the exact same page here on this side for all 4 of the tables. However, up here, instead of having it say orders, we're going to have a little ghost meter that shows how many ghosts are in the cafe at this very moment. That's the idea here. This says orders, this will say ghost, have a little bit of a ghost meter, not even maybe say ghost, but just have a little meter here that shows how many are active in the cafe. And maybe as the cafe increases or decreases, this changes a little bit. Again, that would be fun to animate, but that would be maybe a little bit out of scope, or that would just be a fun afternoon to do. It's not required for the MVP, and right now we're focusing on the minimum viable product. So yes, let's see. That'll be the thing to do. So let's see if the book even works in the game. And to do that, now we just have to enable the toggle pull. So if I go into our levels here, and we go into our, let's see here, our sandbox level, if I just enable the new book here, like that, let's see if the book does work, if it is functional, and how well that goes. And oh, you know what I forgot to do as well? Just to make sure that things don't break. We need to do, let's see here, back in our cafe here, we need to say in our customer manager, so in our customer position manager, this guy here, that guy there, we need to say if book is, oh, that says book as well. Okay, if book equals null, then we don't do anything. So if book is not equal to null, there we go. Okay. And then we can say, back in our cafe, just to cross our I's and dot our T's to make sure things don't break. As while we're slowly trying to transition it from using one book system to the other book system, but we're not trying to do it in an intense change where we delete everything and then redo it. We're slowly swapping them over. So let's see, we'll go back to here. And then what we can say is, if book is book, there we go. If book is a book and not a new book, we can set the customer target manager. That's what we'll do. And now we click play, and hopefully we should be good to go. We can even test this in-game because we did the toggle, which means that we don't even have to close the game, reopen it for those two. All I have to do to make sure the book is working is I go into a random level of it. I say random, but the only level, really. And we have the book open here. Let's have a customer spawn in. Customer's book is working. Lovely. And if I go ahead and leave the game, let's go into our prototype. We're not even a prototype level. Our test level here. Here's the moment of truth. Space. Good! Look at that! Oh, that's so neat! Oh, I'm so excited! Look at that! Open book, close book, open book, close book. This is the new book, and then this is the old book. Oh boy! It's looking like a game more and more. Oh, that's so lovely. Yeah, this is the old UI. And then this will be the, I haven't even seen it in game. I've only been looking at it through the screen, but it looks so pretty already! Oh boy! This is so sweet. Okay, and then I'm curious as well, now as we're moving around, can we use the buttons that we use normally? So if I open the book and we try to change tabs, that doesn't work. That's okay. That's all right. But we can see the orders. So now, let's go ahead and start pairing them up, shall we? We did? Yeah. Oh, that's so nice. Okay. So let's close this, make sure we make a backup, and then let's try pairing the customers to the pages. That's what's next on the to-do list. So let's close that guy here, do the stage changes, and say added new book, sorta into game. There we go. Okay. And with that said, now what we need to do is a little bit of a tricky task. The way I have it set up currently, and I close you here, we have 4 areas, and these two, target 3 and 4, are for the left book page. So it would be 3, 4, and then 9 and 10. And I believe I do that here for our seats. If we close all of these guys and go to our, let's see, tabletop, customer target manager, this guy, left page seats, you can see 3, 4, so 3, 4, 9, and 10 are all 4 pages. And what I'm thinking is, let's not do left pages seat, let's just set it by tables. So we have table 1, table 2, table 3, table 4. I think that would be better. The thing is, the old UI, you had a total of, I believe, 12 tables. Here, we made it a lot simpler, and I definitely am enjoying how simpler it is. It made it more compact, which means there's less space to do, less space to work with, but that gives more of a focus, I think, on the world in the game, makes it a little bit more cozier. So, that's to say, let's set up the tables to do table 1, table 2, table 3, table 4. I think that'll be our best bet. The issue is, if we break it down like that, it is going to be a little bit of a pain to rebuild it up, since this is the system that the old book is using. If we want to make it the new book system, then the toggle I just did will really have no effect, which is not the sweetest, but okay, there's a way to do this. There is a way to do this. Our customer target manager at the moment, if I click on you here, you can see that we have register targets and we assign the targets by name. I'm questioning, maybe we just kind of do a little bit of duplication and then hope for the best. So instead of having left page seats, we have here left page seat, right page seat. I'm going to say, and I'm going to suggest that we make a list of an array of arrays. Yeah, an array of arrays. It's 4 arrays for each node. I think that can work out fine. We'll see how that works out. And what I'm thinking is, we'll just set this to another node and we'll say this is the old book way of organizing it. So I'll do old book. And the good news is, because these guys are, percent instead of doing the locals, I think this is making it unique. Yep, it's a unique name, which means anywhere we move these nodes, they'll always be where they need to be, or they'll always be referenced. So I can just move these guys into old book and it'll still recognize it, which is super duper nice. And then what we can say is book there. I'm gonna do new book here, just testing, export, exprt, var. This is new book. And we'll delete all the old code once we're able to transfer it 100%. So we have new book here. It's going to be a new book here. And then from there, we're going to say register new book targets and register old book targets. So we'll say register old book targets, and then underscore here. And then after that, or hold on, register targets. Is that how we... Ooh, I see. Hold on. Yeah, you are a target manager, but I don't think you're being modified. Initialize managers, register target manager. Yeah, I'm wondering, you here, are you an override? I think it is. So instead what we'll do is say, if book not equal to null, then we'll go ahead and do register old book. Function, and we'll do regis, register old underscore book. And then we'll just do a void here. So void here, void, open up you here, paste you into here. And if book's not equal to null, then we'll do register old book. Elif, and then we'll go ahead and do new book, not equal to null. So not equal to null. And then we'll do register new book. I think that's what we'll do for now. And if book is book, new book, real book, book. Exactly. And hi, reality. Welcome into stream. Welcome into progress. Oh boy, it's been very stagnant, I think, for like stagnant for the past few months with this UI. So it's so nice to see the UI actually in the game and doing things and stuff. It's so cool. So let's see. We'll go ahead and do register old book targets, and then we'll do a function here. So func here, and then do you here. Do you register old book? We'll say register new book, and then do a new here. And then we'll go ahead and do you here, set it to void. And then we'll just see about doing a pass here for now. And then we'll copy you, paste you into here, and do that there. So, now the question now becomes, how do we register the new book? How do we want to do that? What we know for certain is that we have an array of tables. And these tables get assigned to different seats, different tabs. Which is to say, we need to figure out a way to get that information out. Each tab, or each table needs to have a seat. So each of these customer order containers, you can see, if I click on this one here, this should have a seat and a customer. It has a seat and a customer. These two, well, you can't really see it because of the thing. Hold on. The seat and a customer. And we need to get it to assign to a seat and a customer. That's the tricky part here. So what I'm thinking is, well, there's a few ways we can do it. The issue is, which one would feel the nicest to know about? If we go back into our script here, and then we go into a table panel here, this guy here, this is a single table, and it has 2 seats. So I'm wondering, do we just do seat A, seat B for our table panel and do it that way? And then we just arrange all of our table panels to do seat A, seat B? Or do we perhaps do a little bit differently in the sense of now we have a way to represent which sprite is which sprite in the table and know which table is what going on because we're using the colors now. So we can say, for example, pink table, yellow table, blue table, white table, and then just assign them that way. I think that would be the best way to do it. The clearest way in Claude to do it instead of table 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't know what we're talking about. So I think doing it that way might be the nicest way to do it. So with that said, what we're going to do is, we also need to disable all of these targets to be the case. Well, I think it's fine. As long as they're not registered, the game will not pick them up. Though, I do think it might be tricky. I think if we duplicate these, they might be deleted. We'll see. If they're not assigned, do they still count? I don't know. I want to do and duplicate this old book here. This is going to be our new underscore book. And then we're going to do, hold on, B-O, new book here, new book. And what I'm thinking is we can set this to pink table, P-I-N-K-T-A-B-L-E, pink table. We set then this to our, let's see, our blue table, B-L-U-E-T-A-B-L-E, blue table. And then we can go 3, 4 target. We take out the 9 and 10. So delete you 2, delete you 2. This is going to be our 9 and 10 on our table. So we can go ahead and grab you 2 because you're our blue table. And then we hide those guys there, hide those guys there. We then have our 5 and 6 here. This is going to be our yellow table, so Y-E-L-L-O-W, yellow table. And then we have here our white table. So we can do W-H-I-T-E-T, hold on, W-H-I-T-E-T-A-B-L-E, white table. And we can go ahead and delete these bottom 2 because they're not the white table. And we can go ahead and delete these 2. There you go. So these guys are crossed and we have all of them. Our pink table, our blue table, our yellow table, and our white table. That's the way we'll be distinguishing the different tables instead of right page, left page seats. From these, we just need to link them up, and depending on that will be, I think, how we do things. So, from there, what I think we'll do is we'll go back to Customer Target Manager here, and we'll set up a register targets for our new book. I'll go ahead, and what we'll say is, let's see, how do we do this? We need to have an array of the different table types. If I do our table panel here, we go to this guy here, table panel type. I think that's good typing, Claire. It'll be table panel.type. So let's go back into our cafe here, back into our customer target manager. I would want to do something, and I'll go ahead and crop this out so that it doesn't get counted. But I would want to do something like an array of var tables, and then it's going to be an array, and we can't do nested arrays, unfortunately. So I take it back. We'll call this var, and then it's going to be an array of tables. So we'll say pink INK, pink underscore TABLE, pink table, pink table pair. How about that? Because these guys are going to have to be dragged and dropped. So this is pink table pair, and then it's going to be an array, and it's going to be an array of the, and oh, add target to list. Ooh, hold on. Add target to list, compiled, and we grab all the seats of the children's. We also have to do that. I completely forgot. And then it's going to be a list of node 2Ds, and it's going to return an array. Got ya. And we return a compiled list. We do target list dot append. Yeah, we gotta do this too. Completely forgot about that. That's an entirely different feature I added. Okay, hold on. Let's see. We do a left page seat, and this left page seat is a node 2D. So it's still fine. We're still good to go. What we have to do is, and this gives us an array of targets, so this is still good to go. We would take an array, and it's going to be an array of target, and then it's going to be this guy here, and it shouldn't be too bad. And I'm gonna go ahead and do this. First off, we're gonna go and grab all of these guys here, access this unique name, so click on all of you guys here, go ahead and do that thing there. I should then be able to grab all of you, drag you into here, like so, and then we can go ahead and undo this guy here. So undo you, redo and move you all here, click on tab here, and then we can just grab you here, and it's going to be equal to you here. And actually didn't need that equal, never mind. Pink table pair, and then we'll just grab the pink table here. So this is going to be 2 pairs of pink table, and we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4. This is going to be our blue table pair, so on and so forth. So let's see, I'll grab, how can we do this? I'm going to remove all of these guys by holding down Alt. Then I'll use subtract here, and that way I can go to each of these and just click paste on our blue table. We can then copy this guy, go to yellow table, and actually, we should be doing these in both areas, shouldn't we? So then the blue table goes here, and then we have our white table here. We paste that white table there, and we paste that white table here. And now we know for certain which is which. Now that we do that, I'm thinking what we're going to go ahead and do now that all these tables are registered is if new book is not equal to null, just as a double check. If it's not equal to null, then what we'll go ahead and do, oh no, actually, hold on. Past this here for the moment. We actually also need to do a var, and we need to do color underscore to underscore table, color to table. And then we go ahead and pair those two. The only issue is that we don't know the size, and I know there's a thing like this in C++, but a way to add like an X and Y or a pairing of two variables, because technically, if ever the case we have 3 seats at a table, this will break the entire system. So it'd be nice if there was a way to do left seat, right seat, and call it, I guess we could. You know what? That might be helpful to do. Let's do it. I think that's a good idea. We'll go ahead and make a class and just say it's a class of 2 targets and do left seat, right seat. Yeah, how about that? Table seat. Let's make one. I think that'll help us in the long run, not run into that pain there. Though the tricky part is that we would just have to assign them and do it manually. I'm not a fan of that. But if we do it this way, then we would run into less issues because we would just say assign left seat or assign right seat if we do it all in here. So, you know what? Yeah, okay, let's do that. And actually, what we can do even a step further is I can do this as a script. So if I attach a script here, we're gonna call it table script. Yeah, you know what? Let's call it the table script. Let's go ahead and create the script here. And then in this table script, we're going to do class name. So class underscore name, and it's going to be called table script. And then we're going to have a variable for left seat. So at export var, at export var, and then we're going to do left seat. Oh, hold on. left underscore SEAT, left seat. And then let's go ahead and do this as a, what is it called? A target. So a target, and I believe all of you guys are targets, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. So we have left seat target, and then we just need a right seat. So we do right seat here. And we do RIGHT, right seat. Something like that. Left seat, right seat. And now, the good news is, once we register the books and do all of those guys here, then we do color to table. We grab all of the table pairings. So for example, we go here, pink table, left seat is this one, right seat is this one. And in the long run, this might not work out in our favor, but I think for now, this is a good direction to go because it'll help us in the long run in the sense of, what is it called? A clearness instead of worrying about, okay, what index is this? Second index? No, you know what the right and left is. And we can now also pass into the game tables, a list of tables. So let's see. We'll do this here, and then we'll go ahead and grab our tables. Let's see, table. Where are we doing? Table GD. Good. Lovely. So we'll grab that in there, put it in a blue table, we'll grab it in there, put it in yellow table, and also grab it in here and put it in a white table. There we are. And in our blue table, we need our left seat, so we'll grab you. We need our right seat, so we'll grab you. We need our yellow table. Again, we have our left seat here. Then we also have our right seat. Oh, hold on. You there. Right seat goes into there. And then for our white table, again, we have our left seat and we have our right seat. So go ahead and grab that guy there and grab that guy there. Lovely. Okay. So after we register all of these guys, and I realized too that this guy here, add targets to the list, it does not have to be done, or at least, how to rephrase that? This can be modified. Add targets to list. It gives us back an array of targets. I don't think let's need it. We just need a list, and it needs to be a node 2D and we get the children. Let's do add target to list, and return array, target array. Return target underscore ARAY array. And then we'll go ahead and copy you here. And oh, I see why we do that. Register targets and you there. Cannot register targets, list is empty. I see. Oh, no, hold on. We're fine. This is just empty. So I think we should be fine because it returns, but it doesn't matter if it returns and we don't need it to return. Do we? I don't think that's bad. Let me just double check. That's marked as unique. Godot 4. Return does a function. Does return RETURNFUNCTION have to return. Let's see, have to return. And a function does not have to explicitly return a value unless a specific type is declared. That's not what I'm asking here. I want to know if we need to necessarily return it if we ask for it. For example, here we don't ask for it, so I think we're fine. I'll go ahead and just do that there since it's already working out in our favor. We'll just set that up to what it was and then undo that guy, save it. Then we'll go back to our customer target manager here. We don't need to do any of this. What we really need to do, all we really need to do is I can go ahead and remove this guy here. We don't even need the names now of this anymore. It's simpler now because we made that, what is it called, table class. So I set var color to table, and it's going to be a dictionary. So dictionary, and it's going to be a dictionary of, let's see here, table panel, dictionary of table panel to, table panel dot, and then type. And then it's going to be a table. So table panel dot type table equal, and now we set it up. So what we can say now is table panel dot type, and then we can do type dot pink, and so on. Oh, is read only? Nope, we just want pink. So dot pink, we do these guys here, and this pink table, for example, is going to be our pink table here. So we can do the pink table there. And then we can go ahead and just do 1, 2, 3, 4. We grab our pink table, we grab our blue table, we grab our yellow table, we grab our white table, like this here. And then after that, we do pink, we do blue, and we do yellow. So yellow here, and we do white. So white goes there. Then to do this area here, what we can say is for tables in, or for colors in tables. So because that would be our key. So for colors in tables, so color to table. For colors in color to table, we'll go ahead and do this guy here, add target to list. And then what we have to do is we grab our, let's see here, color to table. So color to table, and we'll just do our colors. So colors here, colors, like that. Or color, it would be for color, C-O-L-O-R, for color in colors to tables. There. And that is just this. So that also gets rid of that, like so. And now that we've added all of them into the list, well, now we just have to assign seats to tables, and we can do that by doing new underscore book, and we're going to pass in our table panel type and table. So new book dot, and then we do assign seat to table. So we'll just grab this guy and figure out what function that is, and we'll pass in our color to table. There we are, like that. That should be good to go. Now we just need to figure out what this guy is. Assign seat to tab, I see, and book done loading dot event. All right, well, we'll copy you here. This goes in our book, so we'll set it to be our customer order container. So let's see here. How can we do it? New book, okay. So on customer target manager done, what we need to do is if new book is not equal to null, then we need to omit to assign the seats to the table. So what I'll do actually is instead of new book dot, I'm going to do utility dot, and then we'll do assign seat to tab dot emit. We'll do that as a signal since I want to, as much as I can, remove most functions from the book unless they're absolutely needed to work. As this book here, that function can be assigned to this specific page. So this left order versus right order, we can figure those out later with the order tabs and distinguishing between those two. But that'll be, oh, actually, never mind. This left order page doesn't even matter because we have an order page as a whole. So this is good, we're fine. Let's go back into our cafe here. Let's go back into our customer target manager here. We're going to emit this utility guy here. So let's just go and copy this guy here. We'll also need our table panel here. So actually, I'm gonna copy you here and I'm gonna put you here too. And then I'm just gonna copy all of you here and then undo and then subtract you here. Save that there. Go into this guy here. Actually, never mind, that guy there. And then we'll see for cafe variables. Nope, we're looking for signals. So player signals, entity signals. Let's see, tutorial, spellcasting. This also needs to be cleaned up. This is one of the old relics of the old code that still needs to be redone. The thing is, it's always changing, so I didn't want to redo it, only to then redo it. But a lot of this is old and can be removed. It's this page, and I think one more page that is still super duper old and hasn't been refactored yet. Let's see. Down here, we'll do SIGNAL, signal, space. Then we'll go ahead and remove the assign seat to tab. That will be our guy there. We'll then go ahead and remove you here as well. And then we're going to do color to table here. Remove that, place that in there, and this is going to be what the signal emits. After that, then what we can have happen is in our customer order container, we can then, or not our order container, our order page per se. Let's see, our order page, yeah. No, that's the cafe. We're looking for our new book here, our order page. Yes, indeedy. This order tab has our pages. Right now, the pages are separated. So we won't worry about that too much. We'll just go based off of these guys here, depending on what it is. So we know for certain that these two guys here, and what we would also want to check to make sure is that it isn't already used. But again, because these two pages will be connected, we'll be able to tell if there's any duplicate pages and if they need to be modified. So that's good to go. A-okay to fine with that. We'll go ahead and grab this guy here, and this is the current functions we're running. So we'll just do that there. We'll do it here in our left page. So I'll go ahead and do this utility, utility dot, we'll paste this here, dot connect it, so connect. And then we'll grab the callables. The callables should be in our target manager here. Hold on, not our target manager. It should be in, let's see, cafe here, and then back into here, you here, customer target manager. We should then just be able to do this guy here, copy you to here. And then we'll go ahead and say, actually, no, let's just copy all of you here. I can use you. And then we'll go into our new book here, new book. And how can we say this? We would need to know the table. I think that's the simplest way to do it. The table, a table seat would need to know the table. So a table panel here, for example, is a type, but we also should know what table it is. So I'm going to do at export, export, var, and then we're going to say table. So table. It's going to be a type of table, table, table. Lovely. So with that said, these two guys will consider which goes where. So that's good to go. That's fine. Back into our order container. So that's going to be this guy here, I believe. Yes, indeed. You are in our table panel. That's this big guy here. Table panel is connected to this guy here. And then we have our order page. So our order page, once we're done, needs to take a look at our two different table panels. Depending on the two table panels, we already know which is which type. But it should be good to go. Should be good to go and fine. We know what they'll always be as well. So we can also set these up in code too, which is nice. We know for certain, if we go to the cafe, for example, this one's always going to be pink, this one's always going to be blue. So setting them here in the left order page is fine because that's pink, that's blue. We just need to set their tables and then also assign them their seats. So in this guy here, upon this function being called, let's go back to here, go to here, register new book. What we actually need to do is assign seat table. And that's seat tab. I'm gonna rename that. It should be C2 table, T-A-B-L-E, a C2 table. Let's go into our utility quickly and change these back. So utility, U-T-I-L, utility. Let's do that there, save that to that, and then go back to our cafe here, you here, and then on this emit, we're going to actually use you there. There we go. And with that said, are you angry? Common parent is null. Oh, no, this is fine. Okay, so we do that there, and then we're going to have this as the name. So we're going to do that there, and then it's also going to be underscore since we don't need to know about it. And then we'll go ahead and have this guy here, and we'll set you to funk, and then do that guy, and then do that guy, and then do this here as a void. Set you there, do a pass there. We'll then go ahead and do enter there, and now why are you angry? It says assign seat to table is not declared. Oh, underscore. Can't forget that. Thank you for that one. Okay, so with that now said and done, we are going to take in from that this dictionary and we're going to call it our color to tab. So color to table. We know for certain that this page has two tables and it should have two colors. So what we're going to do is for this page, say our top table, bottom table, or something like that is what we can do. So I'll go ahead and put on here at export var, and we're going to say top table, so top panel, top P-A-N-E-L, actually hold on, yeah, top panel, bottom panel. We can modify these, even make them a loop, but for now we'll just say top panel, T-O-P-P-A-N-E-L, top panel, and we'll also call this the bottom panel, so B-O-T-T-O-M, bottom, P-A-N-E-L, panel. We'll go ahead then and make sure you two are access as unique name. Drag and drop, oh hold on, undo that. Drag and drop both of these guys into here, top and bottom. And then what we can say is our top color, bottom color. I think that would be the best way to do it. So we'll go back into here and we'll go ahead and say at export var top color, so top underscore color. And then we'll say this is a table panel dot color. So table panel dot color or dot type. And we'll do this here. And we'll also do this here, so bottom color, B-O-T-T-O-M, bottom color. And these top and bottom colors will get set. So we know for certain, well, we can't do that yet, can we? We have to do this guy here, Control K, because then it won't register. So save that there. So our top color is going to be pink, our bottom color is going to be blue, and then it goes white and then yellow. So I'll save this guy here. These guys will get assigned in code, and what we can say is assign seat to table. We get a variable of color to table, and I think do I have to do the var there? I forget. Nope, no var there. I take it back. Good, lovely. So assign seat to table, all of those guys there. We get table panel, and then we get the type. What we say then is we match our table panels now. We just have to attach the colors together. Let me get a little lemonade here. Okay, I take it back. That wasn't a little bit of lemonade. Oh, my throat. Hold on. That's too much lemon. Hold on. Oh boy, my throat. Note to self, use less lemon next time. Or you should be good to go. Okay, so continuing. We need to pair the colors up and the tables up. That shouldn't be too bad. To start off, we know our top panel and our bottom panel. We'll be able to modify these in the future better, but for now, what we can say is that we can take the match here, match, and actually, how can we do that? Oh, no, this is fine. Match, and we're going to say, how can we do this? Assign color to table, how can we do that? There's like a function I feel like we could do. We could do no function at the moment and make it a function later, but we have a panel, we have a color, and we would need to have the seats assigned. Oh, you know what we need to do? For our table panel, we need to figure out a way to assign the seats. So back into here, what we can see is our first seat and second seat. So we're gonna go to this guy, and we also need to add a function. Function's going to be to assign, 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 and then we can do seats, and then we take in a table, and we can do table here. And actually, our table container already has a, never mind, we don't need to do that. Our table container, our table panel, I was trying to say container and panel together. Assign seats, there we are, assign seats. And actually, function assign, ASSIGN, assign table. Assign table. Let's do that. Assign table will assign the seats. So we take in a new underscore table, new table here, and it's going to be a table. That's a type, table, a new table. And then we're going to do this here. We're going to do void on here. And we would also need to not only do that, we would also need the color. So we can also say new table as well as the type. So let's see, new table and new underscore type. And then we can go ahead and set this to type here. There we go. So in here, we can set type equal to new type, and then we can set table equal to new table, like that. After that, then what we can say is that our top table, bottom table, that's also a thing we can do, top, T-A-B-L-E, top table, and then our bottom table, so B-O-T-T-O-M, T-A-B-L-E, table, make sure we grab these guys here, access is unique name, and then we can grab you two here, go make sure you're selected, go back to here, and then our top table here, top table dot, and then we can do seat, top table dot seat equals table dot left seat. And then we can go ahead and do top table dot seat. Is that it? Yeah, top table needs to have a seat. And then, oh, left seat, I see. Left seat, and right seat. That's what it should be. And right seat, R-I-G-H-T, right seat. There we go. Okay, that's a little bit better in the naming. Just modify these, grab these guys here. Oh, hold on. Left seat, right seat. Grab you here. Yep. Well, hold on. Do I have to do control? I think it is. Hold your horses. Yeah, that's right seat. And then we need left seat. So grab left seat again. Grab you there. Good to go. Lovely. So top table dot seat actually needs to be left seat dot seat and right seat dot seat. I don't know how I feel about that one per se, but it's okay. It'll be fine. So right seat dot seat is going to be our table dot left seat and table dot right seat. Like that there. And then for these guys here, I think we have to do a function called assign seats, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. Yes, set seat. Got ya. Hold on. We have to do, and this is here a target. Yes, okay. So redo that. It's actually going to be left seat dot set, and then dot seat, or hold on. Left seat dot set seat. Yeah, I don't like that. That feels a little off. Do we have a function called set seat as a ready function? No. Okay, so let's do set. set underscore set? I don't think so. The unfortunate thing as well is that set doesn't work too because set's already a function. So how can we do assign? How about that? A-S-S-I-G-N, assign. I like that. Assign can work here. Let's do dot assign. So left seat dot assign, and we'll assign the seat here. And then we'll do right seat dot assign. I like that a lot better. Right seat dot assign, and then we'll do table dot left seat here, and then table dot right seat here. There we go, like so. And that should be those two good to go once they're assigned. And with that said, we go back into our left order page. Now we have top panel, bottom panel. Now, these two guys here are top table, bottom table. That's what they should be named instead. So we'll redo that and call them top table, bottom table. I think, or do we do, yeah, top panel, bottom panel. We're getting in tables. So maybe just for clarity's sake, we won't do that in this code here. So we'll keep it clear. We'll go ahead and save it. And then assign seat to table. Now, this should be a little bit easier now since we have new functions. What we have to do is assign the color and the type. That's all we have to do. So what we can say is, depending on the top color and bottom color, that's what we'll do it based off of. So what we'll say is our top panel, and then we can go ahead and do dot. And then we can go ahead and do, what's the name? I forget what we have to do the function of. Hold on. It's going to be assign table. Top panel dot assign table. Okay, so dot assign table. And then we're going to take in a table. So that's going to be a bit tricky. What we need to do is take in our top color here. And we'll go ahead and also do color to table. So we'll grab our guy here. So color to table. And then it's going to be our top color here. And then we'll also grab that there for our color of our table, as it takes in the table and then it takes in the table panel type. And then we would just do the same for here. And we can also remove these guys since they're no longer needed either. So we would just say our top color, and then this is going to be our bottom color here. So bottom color, and this is going to be our bottom panel and bottom panel. Save that there. That should be it, I think. We'll see. We'll save these guys here. From there, what we'll do is, let's see, left order panel. Yep. Okay. We'll go into our customer order container now, and we'll go ahead and remove our customer guy here. No longer will we have the test customer, and I believe this shouldn't break our book. Let's just double check to make sure it doesn't break the book. If I click on play here, does it break the book because nothing's instantiated? Yes, it does break the book. That's okay. Set order here, I believe, is set to ready. Yes, it is. Let's remove that there. Should not be because the customer no longer is in the game. All right, remove that there. New book. Let's see. What do we got? We get this. Lovely. It's already null. And now is the test to see. I have hope. I have a lot of hope considering how things have been going surprisingly very well. Knock on wood. Knock on so much wood there. Let's see. So we're in the game here. Then if we go into you here, just double checking. If we go into the regular world, this is the regular book page. Customer should spawn in any minute. Customer, go ahead and sit down. They're reading. Once they're done reading, they should still work properly because we have not removed or altered the book too much. Let's go back into here. Going into the prototype here. Okay. Opening the book. These things should be blank right off the bat. So let's modify that. So go back into here, go back into book. On new book here, when we load them up, so let's see, left order page here. Let's see, on assign table, let's go into assign table here. We do assign all of you guys here. We also would have to do on, let's see, assign tables. On assign, we also have to hide. So let's see, on assign, we then also have to make sure to do clear. And you should be fine because assign tables should not do, let's see, assign, yes, okay, that should be good. So let's just do clear, and then we choose true or false. Visible should be false, I believe, right? No problem. Clear, there we are. Clear, that should be good. Because clear here is going to set our visibility to false and do that. Okay, now let's try. With that, it should be disabled looking at it initially. So if I click on levels here, we click on this here, hold down space, it has not been cleared. Okay, interesting. I wonder why. Set sprite visibility to false. Yeah, that clear should work unless something's awry. Let's see if we can figure it out. If I click on you there, open this guy up, click on you here. Ah, we don't go into the function. So something's going on here. Something is amiss. So assign here is done and then clear is done. If we go into assign, I know that the assign happens to do with this page here. And this panel here is where we do dot assign. Are we doing assign tables is the question. Go into here, assign tables. We have assigned tables not being used. I don't see it. No, we do here. Okay, let's see. Are we running this code then? Click on new here, click on play here. We haven't even spawned in a customer yet. That's a little concerning, but we should be fine. So far, it's okay. Nothing's breaking. And this guy isn't even being called, which means we have to go a step out of this. And it's going to be assign seat to customer or assign seat to table. So where are we using this at? Find you here. And where are we doing .emit at? We're doing it here. If new book not equal to null, emit. Let's go ahead now and click play again. What do we get? Are we going into this signal here? Let's see. You here? You here? No, we're not going into here. Tell me at the very least we're going into here, right? If book, oh, I see, register new book. No, that's right. That should be working. Let's click on you there and then click on you there. Let's see. Do that. Go into here, go into here, go into here. No, interesting. Registered target should work. Why aren't you working? We're not even going into here is the thing. But the registered targets is working. New book equals no. Oh, I think I know why. Hold on. Go back into here, into cafe. We need to set the new book to that. So if I go down here and we go to, where are we at? If book is book, we do that. And then we have to say, if book is new book, then we say that the customer target manager has to be the new book. So customer target manager, book is book there. Good. Okay. So I say that, or we say this here, like that, remove that there. Okay. And you should have a detective for finding stuff like this. Or a detective cap. Oh. Elementary, my dear Watson. Have a little bubble pipe going too. Oh boy. Let's see. Go back to here. Click on you here. Okay. Now are you ready to see it? Sherlock Ayers on the case. Like the Mystery Incorporated. Nope. Why are we angry now? We see. Oh, I know why. I know why you're angry. It's okay. I understand. This is why we did it initially. Hold on. Undo. We need to do customer.newBook actually. New book. Hold your horses. I understand your pain. It's okay. Everything will be fine. I think. Believe. Okay. Now, an elementary, my dear Bobby. Elementary. Let's see here. Levels, you here. Okay, so far, so good. If I hold down space, we shouldn't see the icons if the connections work properly, and no icons. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to spawn in a customer. Let's see how well that goes. Okay, spawn customer services. Okay, customer has been spawned. Now we seat the customer, and what do we get? Survey says to that one. Okay. Could not assign customer to seat. Good. The good news is it did not break, for I had a save point that says things of that nature. And because of my new code debugging, I can see exactly what happened. It happened to happen and left it happened to happen. Yeah. I have tracked down the clues thanks to leaving behind the fingerprint duster. We can follow the fingerprints into the code and see it happened in the left order page at exactly the line 17. And what do we see here? If not seat to tab has customer. I see. I really don't see, but yep, surely. We have our left order page here. Assign customer to tab. New customer, something there. If not seat to tab has customer. We don't have a seat to tab. So I think I get it. We need to just not do seat to tab. And truly a master detective at work. Magnificent. Thank you. Let's see here. It makes me wonder, the seat to tab, we never set it up, and I think that is the reason why. If anything, what we actually need to do is we need to assign the customer manager to know if there is an empty tab going on. I think that's the thing we have to do. So that's to say we have to do assign customer to tab. Yeah, we don't have to do that. I don't think a customer has to be assigned to tab. Just when a customer's seated, we emit, there's a way to do this. On a seat being sat, yes indeed, on a seat being selected, the customer just has to say, okay, a customer's in my seat, let's go ahead and assign it. When a customer leaves the seat, all right, I don't have a customer anymore. Are you winning, son? Yeah, things are going. They're breaking, but they're going. Great, and we only have technically 10 minutes left, but I definitely think this is possible within the next, 30 minutes, so we'll see. If need be, I do have to stop. I will, but I think we're really close. I do. We don't need this assigned customer to seat. I don't think we do. If we go here, go here, go here, to these guys here, we have order page, and we also have the book. Assign customer to tab. I really don't think we need this. This is from old code that I don't think is quite required. What we'd have to do is, for our book, grab the customer target manager. Because in our book here, not in our book, in our game here, we should have maybe an export var of guys, or maybe if we go into our target manager here, we should be able to get the list of, target list. There's a target list of nodes, and then there should be an available node list and an empty node list, and gather all targets and set their status and occupied or empty. Yep, so we have a target list and compiled list, and then if is occupied. So I'm thinking we just say get list of, or how do we do that? When we assign a customer to the seat, we would then go to our book and emit something like that in hydration. Sure,
Cat
can
sat
do.
on keyboard
can
just
do.
redeemed
Hold up.
hydrate.
Hydration done. Thank you for that redeem, cat sat on keyboard. Okay, so I think what we'll do is in our customer target manager, we have a function here for register targets. We also have a function here for register new book. And in our target manager, we have one for assign random target, unassigned target from entity. We also have here assign new random target, all of those things. What I'm thinking is, let's see, assign new random target. Oh, this is tricky. This is gonna be a little tricky because when we assign the customer's target, things of that nature. Okay, so what I'm thinking is, let's just have a check to see on target and check to see, okay, if a customer has left and I am holding a customer, emit that a customer has left. And if a customer comes, I think that'll be our best bet, though I don't know how well that'll go, but let's do that. So back in our target here, we have on assign versus on unassign. I think that's how we can do it. So what we can say is if entity, so if new entity, if current entity is, and then we can say customer, we can go ahead and say utility dot customer, customer has been underscore ASSIGN assigned underscore to underscore target, and we'll go ahead and attach ourself and the customer. So we do current entity here, current entity. There we go. We have a signal like this, and we do dot emit. And this way, we can check in the other areas, and I think that'll be good to go. So, assign entity and unassigned entity. We say current entity, all of that there. What we can do before then is if current entity.target equals all of that stuff, good to go. So, before we reset our current entity, we're also going to do here, before the reset, we're going to say has been unassigned. So, let's see here, unassigned, so unassigned, and we would do that there. After that, UNASSIGNED from target, FROM from target, and then save that there. We would just now need these two, so we can go into utility here, customer signals. Is there a target signal area? We have player signals. Do I have an area for targets? We have dish, debug, internal, item, menu, level, book signals, customer progress, spell casting. You know what? I can claim this later. We're just going to put it, we'll put you here. How about that? Signal, SIGNAR, signal, you here. And then it's going to be customer has been assigned from target. Let's go back into you here to our target manager. No, not target manager. It's just going to be our target. So our target, let's see, table, nope. We don't need the table anymore. Table panel, not yet. Target. We need this guy here too. And we'll go ahead and do duplication for you as well. Paste you into here. And then we'll go ahead and grab the target and then a customer. So it's going to be a target, and then a customer, or target. And then it's going to be a customer, and it's going to be, let's see, customer. It's going to be a customer, so USCOL-MER, customer. I have had issues where if the signals are on top of each other and they're the same exact thing in terms of naming, it doesn't like it. So let's see, target assigned. So target UNASSIGNED, target unassigned. So we'll just add here, target unassigned and customer unassigned, just so that we don't run into that. So we'll do customer, and then we'll do customer underscore assigned, and then we'll go ahead and do copy you here. And then all I'm thinking is, if I have a good idea of how this will go, we'll copy you here, and we'll just connect these to our table panels. So instead of these guys here taking in a, let's see, they were taking in, if we go back to our output here, this guy here, our left order page has an assign customer to tab. No longer do I think we need that. Assign customer to tab, let's remove that. Let's also remove this. I don't think we'll need it. We'll just remove all of that there. With that said, what we'll then do is go to our table panel, this guy right here, then we'll go make sure we're on this here, our customer order container. And our customer order container will go into our function ready. Let's see, no ready function, that's all good to go. Assign all of you guys here. We'll do you here. And already with the ad break, my goodness. Okay, hold on. Let's see, function underscore ready. And then we'll go ahead and do paste you guys here. And then we'll go ahead and do a function here for function. We'll go ahead and do assign, ASIGN, assign underscore customer. And then, yeah, this connect customer panel. Do we ever use you? Just double checking here. Connect customer panel. We do this in customer tab, customer progress tab, but I don't think we do it anywhere else. We do it here in the panel here, and then we do book, and then we do customer here, status customer panel. Yeah, okay, so these guys here can be closed. We don't need to do that there. We do it here. So on assign customer, so let's see here, assign customer, ASSIGNCUSTOMER, assign customer. We'll also have, so I'll do a void here, and we'll do a pass. We'll also have one for remove customer, so that there, and then we'll also do assign customer and remove customer, so REMOVE, remove customer. And this is going to take in this guy here, and we'll just move you into here. So let's see, customer, target unassigned, assign remove. Nope, that's not right. It should be remove customer. There we go. Okay, and then we have target assigned here. There we go, like this here. And then we also need to do here, oh, hold on. Here, we need to do dot connect. So I grabbed you, CONNECT, dot connect, CONNECT, dot connect. This function actually needs to be moved out a little bit, and these signals need to be moved out a little bit. And then this guy here, indent, what's something, oh, hold on. That goes out, and then this goes in. That better? What are you angry at now? Oh, I see, hold on. You go here and here. Subtract you need to be UTILITY, utility dot. There you go, and now you're empty. You need to have this guy here, and you need to have this guy here. Lovely. So what we can say is, if target assign is not equal to our seat, then we go ahead and we return. Same thing here. We check to see if this is our seat. If it's not our seat, and if it's not our seat, we don't worry about it. But if it is, then what we're gonna do is set the order. So we can go ahead and just remove this guy here and do custom connect, and we can also do disconnect. That's where this would go. So we do that guy there, that guy there. We don't even need the customer thing there, but it's fine. So we do set customer order, and then we go ahead and do customer to assign. That guy there. And then I think we should be good. Save this guy here, save this then here and here, and let's see what we're working with here. And if this breaks, we'll be still good to go. So click on levels here, click on new here. Okay, we'll go ahead and now spawn in a customer here. So spawn in customer here. Okay, let's go ahead and seat the customer. Do we break? No, we don't. Customer has not ordered yet, but their page is not popping up. We're not getting the error, but we're also not getting the, hey, we did do the thing. So it should appear once the customer's order is taken. Okay, so there's still a few things broken. We can work on those, but the good news is now we're not dying. So, you know what? I'll take it. We'll close this guy here. We'll save it. Part save or assign, or let's see, merging, M-E-R, merging orders, O-R-D-E-R, merging book, and customer, C-U-S-T-O, almost done, not breaking, B-R-E-K-I-N-G, breaking. Okay, we'll go ahead and commit, and then we'll go ahead and sync, and then we'll let the ads do their thing, and I think we're getting close. I think we're getting super duper close. So let me get my water here, and we can call it a day for now. But I'm gonna work on this after stream. I am determined to at least get 50% of the book done. I think it might be a bit of a pain to redo the options menu, but all in all, we're doing something. It's a lot more than it looked like last week, and the book actually being in the game, it makes the game feel so much more real than a concept and an idea, and it's weird, but it's a nice type of weird. Let me get some water here. Tasty, tasty. And with that said, let me get a little bit of coffee if I still have some. I do. Lovely. Bad news. We're all out of coffee, and we're all out of lemonade, and I've already finished 1 bottle of water. All my fluids are almost done. Good news is I at least bring 2 bottles of water, so I do have some fluids. I just don't have my crazy wacky fluids, but no, that's fine. That's okay. So let's see. Recap what needs to be done and what can be done. Once the customers are assigned, once that's working out good to go, then I need to link customers to book, and then we need to create the right page. Let's move that over, so that is part of it. So once we link the customers to the left book, and now I want more coffee too. You should. It's tasty. Welcome into stream, sorcerer. Welcome in. Let's see here. Link customers to book, and we'll actually do this instead. Link customers to left page instead of book. So left page to L-E-F-T, left. Oh, hold on. L-E-F-T, left page, P-A-G-E page. And then what we'd have to do, P-A-G-E page, and let me slide this over. Once we link the customers to the left page, then I have to make the right page. Make, M-A-K-E, make right, R-I-G-H-T, right, P-A-G-E, make right page. Once we make the right page, then we have to add the ghost area. So actually, let's just say add ghost area. So add ghost A-R-E-A, add ghost A-R, or ghost section, how about that? S-E-C-T-I-O-N, add ghost section. And we also need to add the link customers. That's another thing we have to do. L-I-N-K, link. And then let's make that a little bit bigger. Link, and then I can just copy and paste the customers because I completely forgot I already wrote that. Link customers, and then we paste it to here. So that'll be the things. And I definitely think that's doable to get all done today. And should it be the case that it is done today, that means 25% will be completed. And if I were to do the options page, then technically I would have completed 50% of the book in 1 day. And then we have to worry about the glossary. That's a different problem. With that said, though, welcome back from the ad break. You've missed nothing apart from figuring out what we have to do left. And I was saying that if we're able to, within the next like 20-ish minutes, link the customers to the left page, then after stream, I'll work on making the right page. We have to then link the customers again, and also add a ghost section for the right page. But that said, let's see if we can end on a high note. Let's go back into programming here. With that said, let's see. Why are we having a problem? And it looks like I missed some very productive misses of Miss Rhythm Never Misses. Would you like to see, sorcerer? Hold on. Oh wait, no, I can't show you anymore. Unfortunately, but I can't show you this. The icons aren't here because the customers aren't linked. But I can show you that the book, you can now toggle on and off in the world. Granted, you can't turn the pages, but look at this. The book is here now. Isn't that super neat? And I did this last night. I also added the flowers that we were talking about from Friday in the sense of showing which table belongs to which table to hopefully make it easier on the player to know, okay, this is a pink flower, belongs to the pink flower. The blue one's there too. So hopefully next or later today, I'll be able to do the right page, but we're trying to see if we can get the customers' orders to show up. And that's the hope of right now. So with that said, I'll go ahead and close you. And let's see if we can figure out why the areas are not being linked. We're probably going to have to do a lot of backtracking or do something else. Let's start off by seeing if it even links the customer's order. Oh, you know what I just realized as well? We're going to have to do a function for reveal instead. And that's going to be different, I think. And good. Yeah, isn't it? Let's see. Customer order container here. Yep. So that's this guy. And hi, Logan the Dragon. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. And the flowers to mark the table's a great idea. Thank you. I got the idea after someone suggested having candles on the table to show the timer, since we're removing the timers from the game that you can see. I really do like the idea. And all the flowers are also based off of deadly real-life flowers, which I also thought was a fun touch since we're dealing with a necromancer. So let's see. With that said, left seat, right seat there. Okay, so are these guys actually being populated, or what are we seeing? And let's see here. I also thought, give me 1 second, I shall be right back. Let's see. I forgot something had to be done at 5 o'clock, but we're all good to go now. This is what I get for pushing over a little bit. It's all great. I like, well, the thing is, it's tricky because I want to do more streaming, but it takes a lot to stream, especially for the 4 hours. But we're all good to go. Without further ado, let's see if we can end on that high note. And welcome back. Thank you for waiting and being patient. That is very kind of you to give me your time. Let's see. That said, let's go ahead. Let me make sure my mouse is in the right position. Okay, so these guys, we need to make sure that they have a customer connected. So let's add some functions here to show, hey, a customer has been connected to me. We're good to go. So let's see here. Let's go into you here, into our customer order container. And on a set order, all of you guys, good to go. Remove a customer, all of you here. We're gonna go ahead and add some command messages to show. So utility dot, and then we'll go ahead and do, let's see, print debug message. We'll go ahead and say customer, oh, hold on. We'll say customer dot name, and then we'll go ahead and do plus, and then we'll say has been assigned, ASSIGN, assigned to seat, and also, oops, before we forget, we also need to do you here as CUSCLMER, customer to show that is the customer name, and then we'll go ahead and do seat here, assigned to space, plus, and then we'll go ahead and do our name, or rather, hold on, our seat.name, seat.name, so seat.name, plus, and then we'll go ahead and just do a bracket here of seat. So customer has been assigned to seat blank, and customer seat, or hold on, let's see. Customer has been assigned to seat name. Customer has been assigned to seat. Not quite. That's not what we want to say. We want to just say that the tab or the table has been assigned. How about that? Customer has been assigned to table seat. I like that better. To, and then we'll go ahead and do you here. We'll do name here, and then do plus, and then we'll go and do you there again, and then we'll do, let's see, that. We'll then say table there, so you, and then seat. So customer has been assigned to blank seat. I like that a lot better. And then we'll go and do comma, we'll do self, and then we'll go ahead and do, let's see, utility dot debug color dot, and then we'll go ahead and do notify. That should be good there. If this goes off, then we know for certain that the customer is being assigned. And then we can also go here and we can do customer has been removed. So has been removed, R-E-M-O-V-E-D, from, from. There we go. We can also do from too. So with that said, if this message does not pop up in the chat, then we know for certain that it is not what we're looking for. Let's see how that goes. So if I click on you there, and then we click on you, let's see here. And hi, Kersol, welcome in the stream. Are ya winning, son? Yeah, I am. So many good things are going on. It's like a big change going from seeing the menu, even if it's not fully functional, but we've been looking at the menu all this time in game through the, through the UI. So it's really neat that I can go into here, for example, and see this is the old UI of the book and the orders. And now, if I bring you into here, it might not work, but look at this. This will be the new book when things are working. We can't flip through the book at the moment, but that's just a change in itself. Not to mention all the other tabs that are going to come along with it too. And I'm doing my taxes. Hopefully it's not too painful, Beatus. We'll go ahead and spawn the customer in, and let's see if the customer does get assigned. And well, yeah, isn't it neat? Oh boy. So go ahead, have the customer sit down, and let's see. Oh, actually, that's not good. Customer, you can't sit there. That's a terrible thing. Let's see. Customer, can you go to the proper seat? We don't have the white seats pulled up. You go to, oh, hold on. Oh, name. Okay, maybe we have to do self.name. And we're also doing remove customer. Oh. You know. Oh boy, you know. That would be important, wouldn't it? Hold on. Okay. Try again now, game. And the basic we're keeping up, thank you. And they can't come for all of us. I don't make 100% which will all mess them up and I'll add to the pile. Even the Joker can't escape the IRS. Okay. Now that the unassigned and the assigned is different, let's go ahead and spawn the customer in now. Customer, you have a 50-50 chance to go to the right side of the page. Will you make history, customer? Yeah, look at them. Oh, it's good. It's working. Look at it. The customer wants a bitter cake. We can tell because of the two little bitter signals. Oh, that's so cute. And then once the customer leaves, now granted, I can no longer click this icon to do the new symbols and everything, but that's okay. I can set up that sheet. If we go into you here, we grab the customer's order. Let's go. Oh, you know what we also need to do? We need to hide it so that it only shows when the customer's, customer's order is taken. But that can be done very easily. Let's do that too. Yeah, when the customer is seated. Let's not do a reveal. Let's just wait until the customer's order is taken. So, that's a very quick fix. Let's first let's though make sure we do customer custo customer is linked. Oh, what good news. Okay, so last thing we can do. Let's just have it only show up once the order has been taken. And to do that, when we assign the customer, so let's see, assign seat clear, yep. When we assign the customer, we also want to make sure we hide. So set sprite visibility on set order. No, we actually want to do set sprite visibility to false. And then what we're going to say is function. And then we'll have show order, O-R-D-E-R, show order, and it's going to be customer to check. And then we're gonna go ahead and do a customer. And then we'll set this to void, so void here. And then we'll say, like what we did before, only I can just grab this. I wish there was an easier way to do it so that we wouldn't have to copy and paste this check everywhere, but that's fine. I don't mind doing it. We do if target to check or customer to check is not equal to customer. And then we can go ahead and say, oh, actually, hold on. If customer is null, so if customer equal null, then we can also return, so return there. And if show order, all of those things are good to go, then we set the sprite visibility to true. So set sprite visibility to true. There we go. Okay, so now we should be good to go. Lastly, what we're going to need to do is to do, let's see. Oh, show order, hide order. That's what we need to do. Okay, show order, hide order. So on clear, I think we should be good to go. Where do we do our customer has been unassigned? Oh, no, we should be fine. When a customer is removed from the target, that should automatically clear it. So we just need now to do one for when the player does the order. So we'll copy you here. And then actually, let's just copy all of you. That would make you a little bit easier. And then we'll go ahead and do our ready. So we'll say utility here. Utility dot, and then we'll have you here. And then we'll do show order here. So underscore show order. And we can remove this guy here. Add you there, undo that there, and then we can just go ahead and click on you here. Signal show order, signal S-I-G-N-E-L, show order, and then we can say customer to show. That's a little bit better. Customer to show, to S-H-O-W, customer to show. We'll go ahead and copy you then, copy you, save you here. Go back into our table panel, was it? Or was it our customer left order page? I don't remember, but that's okay. We're back to it anyway. Show order, and this is actually going to be dot connect, like that there. And we save that. And then this is going to be customer show order, customer to show. That should be S-H-O-W. There we go. And this is going to be customer to show. So just do S-H-W, S-H-O-W. Like that, save it. And now what we can have happen is when the player interacts with the customer, so we can go to our player script here, player, on a player interaction, when we serve our customer, so we just have to find that function. Let's see, on detection, customer, spellcasting, update, there should be one for interactive customer, here we are. If interactive customer range, all of these guys here, we have in queue, we have awaiting dish, we take action customer awaiting dish, and then we have interactive customer try and serve the customer their order. And let's see here. Customer awaiting dish. If item is not equal to null, if item is not dish, don't do anything. Otherwise, we go ahead and serve the customer. We want when the customer's order is taken. So we can see here, if the customer is in line, seat them. If the customer is waiting for their order, so this is awaiting waiter. And then we have customer awaiting waiter. If we click on this guy here, what do we get? Awaiting waiter, we say customer's order has been taken. And we also are going to do here is we're going to do utility dot show order of the customer that we have just taken the order of. And hi, Ant, or ATN. I forget how to pronounce it, but welcome back into stream. How are you doing? Great! Things are going quite well. We're making a lot of progress. U-T-I-L-I-T-Y, utility dot show order dot connect. And I can show you too, hopefully. Let's see. Utility dot show order customer dot connect. We paste this guy into here, and now the order should only show if the, and why are you angry? Oh, emit. There you go. It should only show after we take the customer's order. That's why we're adding this. And let's see if things do go the way we plan here. I click on you, we go back into levels. The UI is currently being updated. You can see this was the old UI for the book and the customer orders. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to make a new book. We've been working on it for the past few months. That's why I'm so excited. Oh boy. And the hope is that if we spawn in a customer now, if this customer goes to either the pink table or the blue table, which they go to the pink one, we can't see the order because their order has not been taken yet. Once we take the order, their order should appear, and that looks good. Thank you, thank you. So let's see. Customer now waving their hand, nothing on the book. If we take their order should pop up. Let's see. And the answer is to that. It pops up. Lovely. And if we go ahead and spawn in, let's see, well, I need to print it. Print, let's see, dish enums here. We can go ahead and spawn in the dish. So let's see. Spawn in the dish, product. Let's see. The product would be I think they ordered a cookie. Did they order a cookie or a cake? They ordered a cookie. Okay. Cookie and a bitter cookie. So it's going to be 2, and then it's going to be bitter cookie, I believe. So 2. There we go. Bitter, that's not a cookie. Maybe 1? That should say 2, but it's something's off there. That's okay. That's a bitter cookie. That's gonna have to be changed. And hurrah, indeed. Okay, customer, you need a bitter cookie according to your stamp. So there you go. They're now eating it, and once they get up from their seat, it should remove them automatically. So let's see. Does it do the thing? The Necromancers take a while to eat because they're quite prim and proper. So now that their mouth is wiped, let's see. And bitter is probably just anything Danish. I'd like to try something bitter at least once. I know, what is it? 100% pure dark chocolate is really bitter, so I take it back. No, I didn't like that. I like, what is it? Maybe 80% cocoa is the max I can do for dark chocolate. So let's see. They wipe their mouths. Let's go ahead and just have them leave. And now we're angry. Why are we angry? We're angry because the name apparently, hold on. Yeah, on opportunity name. So what if we just do self? Self.name? Is that better? Because that's the only reason it's getting angry. Oh, I know why. Hold on. It's getting angry because we don't have the customer yet. So if I just do this guy here, and we do this guy here, because this is when we clear the customer. So it might be getting angry because the customer has been removed. Try that now. There we go. Okay, play there. And then we'll go ahead and see if we can do the thing. So I'll go back to you. We'll go ahead and spawn in a customer here. We should be good to go. Customer, you go into the wrong area. That's okay. That is okay. You also went to the wrong area. There's only so many tables. This customer is going to order, apparently. Let's see. Customer has been seated. A customer. I think you want a sweet bitter cake, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. Sweet bitter. Right. We take your order here. Yes, you want a sweet bitter cookie. I see. Okay, that's all right. We can go ahead and spawn in the dish. So spawn dish. Remove there. Spawn in a dish. Sweet bitter cookie. I think that's going to be 01. If I'm not, no, 02. That's a cake. Sweet bitter as well. I think that's 1, and then it's going to be maybe 1. That looks like a sweet cookie. Is this what you want? No, that is not what you want. I see. Well then, this is an entirely different thing being broken. Interesting. Player, customer, invalid access to a property desired dish. Huh. Well. Interesting. I think the issue is here. I had an error thing good to go, and then it broke. I'm just gonna put a thing here of our to-dos. Hashtag good. Let's see. Hashtag to-do. Why break on wrong food given? There we go. I will figure that out later. Let's see. Without it breaking, without the customer, if we do give the customer the proper dish, does it break then? Let's see. Spawn in customer again. Let's give this another go. They want a bitter cake, and they're going that way. We don't want that. You also want a bitter cake. You're more cooperative. I'll give you that. Let's go ahead and print out our dish items again, and we are going to spawn in a dish of bitter cake. That's going to be 1, 2. 1, 2. That should be bitter cake, but it's not going bitter cake, which is why I'm quite curious to see if there's a reason why the items aren't working out. And the new plugin for Godot is so helpful, isn't it? I could just save it for a little bit later. All right, hold on. Let me actually put this down, and then let's take your order then. You want a bitter cake, yes indeedy. So we'll go ahead to our cake, pick up the cake, and now let's serve it to the customer and see what happens. So they're going to eat it, they're going to chew it, they're going to enjoy it, and savor it like they should. And once they're all good to go there, and I forgot how fast they how fast they eat. Once they're done, they wipe their mouths, and here is the moment of truth. We seat them, and it... Wait, did they leave that fast? Hold on, I think their speed was so fast. They did leave. I'm wondering if they left on being seated. That's my question. And you can ignore that customer. That customer just has their speed set a little bit too high. Oh boy. What do you want to order, customer? Well, beloved customer here. What can I get you? I want to see the customer leave is the thing. You want a bitter cookie. Would you look at that? Here you go. Look no further. All right. I'm not going to open up the book again just so we can see. And will there be small dialogue when the game progresses? Could you elaborate what you mean, Moonstar? Do you mean when the customers want certain things or saying anything? I definitely do want to add some animations to make things clear. And depending on the wizard, they'll have different animations for different personalities. But if you could elaborate what you mean on, for example, here, is the customer going to say, I'm done, I want my order now, or something like that. And now that their mouth is wiped, we can go ahead and do that. Yes, it does work. Lovely. We'll go ahead and close this guy here. We'll save this guy. I will figure this out. Oh boy, but for the meantime, the customers are now attached to the left page. So I'll go ahead and do customers, let's see, C-U-S-T-O-M-E-R, customer, O-R-D-E-R-S, orders, A-T-T-A-C-H, attached, T-O-L-E-F-T-P-A-G-E. And like between NPCs or what they want to eat, this is the closest they'll get to what they want to eat using the stamps. I do plan to have a little animation play when Gabby is taking their orders. So we could maybe have a little speech bubble play as she's taking the orders down, and the speech bubble has a certain stamps or the certain icons. That could work since the animation will probably be a few seconds of her writing things down. That could work for when the orders are taken and little interactions there. I don't think there will be much speaking, but there will have to be some, at least for the, for the tutorial. So it'll be a matter of figuring out how to have a dialogue. You want to have the dialogue at the bottom. For our tutorial, there is a dialogue area at the bottom, but I definitely want to get rid of that and move it to somewhere else. Someone suggested having the familiar, this little spider here, tell us how to do the tutorial. I thought that was super duper cute. There's still a lot to do, but wow, we made a lot of progress in these last 3 days, which is lovely to hear. From here, what I'll be doing, and I think I'll at least hopefully try to do by the end of today, if not tomorrow, is I am going to work on completing this entire order page. If I go to our book here, let's see, this guy here. I'm gonna work on just, and the good news is we've done most of the work. It's gonna be a tricky part of just adding the ghost orders here, but I will move this guy to this guy so we have the other 2 tables good to go. And then I just have to add the ghost-o-meter to show that there's a lot of ghosts going up here. And still going? Yep, we are about to leave though. Oh, check! You didn't see! Hold on, let me show you before I finish. We did it! We did everything I thought we would be able to do in this amount of time, but I'm just so happy. So take a look. See, we have the customers here. This is empty. You can see the menus appear. Let's go ahead and spawn in a customer here if they want to go ahead and agree to be shown. The customer will sit down. Order has still not appeared yet because we have not taken their order. Once their order is ready to be taken, we can go ahead and take their order. And what you'll see is they want a sweet bitter cake. How to spawn that in? Let's see here. Let's see. I think it's gonna be 03. Spawn dish. Let's see. Now there is currently a bug, but that's fine. I think it's going to be 3. You are... Yeah, I don't know what type of dish you are. Oh, sweet bitter cake. Yes, that is right. Sweet bitter cake. Okay, here you are. Take it. Eat it. Have it. Enjoy it. Once they finish eating, now that it's not paired anymore, we just seat them, or we take their... What is it called? Take their payment, and it unlinks. So it's working. That was a good 4 hours spent. Next up, I'll be working on the right page for the ghost stuff. And then we'll have 25% of the book completed. Congrats on the progress. Thank you. Oh boy, I think things are going great now. Those last few months were so stagnant, but it's so nice that those things are starting to slowly come together. With that said, and hi, ruler, welcome in the stream, welcome in. With that said, I'll be working on this a little bit more. If you'd like to get up-to-date progress, and let me drag you into here, make things a little bit easier to see. If you'd like to stay up-to-date on the progression and on just mini updates or things of that nature and devlogs, and you want to get in on the information in bug testing or any of that, you can join the Discord. And I'm reporting you for cheating, reporting to you to, where did I cheat, huh? I ask you, Logan. Where did I cheat? Let me go do exclamation DISCORD. We'll be doing more deving next week. I stream from Fridays to Sundays from 1 to 5 p.m. EST. To ensure that we make this game in a timely manner, we do at least 2 streams a week on this, and the other stream we do studying. So we usually do a pixel art study. If you notice, my game has a lot of pixel art in it, and if you were also here for the beginning of the stream, we were doing pixel art. You also notice that I'm still very much a beginner. So the hope is that we learn and we study pixel art, and the topic right now are characters that we're studying. Last time, yesterday, we did hands. Next week, I believe we will do eyes. That should be a lot of fun, and we can see if we can figure out how to draw my eye. And we'll all in it by doing some portraits, but we gotta figure out the different aspects of the body. With that said, if you're on YouTube, that'll be it for me. If you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. We're going to go to the end screen, then come back and see if we can find a Godot game dev to rate. So if you enjoy rating, let's see if we can find someone fun to do. And my dad works at Necrotype Cafe, and he's gonna ban you forever. What do you mean? The only person that works at Necrotype Cafe is Gabby. With that said, again, I'm going to go to the end screen, then come back on Twitch if you're interested in rating. With that said, I keep saying that, don't I? Right, so I hope you have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or good night if I don't see you later, alright? See you all soon. Bye-bye!